Hey, SBG solution based gang, like, share, subscribe. Say no to rim, brothers, mothers, fear and sell no good suckers. Hype him up, hype him up. Shouts out Sharoon, Bracy, and the Waters. Wake up morning show, salute, big dog, shout out to the Lord. PAs, give a salute, Brownsville, SBG solution based gang.
Let's go. Good day, everyone. This clearly means war. I just want to know what's your thoughts on all this craziness that's going on in the world. Are y'all in support of the U.S. involvement of what happened last night while we were sleeping early in the a.m. for them? Instead of Outkast's beautiful song, B.O.B., Bombs Over Baghdad, I guess we have to do the remix. B.O.I., Bombs Over Iran. Don't pull the thing out if you ain't ready to bang. Bombs over Iran. It's an interesting time, to be honest. I don't know. I thought this man wasn't. I thought we was about peace. I don't know. I need to have more information from you, the people. I need to get y'all involved with this. I need to have an understanding. Do y'all support the U.S. involvement in attacking Iran? What's up, Genesis? Good day, sugar. I need to know. Should we be in support of dropping bombs? Is this a way of finding peace? Do blowing things up? What is your thoughts? I want to know. This is a good or a bad thing for America. Is it a good or bad thing for Iran? We are going to find out. We're going to see straight from the horse's mouth. We're going to see what, while we were sleeping, at least while I was sleeping, what Donald Trump had to say about this Operation Fury. It was very, it is what it is. This is for real. This is not a game. This is not a joke. This is not speculation. Let's see what is going on, because I'm curious to see how this is all going to play out. I'm very curious to see how this is going to play out. Was Iran really that much of a threat with the nuclear situation? Cloudhouse ENT says they've been waiting to have a regime change since the 70s. Good day from London. How you doing, family? Shout out to you. So let's check it out. Let's see what the president has to say. From London, do you know any information about this whole Iranian thing? Are you in support of taking over and helping assisting regime change in Iran? Do you think it's more dangerous that Iran is operating the way how they do and we need a regime change? Do you think the people of Iran is happy that all of these bombs is going up and tearing up their city? These are all questions I want to know, and I want y'all help to help me figure this thing out. But let's go to the videotape.
Coverage of President Trump.
Began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder, targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries.
Wow.
Among the regime's very first acts was to back a violent takeover of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, holding dozens of American hostages for 444 days.
Wow.
In 1983, Iran's proxies carried out the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut that killed 241 American military personnel.
Mm.
In 2000, they knew and were probably involved with the attack on the USS Cole. Many died. Iranian forces killed and maimed hundreds of American service members in Iraq. The regime's proxies have continued to launch countless attacks against American forces stationed in the Middle East in recent years, as well as U.S. naval and commercial vessels and international shipping lanes. It's been mass terror, and we're not going to put up with it any longer. From Lebanon to Yemen and Syria to Iraq, the regime has armed, trained, and funded terrorist militias that have soaked the earth with blood and guts. And it was Iran's proxy, Hamas, that launched the monstrous October 7th attacks on Israel, slaughtering more than 1,000 innocent people, including 46 Americans, while taking 12 of our citizens hostage. It was brutal, something like the world has never seen before. Iran is the world's #1 state sponsor of terror.
Wow.
And just recently killed tens of thousands of its own citizens on the street as they protested. It has always been the policy of the United States, in particular, my administration, that this terrorist regime can never have a nuclear weapon. I'll say it again. They can never have a nuclear weapon.
Wow.
That is why in Operation Midnight Hammer last June, we obliterated the regime's nuclear program at Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. After that attack, we warned them never to resume their malicious pursuit of nuclear weapons, and we sought repeatedly to make a deal. We tried.
What happened?
They wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. Again, they wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. They didn't know what was happening. They just wanted to practice evil.
Wow.
But Iran refused, just as it has for decades and decades. They've rejected every opportunity to renounce their nuclear ambitions, and we can't take it anymore.
Okay.
Instead, they attempted to rebuild their nuclear program and to continue developing long-range missiles that can now threaten our very good friends and allies in Europe, our troops stationed overseas, and could soon reach the American homeland. Just imagine how emboldened this regime would be if they ever had and actually were armed with nuclear weapons as a means to deliver their message. For these reasons, the United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated.
Wow.
We're going to annihilate their Navy. We're going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack our forces and no longer use their IEDs or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called, to so gravely wound and kill thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans. And we will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon.
Whoa.
It's a very simple message. They will never have a nuclear weapon.
Never.
This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces.
Woo.
I built and rebuilt our military in my first administration, and there is no military on earth even close to its power, strength, or sophistication. My administration has taken every possible step to minimize the risk to U.S. personnel in the region. Even so, and I do not make this statement lightly, the Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties.
Right.
That often happens in war.
Damn.
But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future. And it is a noble mission. We pray for every service member as they selflessly risk their lives to ensure that Americans and our children will never be threatened by a nuclear-armed Iran.
Whoa.
We ask God to protect all of our heroes in harm's way, and we trust that with his help, the men and women of the armed forces will prevail. We have the greatest in the world, and they will prevail. To the members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, the armed forces, and all of the police, I say tonight that you must lay down your weapons and have complete immunity, or in the alternative, face certain death.
Wow.
So lay down your
crazy.
arms. You will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand.
I'm going to
Stay
bring you up just
sheltered.
now.
Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere.
Wow.
When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight.
Woo!
Now you have a president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how you respond. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action.
Okay.
Do not let it pass. May God bless the brave men and women of America's armed forces. May God bless the United States of America. May God bless you all. Thank you.
Whew. That was a very interesting speech, to say the least. That was a lot being said. Let me welcome into the show. Peace of mind and Kulu. Peace of mind, you got it first. What is your thoughts?
Hey, Sharon. Good morning. You know what? We are living in some scary times, and I don't want to be the doomsday person, right? But we better start preparing, and refocus. Focus on what we need to do together. We always say sticking together and stuff, but there's going to come a time where we're going to need one another, and you guys better start getting your seeds, plants. Storing things away, learning how to utilize. I don't want to scare anyone, right? I don't want it to sound scary, but it's just so many things are left in everyone else's hands to where we have to start looking at it like on a smaller perspective, like, okay, well, what can we do together? Because the powers that be and the theys and the haves and the have-nots they're just going to do whatever, but we have to be prepared for whatever may be. And again, it's not to scare anyone, but if you look at just where we are with things, just be prepared for and it doesn't have to be the end of the world, but again, another shift, and such as C-19. I don't want to say the word, but these shifts, they can happen, and if you're not strong enough within your own self or within your own household, then you're going to get caught up in the current, and you're just going to keep going along with it every 5 or 10 years. And you have to be strong enough to just stand and say, you know what, hey, you government or you people, do what you do. But me and my family, we're going to live. I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Let me ask you the question. Do you agree with the situation at hand? Or do you disagree with the actions? Peace of mind, do you agree with the U.S. attack or you disagree with the U.S. attack?
I'm gonna have to agree and say that if it was done, it was necessary, because right now the U.S., we're in a very vulnerable position, and so what's happening is a show of force. It's unfortunate, and we are lucky that it's not us. We are very ungrateful over here on this side. We don't have to worry about, at least for the moment, we don't have to worry about that, and so we want to be able to keep that. In order to keep that, we had to show our force and strength first. I don't like it. I don't like war. I don't. But that's the reality of things.
Okay, interesting. I didn't think that. Shout out to you. Also, let me welcome into the show, Kulu. Good day, sir. What is your thoughts? Do you agree with the decisions of U.S. getting involved and helping Israel strike Iran? What is your thoughts? Talk to me.
What's up? Good morning, Kulu. Shout out to a piece of mind on the panel as well. I definitely disagree, man. And there's a bunch of reasons why, but I'll give a couple. The main one is that when he was campaigning, it was no new wars. It was that he could end all these conflicts within the first day of his presidency. And I don't know about you, Sharon, but when you strike another nation with armory, with missiles, that's an act of war. Like no matter who you are, you know what I mean? So he broke that promise. The second thing is, I don't believe that this is in our best interest as a country. I think that this is in the best interest of another nation, and I think that Trump is not listening to his base. He's not listening to the American people. We don't want this war. We don't give a damn about Iran because they're their own country. They're their own sovereign nation. What they do with their people, that's what they do with their people. What other countries do with their people, that's what they do with their people. We shouldn't just be trying to be the world police and say that we're trying to free the Iranian people of this government. We have no right to do that. If they're unaliving Americans, if they're is sending sleeper cells and like causing major terror attacks in our country, then I would agree. But that's not what's taking place here. My next opinion about the situation is that I thought they obliterated Iran's nuclear program 6 months ago. That's what they were boasting about. That's what they were talking about. That's what they were clamoring about. And now all of a sudden they're back to building it again. Like, come on, come on, man. Like, we're not dumb. Like, we're not idiots. This is wrong. And, I know what's going to happen. If these strikes work, right, then they're going to say, oh, Trump, did it without even having to put American boots on the ground. But Iran is a country of 90 million people. That is something that we really have never faced before as a country by ourselves, right? So I hope it doesn't cause us to have boots on the ground. That would be the best case because of the situation that we're in right now. But to me, man, I do not like this, bro. I do not like this because if I'm the leader of Iran, I'm gonna do everything everything in my power to stay in power and not to allow myself to be unalived or regime change. So they got 90 million people. They got Russia and China on their side. There's no telling what this can cause later down the line.
Okay. I think Peace of Mind wanted to address it before we bring Shadow into it. Go ahead, Peace of Mind.
Yes. I just want to say, the enemy may be closer than we think. So you mentioned something about sleeper cells and things of that nature. That is a real thing. That is true. These people are actively practicing. It's only so many enemies you can have within your home. That's the best way for me to put it. And it's not to again discourage or be mean to anyone, but everyone does not have good intention. Some people don't mean you no harm, but they don't mean you any good either. So
I agree with just real quick to respond. I agree with you, but we haven't seen in the news of like a major bombing in America due to Iran or Iran sleeper cell. As we're seeing these white folks shoot up schools, as we're seeing like a lot of ICE doing what they're doing to American citizens, like we're seeing like the opposite, like we're seeing Americans commit crimes in all these different shootings, not Iranians. So it could happen tomorrow. You know what I mean? Like they could be activated tomorrow, and I would apologize to but
the thing is, when they come, they're gonna come hard. You're not gonna see one or two. You're gonna see all of them.
True.
Okay. Let me also welcome into the show Shadow the Titan. What is your thoughts? Do you agree with the U.S. striking Iran? What is your thoughts?
Absolutely.
Get it and expound.
Turn that desert into a glass desert. Here's the thing. So, dead ass. Look, there's times I can be very callous, and when it comes to American security, Sorry. I understand that there's 90 million people in Iran. I understand that, but I also understand not all 90 million of those people are siding with this regime. I also understand that there are people that no matter what decision is made, it will, because of who's making it, it can be an issue. I'm gonna touch a few things now because I wanted to make sure I heard before I jumped in. I listened to what Kulu was saying from the beginning. So hello everybody.
Hello.
Here's the issue, and if boots end up being on ground, because that's something that actually got brought up, and Trump's like, if I have to, while I said I don't want to get into a war, if it's to stop Iran, the American people will support me behind it, which, especially since they're making very specific target that the Israelis actually set up too. They're going after the leadership. They're going after military. They're not going after civilian places, but they're trying to stop them dead in their tracks. And at this point, look, we sat there arguing with you and holding your hand for 20 years, for 20, 25 years. Look, I threw a pebble at you and you laughed at me. I hit you with a rock and you're like, oh, ha, ha, ha. I smacked you with a bat and you started reconsidering it and you still kept playing. So now I'm going to shoot you and see how you feel about it now. Because eventually I'm going to keep escalating and you're going to realize he's got the bigger stick. And if I've got that bigger stick, there's no F around and find out. I promise you, I'm better at it. And that's how I see America's pulling the game now. If we're going to do that, let's get it all the way. And I think this is a wise move, especially if it can prevent further damage to not just known NATO allies, but Kulu made a point, and it's something I like. We haven't had a major Iranian strike in America. That's fair. We're also a floating fortress. We're also surrounded by two major oceans. The closest quote unquote plausible enemies are all domestic. And I say domestic as a continent. Mexico and Canada are not American, i.e. they could be potential threats. They're not, relatively speaking. And if Iran tried to do an American front, unless they did a sleeper cell attack, there's not a lot they're gonna do that America can't defend from. But in my case, I see it this way. I can give you the opportunity to shoot first and then claim self-defense, or I can wipe you off the map and not have to worry about the defense later.
Damn.
And may I go real quick?
Sure.
Another thing, and again, it's not to offend anyone at all, but we started kind of getting laughed at when we as a military, when we started letting like people wear skirts in the front line and stuff, like you kind of get what I'm saying, and started making a mockery.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I should have muted first. That was yeah. Sorry, my bad.
We're trying to take back our dignity and our pride. That's all.
Go ahead, Kulu.
So, were the shield maidens of the Viking era is something to laugh at? No, right? So, my thing is that I don't think the military, like, they were actually wearing skirts, but I get what she's saying, right? The LGBT situation. Right. But those people that were part of the military, they served our country, whether they were trans, whether they were black, white, woman, male, like whatever race that they were, they served our country and put their life on the line for that. You know what I mean? I get, we may not like it for our country and our children, but they still fought. But my thing is that U.S. military has never been laughed at. Everybody around the world, even China and Russia, understand our capabilities, and that's why they don't provoke us in the way that we normally would be provoked, or that we expect to be provoked. I'm sorry, man, but Like when Trump took Maduro, when Sharon did that video, our military and Trump even called it the discombobulator. We used like classified sonic weapons like against their people, right? Or against their armor guards or whatever, right? So we have technology that we haven't even used yet that is just sitting on the shelf, being waiting to use. So nobody is laughing at our military. But if anything, they're laughing at Trump based on what he says, the tariffs, how he's running the country. Like they may have laughed at Biden falling down the stairs and shit like that. I can agree to that, you know, but nobody is laughing at America because they understand the power that we really have.
Go ahead.
Hey, Kulu, sorry, bro. And you know me, Captain America. I don't believe that. I believe that people understand the threat America is as a whole. They understand, we do have not just the big stick, the biggest stick.
Damn.
Our biggest budget is the military. But she's not wrong. Whenever our military did start, keep in mind, whether you were male, female, trans, purple, green, or purple people eater, you were still an armed forces member, and you deserve to be respected for that decision. Now, let's look at the real logistics of what happened during that process. When they did that, the standard for military practices dropped because now it took a lot less to be a military member. Now it took a lot less training. Now it took a lot less focus. Now we were more worried about your feelings and less worried about our defense. So let's start talking real now, because now
100%, yes.
Now we have the problem of, now people are questioning authority. And again, there was a number of issues where there were people in the military actively protesting, which is one of the things you cannot do against their superior commands. And that is absolute shenanigans. Because if nothing else,
Josh, I gotta stop you, bro.
Wait, I'm not done yet. Here's why. Because if we can't move as a cohesive unit, that's why the world can laugh at us.
Okay, so our military, like this idea that people were just talking back to the superiors and not being disciplined for it, it's just ludicrous, man. Because our military has been the same military since its inception. Yeah, we have more technology, we have more members, we have more money going to it, but the level of standard, and I can't speak to it because I'm not part of the military, so it may have dropped in certain areas, right? So you may be right on that point. But just like how with ICE, right, the standard has dropped. They went from 500 and some hours of training to only 200 and some hours of training, right? You would still say that ICE is doing their job and ICE is doing, so our military is still doing our job, right? Like this idea that hold on, like 1 second.
But can you guys imagine trying to reprimand a man named Stormy? You can't tell him nothing.
Well, there's men named Taylor.
Problem on your hands.
yeah, that's funny.
But yeah.
So but she has a point on that. That's hilarious. But our military has always been our military. Our military should be independent of whoever's in office, and they should protect the American people, like abroad and domestic, right? So I don't think other countries have laughed. Yeah, they may have laughed at Biden. They may have laughed at Trump. Our own politicians may have created lies on both presidents, whatever that may be. But our military is still respected. And this idea that we're losing respect, it's only because of who's in office that we're losing respect. That's the only reason why. Our military is still respected. There's a reason why China haven't done anything to like Taiwan yet. There's a reason why Russia hasn't directly struck America yet. There's a reason why all these countries still fall in line when it's time to fall in line to America. It's because of our military. It's because of that big advanced stick that you talked about, Josh. So this idea that our military has just been laughed at and we got to show our force is just ridiculous.
3 things. Number one, I'm gonna make a few corrections. One, yes, there are reasons why they haven't. People don't step out of line when it comes to America, and it's FAPO. We're really about that life. Because even if 10% of our military is now named Susie Q, even though they were born Sam, that's fine. And again, don't quote me on that number. It could be absolutely imaginary, and I don't really care. It's not my point. I'm exaggerating for a reason. But whenever you really put it in perspective, we literally are a floating fortress with pews facing the entire planet at all times. If anybody were to F around and find
You lost audio. You lost audio. We can't hear you.
So
We can't hear
Sherrod,
you. Yeah.
just because we have the big stick and the most advanced weaponry doesn't mean that we should go around and putting fear in every single country just because we don't like their religion, just because we don't like their politics. These
Right.
countries are sovereign countries. And mind you, I was the person that said, fuck it, let's take Greenland. My bad, Sharon, I paid it $2.
You good.
You know, let's take Greenland, right? So I agree about what we need to do in America's best interest. But when you're going to war with a country of 90 million people, that's something that we've never done before. We went Vietnam, we went like Iraq or Saudi Arabia, like whatever like it's called, right? But they didn't have nearly as many people, bodies, like a whole infrastructure. We've never faced that before, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we're not even talking about how China could be backing Iran, Russia could be backing Iran, giving them weapons, giving them things that they need to help fight against us and Israel. You know what I mean? So I just don't think it's in America's best interest to be doing this war when we need to focus on what's happening here, getting prices down, and getting rid of this so-called like stuff that we want to fix here. Is making sure that America's life are better, and us going to war overseas and fighting in the Middle East, like that's not going to help nobody but Israel and the allied countries that are in that area. Like there's just no benefit for us. Like this idea that Iran's going to fire ballistic missiles all the way from where they're at to us is just ludicrous because they understand the power we have. This idea that if they get a nuke, that somehow they're going to use it, I don't think they're going to use it. I think they're getting a nuke for their own protection. If Iran had a nuke right now, do you think that we would be doing what we're doing, or Israel would be doing what they're doing to their neighbors? No, they wouldn't, because the threat of Iran having a nuke in the first place. So I just don't get why every other country can have a nuke, but when it comes to Iran, all of a sudden, no nuke.
Right. I don't think he realized that he is muted. That's kind of crazy. I don't know who's going to tell him. They're cooking them right now. I agree with Shadow. Y'all ain't ish. They ain't ish. Peace of mind. Would you like to respond to Kulu thoughts?
Oh, I was gonna tell him that he was muted, but maybe somebody.
He can't hear. I'm trying to tell him, but we can't hear you. No. There you go. No. You could get a piece of mind. We'll get them together while you talk. So yeah, I think it's it. So now, Kulu. So what is your thoughts if the people of Iran is happy that this is happening?
Well, with the whole Venezuela thing, right? MAGA posted, "Oh, the people in Venezuela are celebrating," and really, it was fucking. My bad. I'll pay you $4, bro. I'm sorry, but people in Venezuela, they're literally there's a whole community in Miami that they're posting a video about. So I'm probably a few, like maybe a couple thousand, maybe a few 100,000 people are celebrating for it to happen.
How much would I say I missed?
Everything.
All of it.
Shit.
the whole time. We were trying to get
hold on,
your
Josh, real quick.
attention and let you know that, but the chat loved it. The chat was enjoying. They's like, yo, everything you're saying is on point. Like they was cooking you. It was hilarious. But go ahead. Cool's gonna respond to your muted rant.
So just probably a few thousand, if not a few 100,000 at most, probably want it to happen because they don't like the regime that's in there. But that's just like, for example, if Biden administration and the liberals and whatever took over America and another Republican ain't never won again, is you're gonna have millions of so-called MAGA that would love another country to intervene and take out that administration so that they can get back in power, right? So I doubt the majority of the country of Iran, of the population, wants this to happen.
Sorry.
All right. So let me go. Phil James, $4.99. Good day. God bless the president is the commander-in-chief. Look how Biden handled Afghanistan compared to Trump in Venezuela. Thank you so much, Phil James. Interesting. Kula, would you like to respond to that? Because I know you have some interest in that.
Yeah, man. First of all, the Biden Afghan, that was Trump's plan. Biden was just implementing it, right? So everything that happened, Trump is coordinated on a time clock, and Biden was just executing. So if you want to talk about troops getting out of Afghanistan, Biden is the one who did that, right? And I can show you the memos and the reports of generals saying that was Trump's plan. But we shouldn't be celebrating war. I thought America first was no new wars. Now all of a sudden they're all for war. But I guarantee you, if this was Biden or if this was Kamala, y'all would be going crazy.
Damn.
Y'all would be freaking out, calling her a warmonger and all this other stuff. But now when it's Trump and they got like a little narrative behind it, now all of a sudden, oh man, it's showing strength. And no. We shouldn't be getting any new wars.
Okay. Welcome to the show. AR, a random independent. Good day. Do you support the U.S. strike on Iran?
Hello.
Yes,
Good
sir.
morning. What a great morning it is.
Oh,
Come on. You know I do.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. I'm surprised.
Yeah, I'm shocked.
surprised?
I'm shocked.
What are y'all so shocked about?
No, I'm surprised that you agree with it, but I would like to hear why.
That's what I'm saying.
Please expound on it.
Well, I'm always going to be, almost always going to be pro striking our enemies and adversaries. Iran has been supporting Russia and Russia's, invasion of Ukraine. A lot of the drones that Russia uses, a lot of the stuff that they use, generally speaking, the oil that they get, the resources they get from Iran. China as well. If China were to make a move on Taiwan, Iran would be right behind them to back them up, to cause issues, to try to bog down the U.S. and other regions. I was happy when Syria fell, when the Syrian regime fell, and it was taken over by, I don't remember his name right now, but the other guy, backed mostly by Turkey. But that was another area where Russia was entrenched and able to cause issues, and now they're no longer there. When we took Venezuela, I was supportive of it because Venezuela also does the same thing. They're just sitting back there providing aid and comfort to our enemies. And with what Israel has done in the past, year and a half, 2 years or so, whenever October 7th was, they took out Hezbollah, they took out Hamas. And if there were a time to try to go after Iran, it's right now when all the, Russia's bogged down in Ukraine and weak as it is for the 4-year war. Hezbollah and Hamas are gone, essentially. China is not willing to really get involved into this fight. And Iran had homegrown protest a month ago where reports are that they killed over 30,000 people in one weekend. And so what Kulu is saying sounds kind of weird to me. And it's also weird because usually this is lefty talk where they, in the US, they talk about how they're all about gay rights, they're all about minority rights, they're all about this, that, and the other. But then when we go after a regime that has thrown gay people off of buildings for being gay and murders people for protesting, now all of a sudden they have an issue with it. So it's kind of a little double speak that they have. But yeah, there was 30,000. I mean, reports are on the upper end that, or I think the upper end is actually like 50,000. But the estimates I saw was about 30,000 protesters killed in one weekend. And those were homegrown protesters. So you can't say the CIA started or nothing like that. Like that was homegrown. We didn't have any assets ready. Otherwise, if it was CIA, we would have had assets there ready to, provide air support. And I think that's part of what we're doing right now is trying to reignite those protests and actually be there and provide air support. So if they want to topple the regime, which the early reports show that the Ayatollah might have been actually killed. But yeah, so I'm supportive of it on a whole bunch of different angles. My only hope is that we don't sustain casualties at all. If we do, then a very minimal amount. I don't like to see brothers and sisters in uniform being harmed.
Okay, and before Cooler responds, Phil James with the 199. What war do we have boots on the ground? Go ahead, Cooler.
Okay, just because we don't have boots on the ground doesn't mean that we're not at war. Okay, this idea that we gotta have it like military or infantry on the ground to be a war, that's not true, right? So another thing to respond to AR, right? That's their culture. If they don't believe in gay rights or whatever it may be, that's them. I don't want nothing to do with it, right? And my issue with the whole them unaliving 30,000 people, that's their government. Who are we to try to now protect Iranians with different beliefs and different cultures? It's because of their own government. That's their problem to deal with, right? When the National Guard killed all the people in Waco, when ICE is murdering Americans, when the police is like unaliving unarmed black men and things like that. So other countries can come in and be like, oh man, we're gonna protect the American people. No, like that's our country to deal with, right? So that's my point right there. But the response to your bigger point, I just don't see how this benefits America going to war with Iran, right? And I'm the person that wanted to go and take Greenland, right? And you're the person that didn't want to do it, right? That thought we were crazy. But so you say, just real quick, Aaron, and he responds. So you say that we're taking out our enemies. Why is Iran our enemy? Just because a few people shout death to America?
Yeah.
All right. So first
So
of all,
that makes somebody an enemy.
Greenland. Yeah, it does. First of all, yeah, that was.
So can we say something? There's some. May I go, guys, or you guys going?
I think you got some reverb. Shouts. I'm gonna mute you while you not talking.
Comparing Greenland, taking over Greenland, which is an ally, to taking out the leader of an enemy or adversarial country that shouts death to America is kind of a wild take. I mean, that's a reach. I think that just shows how these people don't have anything to stand on when they're comparing those two things. I didn't bring up the 30,000 people being killed as a saying, or saying that we should go in, and because they killed this many people, we should go in and take them out. It was they were protesting. You said that there's a couple thousand, maybe a couple 100,000 that want this to happen. And it's like, well, there was 30,000 killed. How many do you think were actually protesting? How many people do you think weren't protesting out of fear of being killed? This is not just like you're sitting here throwing out numbers that it doesn't seem like you've actually done any research. I think the polling even shows that the majority of Iranians don't rock with the regime. But every single time there's protests since 1979, every time there has been protests, thousands of people get killed. And so I think maybe you should do some research on that. And that, again, this is not to say that because
I did, and the Iranian numbers said 3,000 people were killed, right? Yeah, not 30,000. That's the propaganda that we're putting out. But that's what the Iranian government has put out.
These are third-party sources. This is third-party sources stating first of all, the 3,000 number I think was from the beginning. I think the official number by Iranians is like 12,000, and this was over one weekend. The third-party sources range up to 50,000. So you might want to double check on that, but
hold on a second. But do they not have a right?
It's irrelevant because that's not the point of why I support striking them. It's because they're an adversary enemy country.
Okay.
So yeah, that
Let
is.
me know when I can get in, guys.
Okay.
Yes, real quick. So like to respond to your Greenland point, right? Us taking Greenland, and no matter if it's ally or not, benefits America more than us changing the regime in Iran. I'm just like, there's just more resources, minerals. There's more. There's $4 trillion in resources and rare earth materials in Greenland that we can extract for our military.
How many are there in Iran?
Not as much. Way less.
There's way less.
Way less.
What is your source?
And
what is your source?
Just I mean, just look it up.
What makes Greenland have more 4 trillion in natural resources and Iran have way less? What about their geography makes that a thing? And what is your source?
What do you mean? Bro, just look it up.
I don't want to look it up. You tell me.
I mean, just look it up.
You're saying way less. What is your source?
Yes, we already had this conversation before. It's $4.4 trillion in rare earth minerals and things like that, oil and things like that.
And
Iran is already using it and like pulling. Not as much because there's so much uninhabited land in Greenland.
I want you to say a number.
Wait, hold on. Like you want to get in specifics. What
is the number for Iran?
Hold on 1 second. When you don't even know the specifics of how many people died in Iran, right? So just let me finish my point for a second, right?
There's no, because you're not going to sit here and give out numbers.
It's more beneficial for us to take Greenland and way less casualties and way less people to fight than going against a country with 90 million people. And just because they protest their government, how many people have protested Donald Trump? All the King's protests, all the so-called riots that people claim, right? So just because people in the country protest and administration doesn't mean that country should come in and turn it on. Bro, there was millions of people that protested Donald Trump.
How much are you going to yap about shit that don't matter?
We're not killing them.
No, it does matter because you're using that as a point.
It doesn't. No,
bro, what are you talking about?
First of all, you
ICE have killed like a bunch of protesters.
That's great. Cool.
No.
There's been a bunch of deaths via protests.
We're not going to do that.
I got it, Shadow. I got it.
No, hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second, because we had this debate before.
You had this number, $4 trillion of Greenland, and yet when I ask you about Iran, you seem to not know the number, but you seem to know that it's way less.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. I'll look it up real quick. Just like for you real quick. But
even if we took Iran's number of 3,000, we took that to be fact, even though we know it's not. Let's just say that number was fact. Now count up how many protesters in the U.S. have been killed in the past 100 years, and see if that equals 3,000 or something. Because they're not equivalent. And again, I wasn't saying we should attack Iran because of the protests. I was giving the protests as a sign that it's not just a couple thousand or a couple 100,000 that want to remove the regime, which you can say the same thing about the U.S. Way less people have died. We've had protests. It's not just a couple thousand or a couple 100,000 that don't want Trump in office. It's damn near 50% or more of the country. 50%, give or take 10%. So you want to understate Iran's the anti-Iranian regime support because it goes with your argument. When we know it's not just a couple thousand that don't want Iran's the Ayatollah there. It's not just a couple 100,000. It's millions. So this is what I mean when you guys have this double speak. You guys don't really. It seems like your critical thinking stops at where you want it to stop. You don't follow things through. You're talking about Greenland. Somehow, if we take over Greenland, that's better for us. Just completely negating the fact that Greenland is an allied country. And if we were to take it by force, we are going to lose the rest of Europe, most likely, which is 10.
Bro, we're already losing the rest of Europe. And let me correct myself, because you're right. Iran, I mean, I can be I'm wrong, but Iran does have more resources,
imagine that.
Like value-wise, money-wise, than Greenland. So you are correct about that.
Okay, so that's great. Yeah,
hold on. Let me finish.
It's not for me. I don't need you to tell me that I'm right.
No, a second.
This is for
you.
Hold
on 1 second. Let me finish my point. But Greenland has way less people. Just 1 second. As Greenland has way less people, and it'll be way less.
Again, you already made that point. How many times are you gonna make it? I don't care about that. I'm still talking.
But you're missing the point, right? So you think going to war?
I'm missing the point. You're missing the point. That's the problem.
So you think going to war with Iran is better than us taking over Greenland?
I think regime change in Iran is better than taking over Greenland for sure.
And you think they're just going to allow us to change the regime with ease?
I think that it remains to be seen. Again, early reports are that the Ayatollah is now dead, and a lot of the top military apparatus is also dead. And the response, it's been over 12 hours now, I think, since the strike started. The response from Iran has been, singular missiles, nothing coordinated. So I saw something that said, like, supposedly the Ayatollah is supposed to speak, whether it's pre-recorded or live, we'll see. But he's supposed to speak soon, and we'll see what comes about with that. But if we're talking about a geopolitical thing, it's always better to take an adversary out the way than to take over an ally. I don't even understand what the argument is. We have a status of forces agreement with Greenland that we can modify if need be, but it's already pretty great. We have the funds to invest in the infrastructure there. So to say we need to take them over to gain access to these 4 trillion resources is just stupid. And again, this is what I mean when you guys don't think critically past a certain point. You don't need to take over an allied country to gain access to their resources.
May I go, because you guys are really long winded, and I don't. I just wanted to mention something. We keep saying, well, why this and why that? There is something, and again, we got to make sure that we're paying attention. It happened really fast, but something, well, not something. I want to be careful even saying it, but an event that occurred and was tragic, October 7th. And I don't know if you all are familiar, and we can, maybe if you can do some research if you don't want to, but there's so many things that are intertwined to what's happening right now that we all don't have the answer, but that would be a good reference point or root cause analysis as far as when we're asking why. That's a good question. Why? But that is something to consider that day or that event. Okay. All right.
So you good, piece of mind.
Kulu.
You going? You good?
Yeah,
you have more.
hold on.
You have more to say, piece of mind? You was good.
Oh no, that was it. That was all. You guys can finish. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Kulu, I think you're missing what AR is saying, and ironically, I was also for taking Greenland too, but for whole different reasons. You're saying that it's better to keep a loaded pew at our head than to take over somebody who's not aiming at us at all. Like I don't understand that math. If we can stop an enemy from being an enemy versus taking an ally who wasn't a threat to begin with, how do you even equate those two scenarios? Like, those aren't even the same conversation.
I'll wait to respond after Sharon plays the video.
It's not in our language, so I'm just letting the video play. This is people, young people celebrating in the streets as the bombs is going over Iran. BOI. We changing it. We remix it from bombs over Baghdad to bombs over Iran. So these are
now.
Go ahead, Kulu. Also, we got Wall Street Willie in
that
there.
don't look like millions of people out there.
Go ahead, Kulu. Say that again.
I said that don't look like millions of people out there celebrating, right? And like we gotta look at it from like each country has their own perspective, right? So if I was an Iranian in Iran, those people that are out there celebrating would be considered terrorists and traitors. The same way that this administration views so-called liberals and people against ICE as traitors, right? Or going against ICE as traitors, right? So to me, it's just wild, right? And to respond to Josh's point, right? Just because they're an ally or not an ally, so every country that's not an ally to America, we have the right to attack. Like we have the right to it's like airstrike or do whatever. No, we don't. So and my next point, when it comes to what AR was saying, like about the whole Greenland and things like situation.
Okay, I think
strike to take over Greenland than it would to take over like 90 million people. And are these the same reports that came out when Trump struck Iran the first time that said, oh, we obliterated their entire facilities, and then it comes out to find out later that Iran just moved all the materials from one base to another base? So it's like we can't believe everything that we hear is especially coming from the American ally propaganda. Like we have to look at it from both sides, right? So like here's my whole thing, right? Just because the country isn't an ally does not give us the right to attack everybody that's not an ally.
Okay.
Iran has sovereign nation. They can do what they want with their people.
You starting to you breaking up Kulu?
Just like brother China.
You breaking up Kulu. Okay, so while Kulu get his reception back, let me also welcome you to the show, Wall Street Willie. Go ahead, Wall Street Willie. What's your thoughts?
Before Willie goes,
okay.
Oh, goodness.
This is exactly like. I wish there was a poll that I guess the comment section is kind of a poll. This dude is saying that doesn't look like millions of people protesting. Did you not hear the part where they killed 30,000 protesters? Why don't you go watch those videos? Like, what happens when they protest? Thousands of them die. What happens when they protest in the U.S.? You protest. Generally speaking,
they're trying
you
to
don't
have
die.
a revolution. Yeah.
That's what it is. And then he brings up, damn, what did he bring up after that? Because a country is an ally with the U.S., we can just attack them. Again, missing the entire point. I said adversarial / enemy country. They support our ally. They support our enemies. They support Russia. They support China. This is what they do. So yes, if a country is doing those things and we may be going to war with, a bigger country soon, and they support that bigger country, I am all for regime change. Yes, because that helps us out in the long run.
AR, with that mindset,
It's not about invading neutral
hold on,
countries. I'm
Willie.
not for invading neutral
Hold on,
countries.
real
I'm
quick.
definitely not for
Real quick,
invading
Kulu.
allies.
Wait, hold on. Let me respond to his point about the protesters real quick, and I'll hand it to you, Willie. So when January 6th happened, should the Biden administration or the Capitol Police should have executed all those people? Yes or no?
No, they just should have shot the ones that entered the Capitol building.
Okay, so I don't get your
Essentially,
point,
the
right?
ones that tried to interrupt, and the dude with the Confederate flag, he definitely should have been killed. That entered he should have been killed.
So if these people should have been killed, then what's wrong with Iran murdering their protesters for
because
rebellion or whatever?
Iran is murdering 30,000 protesters in the streets by running them over and gunning them down with machine guns, not when they invade a federal building trying to overturn an election. For example.
Yeah, big difference.
Yeah. And Iran doesn't have,
you're right. There's a
Iran
difference
doesn't have a
there.
democracy. So in the U.S., we get to vote, and then that
I
gets
agree.
certified.
That's what makes America so great. That's what makes America so great.
In Iran, they don't have that. So when they protest, they may have to storm a federal building because there is no mechanism where they can get their voice heard because they get killed in the street when they try that.
Let me
And
ask
if they lose,
so hold on.
they
AR,
lose.
do you think that the strikes were to kind of soften up the current administration's like stronghold to allow that revolution to take place? I'm not going to say easier, but with them
to give
having a
us some
bit more of
breathing
an
room and stuff.
advantage.
Yeah, I wish that had happened, a month or so ago when it had first started, when everybody was there before, to tens of thousands were murdered in the streets. But I don't know what it'll turn this. I think this is more about just trying to cut the head off the snake and seeing what happens from there. I do think that it's pretty obvious we're striking military sites, we're striking the leadership of the military. The IRGC is getting hit.
Whatever bomb that was,
Ayatollah.
whatever bomb that was that hit Tehran, it was like, dang, that was a baby nuke. Like it seemed like they took out pretty much a zip code. It wasn't like a strike on a building. It wasn't like a strike on a specific facility. Like they just took out blocks. Like
that the IRGC has like their headquarters in downtown Tehran, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they said they were, somewhat close to the Ayatollah, wherever he was.
Yeah. There was a meeting. Some meeting was happening and somewhere. I don't know. I didn't look into it too much. But supposedly there was a meeting happening somewhere with a whole bunch of military leadership or IRGC leadership. Those are two separate things.
Well, to all our military,
Ayatollah might have been there. So
to all our military, especially the Navy and armed forces that are out there, man, we praying for y'all. Because I got family on the, the General Ford carrier or something like that. And we're stacked up out there. So, a lot of our family, while they may not be on the ground out there, they're there.
Hey, Willie.
Yes, sir.
Do you support the strike on Iran?
Slap. The slap is coming?
No.
Oh. I don't. I think there are better ways that it could have been done. I think it's going to cause issues for a lot of our allies because Iran's response was, all right, we're hitting everyone down with America. They hit Bahrain, they hit, I think, the UAE and Doha. And so that's going to create issues with a lot of our Middle Eastern, allies. It's not going to be clean, so when I look at the fact that it's just not clean and it's something that we can say we just stand on and it was okay, I'm not really in support of it.
Oh, so you're not in support?
No, I'm not really in support. It's going to cause more harm than good, in my opinion. I don't know if the rebel forces in Iran are strong enough to take over that government. And so if that's not the case, if we did this, let's say to kind of soften up their control, but the rebels can't, execute on it, then it kind of becomes something that's just going to be a prolonged drama rather than something that was effective,
You got it, Kula.
So AR brought up the agreements that we have with Denmark and whatnot, right? We had an agreement with Iran that Trump tore up in 2018 because of his belief of certain failures and promises, right? So we had an agreement. Like, we shouldn't even be in this position if the agreement would have, not been ripped up or torn apart. My second point is, Willie, those rebels, those like protesters, they're not going to take advantage of this. If they're gonna sit and videotape like what they're doing now, dance in the street, and I'm telling you, bro, like we're making situations worse than what we're making it better. And this is gonna be a prolonged situation. And I don't believe, like, until I see credible reports that the leadership was actually just, destroyed and whatnot, then I might change my mind. But right now, nah, man. We should not be going to war with any of these countries. We should be focusing on things here.
Did everybody see the president's response to what happened? He did one last night.
Man, he did his speech with a fitted cap on with USA on it, man. And the speech was bad. He said, I tried to give him a deal and they wanted to do the deal. Then they didn't want to do the deal. Then they wanted to do the deal again. And I said, no. And it was just, his speeches are amazing to me as long as they are and they have no actual content.
Substance.
Like, it's amazing. He'll talk for an hour and 30 minutes and say a bunch of nothing.
Okay, so you didn't like the speech. AR, did you hear the speech?
Nah, I try not to listen when he talks unless I have
Would you like to hear it? I got
I would not.
Why you don't want to hear the speech? You agree with the man?
Yeah, but it's gonna make me not. I agree with
that. Is kind of crazy.
Ignorance is bliss, AR.
It's not ignorance because
ignorance is not knowing something.
Oh man, Kula, you want to keep talking and give bullshit information, or you want someone that's more educated to talk?
Nah. Why don't you want to hear what Trump has to say?
What about that deal that he tore up would have stopped them from providing Russia with munitions to help invade and kill Ukrainians? What about that deal would have done that?
Was that in the deal or the agreement?
So stop bringing it up.
I'm asking you. No, I'm asking you.
I'm asking you. You said it. You said that deal. If he hadn't tore it up,
yes, the agreement had nothing to do with Russia. It had to do with their nuclear program.
Okay, exactly. So what the hell?
Exactly.
But did you hear me say anything about a nuclear program when I said
we had a deal with them? AR.
Did you hear me say anything about a nuclear program?
That Trump ripped up. So at any time,
did you hear me say anything about a nuclear program?
That's not what I'm saying. If you mentioned the agreement, but you mentioned the agreement.
Nothing to do with anything.
AR, you mentioned the agreement that we had with Denmark, and I'm saying that we had an agreement with Iran in 2018 that Trump tore up.
Hey, tell us the difference between a status of forces agreement and the nuclear deal that the nuclear not deal, but deal that we had with Iran that Obama went with. Tell us the difference.
I don't know the difference.
Then stop talking about them.
Hold on, I have the right to talk, AR.
Okay, yeah, you do.
And just because I don't know just because I don't know every little detail about every little thing, don't mean I don't have the right to speak.
You don't even know the basic details. You don't even know that Iran has natural resources, potentially at a more valuable, because I wouldn't even trust that 4 trillion number in Greenland. You trust it. I don't know why. Greenland's a sheet of ice. So who knows what's really.
I literally looked it up and I said that, yeah, you're right. And Iran has way more resources than Greenland.
Basic detail that you should have known before you spoke about it, before you decided to open your
mouth. No, people speak all the time without knowing stuff.
You should exactly, and that's the problem. You're proving the point. That's the problem. Y'all speak without knowing things. Y'all just speak.
Okay, so everything that you spoke about,
you're talking about.
Wait, hold on. So me speaking about going to war is wrong. I shouldn't say that it's wrong because I don't know every single detail about war. No, we should not be at war.
You stating that Greenland has 4 trillion resources and Iran has way less is something you shouldn't state because those
I corrected myself.
In the first place. That's the problem with you people is that you think you can you sound like Trump. You just say shit.
Oh, here we go.
You backtrack. Well, you say you're wrong. Trump has never admitted he's wrong, but you people will say shit and be so confident about it. When someone that is more educated on the topic is telling you that you're wrong, you want to fight.
And did I not agree that you were right at that specific point?
How many times did you disagree?
It literally took like a minute, and I looked it up.
Because I pressed the point. Because I pressed the point.
Even if you wouldn't have pressed it, I still would have looked it up and then corrected myself. There's a bunch of times where I'll say something and I'll come back and I was wrong. or that this was correct.
It was a basic
After
fact that you would know if you had looked up Iran's natural
bro, it's
resource
not no
situation.
basic. It's not no like
It is
it's not
it's
no basic
literally
fact.
a basic fact. We know that you had never looked up Iran's natural resource situation because you never would have
There's
uttered
been
those words.
hundreds of times I've heard you on this panel speak shit that you believe that you don't actually know, and Diva got to correct you, Sharon got to correct you,
Okay,
and
give
you
an example.
apologize. It's never been
So
an issue.
Give an example,
let me
Kulu.
ask you, right? So you're talking about the Joint Comprehensive Plan. That was the plan to, monitor what they were doing in terms of nuclear technology. Because Iran's claim is we just want nuclear energy, right? And we're not trying to
Mhm.
build a weapon. Now, the problem with Donald Trump just tearing it up is they did very much like comply with what was asked for in that deal. We got to send
Mhm.
inspectors over there. They got to take a look at everything from the
Yeah.
rooter to the tutor. And yes, Iran was probably hiding some things, but for the most part, they did comply with, us wanting to be able to have eyes on what they're doing. So when we
Mhm.
tear up this deal, it wasn't a good diplomatic move, in my opinion. It just could have
No, I
been
agree.
handled better.
I
But
agree.
the
But
Donald's a crash out.
I agree with that. But that has nothing to do with. That's why I don't because you're asking me, do I support the strikes and why I support them? I didn't mention the nuclear program at all because it has nothing to do with whether I support the strikes or not. So someone bringing up, oh, well, they shredded this program after I said, or they shredded this deal after I said, well, Iran is supporting Russia. They'll support China against us. They'll do all these things to support our adversaries and enemies. And then you bring up some
Sorry
nuclear deal that
guys,
they
my
had that was
phone is
shredded.
Because
glitching.
Trump brought it up during
I
his
get it.
speech, or that's why we brought it up.
I got you
That
right
was
now.
Trump's main reason.
Hold on. Let's Peace of Mind wanted to jump in real quick. Jump in real quick. Go
Hey,
ahead, Peace of
peace.
Mind.
Hey guys, sorry my phone is glitching, so it was going in and out a little bit. I'm not sure. I guess we are like now at a point we're looking at what's going on the outside, but again, and not to offend anyone, but we have to start looking at something that's going to happen internally, So it's like, hey, that strike happened over there, but look at what could possibly happen here. Um, and so that's where you get to we have to like maybe just acknowledge some things, and it's okay that we have not been operating at our best as a society. We haven't been operating as a whole. As a matter of fact, what we're doing, and although we're called the United States, we have found every reason to divide. And so those are the things that when I say other people are laughing or other countries are laughing at us, just that. But sorry again, my phone was glitching. I'm just listening again because I don't know much about the Iran, so I don't want to misspeak. But I'm just saying from maybe just a general, from what I do observe, nobody wants to be at war. One life is too many.
And peace of my mind. The only thing I would say to that about the division in
Mm-hmm.
America when it comes to this topic is pretty bipartisan, right? Like it's more about how we handle Iran rather than recognizing, all right, Iran's a problem. We have to do something, So we're not really divided on the topic of Iran. We kind of get divided on how we handle it. Should we bomb them or should we just do sanctions and starve them out, which has been working fairly well, in terms of keeping them fairly controlled. But I don't think we really worry about any repercussions from it because, Israel is the cannon fodder. They're the ones that are going to be, they're going to have that Iron Dome up and deal with the retaliation, so.
So, Sharon, can I say this, right? The reason I brought up the agreement, the nuclear program of the nukes is because when you play the video of Trump's speech from last night or whatever this morning, that's the main thing that he was talking about. Iran can never have a nuclear program,
They
never
will
ever,
never
right?
have the bomb. I offered them a
Yes.
deal. They didn't want
So
the
that's the
deal.
main reason on why this administration is doing it because of this nuclear program. But if he would have kept to the agreement of the nuclear agreement, we would not be in an issue in the first place, right?
But
So
but Kulu, I gotta kind of disagree there because I don't think it's
that's fine.
about the nuclear deal. I'm saying I think it's more about the revolution that's taking place in Iran, or at least trying to take place in Iran. And when you look at what was the Arab Spring, right? These governments can be toppled from the inside. You get what I'm
So
saying?
that's what
Rather
I want to
than
mention. So that's I
America
wanted
putting
to
boots on
point
the
you
ground.
guys. you guys, I'm gonna forget the key word you said, revolution. There are a lot of different revolutions happening amongst us, which is why everybody, hey, I'm out here for this right, I'm out here for that right, I identify with this, I identify with that. And that can get dangerous, especially when you got a bunch of Looney Tunes who just seeking a cause. It's like, why you can't just sit at home and be okay? People don't work for you to actually be comfortable. You don't even know what to do with yourself no more. That's the honest to God truth.
But sis, there's a
But
big difference
real quick,
between
yeah,
reform and
yeah,
and revolution.
yeah,
It's
those are
not the
two
same.
separate things.
Right.
Like
And so,
I
but if
think I
you
get what you're saying with the
if you want to
protests and
see
stuff, but
change, so this is the thing, if you want to see change, or you want to do something, you don't get in the middle of the street and yell like a fool. You start going to the board meetings, you start being actively involved, you start being being that change. Make sure you there, you got eyes, make sure you are the eyes on the people that you are actually there representing, and that you are ear, that and you can come back and tell the people, hey, this is what's really going on.
So are you saying, are you that's for
So
the
kind of what
protests in
I'm
the
saying, either
US,
you're a
not
part of the solution or you're a part of the problem. As far as just that whole, because what's happening now, again, everybody has a revolution. And uh there these uprisings that are happening, people are getting hurt. I don't care
And
what side
also,
you're on. I don't
we
it's
need. So let me just jump in real quick.
sure.
Peace of mind. So, hey, if y'all really want AR to watch what y'all call his daddy speech, y'all need to get the likes up. Y'all get the likes up. I'm doing all this. Look, y'all get the likes up. We will force AR to watch his so-called daddy speech. Go ahead. Peace of mind. Finish your thought.
That was all, is that hey, we can talk on here amongst each other, and kick it, but when you get out here in the world, you talk to these people and you really listen to them, they are on the mission. Like, they are, you have some people who, hey, I go for this blood, and it's like, you don't have to do all that. You want to do something, go join your local community center and do something there, or go talk to the politicians. They had those meetings, but out here acting the fool, I don't care where you are in this world, you're going to get yourself hurt, and that's what's happening.
Well, it seems like they don't want you to hear the speech. We got one like since I announced it. That's
Hey,
crazy.
hey
I support it
Sharon, you want to know
respectfully.
one of the funniest parts about his
Hit
speech?
the like button, y'all.
He said, in my first term, I built the greatest army. I built the greatest force America's ever seen. And in my second term, I rebuilt it, and it's the strongest force ever. I'm like, does he not know we always had an army? Like, you didn't build that, but he just says anything. He said, I built the greatest force the world has ever seen. I built that.
Hey, can I ask you a question? So just real
Is
quick,
it
let
gonna
me state
be
this.
worth answering?
Yeah, it's gonna be worth answering.
Okay, all right.
So
Respectfully, because I rock with you, Kulu. It's just,
nah, man, I rock with you too. We just disagree on that, and you're right. You got me on a few points, and I can admit that. But like, my thing is, just because, like, as revolutions happen in a country, that doesn't mean that we should be funding those people or supplying arms or creating groups. And with this thinking that you had of, Iran is funding all these different terrorist groups, helping Russia with arms or whatever, drones in Ukraine.
did he cut out or
Yeah, he cut out, it seems like.
okay?
Uh why he cut out? Let's see who's in support. Maybe that's how we gotta do it. 99-cent super chat to support AR's daddy's speech. Shout out to Natasha
Hey,
Vincent
hey,
with
hey,
the
can you hear me now?
$1.50.
Yo, I
Yeah,
can
we
hear
hear
you,
you
Kulu.
now. $1.50 super sticker. Thank you so much,
I
Natasha.
can't.
Also, in
Yeah.
support of
So
AR listening to his daddy's speech with the $2. Listen to your daddy's speech. The people that want AR to listen to his daddy's speech, send 99-cent super chats or $2. Tell AR to listen to his daddy's speech. Go ahead, Kulu.
yeah, someone sent some money after I asked the question. So we funded other groups. We supply weapons to other groups to destabilize other areas. So should China, knowing that, yeah, should they have a right to come attack us because we've helped fund other groups or whatever groups that we
Ooh.
help fund attack another country? Should they have the right to come, like, destroy us and attack us? Just based
Yeah, they
off
do.
by what you said
They
about
do
Russia.
have a national security right to do that. Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. All right, then I then respect, because I respect the logic.
But most of these things are
Sharon, I'm
proxy
gonna drop
wars.
There's
down,
a
guys,
difference
because I can't
between there's
really
a difference.
hear. Okay.
But most of these things are proxy wars, right? So it's not
When
like
you
we're
fix your
gonna attack.
microphone, peace of mind, you're more than welcome. Just keep coming back. So you know you're all good. Just keep coming back. You good, baby girl.
But I'm gonna tell you something. If something happened, I'm depending on the YNs and the hillbillies to protect me. All right. Okay, I'm gonna drop down and listen in.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you know, any country that gets attacked has a military right to defend itself. Any country that has a national security interest in a, you know, what, you know, if we want to get into like the different groups being funded in different areas and all that, yeah, they have a military right and a national security right to defend themselves. The thing is, if you bite off more than you can chew, and you're now gonna lose more than just what you maybe lost in a certain country or whatever, you know. So there's a difference between what you have the national security right, in my eyes, to do and what you can do, realistically speaking, and how that's going to turn out for you. So yeah, like one might even, you know, they're trying to make this argument that China is, you know, flooding the U.S. with all these different drugs and stuff like that. One might say that that is a national security issue. I mean, I'll even take it different from there, because that's not my field. We know China has hacked our companies, has been hacking our companies, is embedded in our companies, telecommunications, defense, etc. They steal our resources, or not our resources. They steal the blueprints, they steal the R&D research, and then they go and mimic it in their countries. Now, in my eyes, we should be doing a lot more on the cyber front, and we should have been doing a lot more on the cyber front for over a decade now. What China has been allowed essentially to get away with, or at least what we haven't prepared and defended ourselves properly for, is crazy. So yeah, like, we can take it the cyber way. China has been attacking us cyber wise, and they will continue to do so. And yeah, like, it is what it is.
All right, let me also shout out to the super chat. Kulu Live with the 10 ball for 2 F-bombs and for AR to watch Trump speech. Welcome to the show. Knight, good day. Knight, how you doing today? What is your thoughts? Are you in support of the U.S. strike on Iran?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Shout out to America first.
You have any explanation past that?
We have to be on the front lines, because where we are at financially, we owe China so much. Listen, America gotta do a lot of things that people try to ignore to stabilize America.
Began major combat.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. You there, Knight?
Somebody was saying something about major combat. What?
Now you go.
Hey, Knight, is it good? The food good, bro?
Word. He was talking all that ish about me smacking on the damn thing.
Yeah, eating a peanut butter sandwich or something.
Oh, all right. Hold on. Now you gotta listen to your daddy.
A short
Wait,
time
hold
ago,
on a sec, Sean.
the United States.
Never mind.
Mm-hmm. Don't try to show
Military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder, targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries. Among the regime's very first acts was to back a violent takeover of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, holding dozens of American hostages for 444 days. In 1983, Iran's proxies carried out the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut that killed 241 American military personnel. In 2000, they knew and were probably involved with the attack on the USS Cole Many died. Iranian forces killed and maimed hundreds of American service members in Iraq. The regime's proxies have continued to launch countless attacks against American forces stationed in the Middle East in recent years, as well as U.S. naval and commercial vessels in international shipping lanes. It's been mass terror, and we're not going to put up with it any longer. From Lebanon to Yemen and Syria to Iraq, the regime has armed, trained, and funded terrorist militias that have soaked the earth with blood and guts. And it was Iran's proxy, Hamas, that launched the monstrous October 7th attacks on Israel, slaughtering more than 1,000 innocent people, including 46 Americans, while taking 12 of our citizens hostage. It was brutal, something like the world has never seen before. Iran is the world's #1 state sponsor of terror and just recently killed tens of thousands of its own citizens on the street as they protested. It has always been the policy of the United States, in particular, my administration, that this terrorist regime can never have a nuclear weapon. I'll say it again. They can never have a nuclear weapon. That is why in Operation Midnight Hammer last June, we obliterated the regime's nuclear program at Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. After that attack, we warned them never to resume their malicious pursuit of nuclear weapons, and we sought repeatedly to make a deal. We tried. They wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. Again, they wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. They didn't know what was happening. They just wanted to practice evil. But Iran refused, just as it has for decades and decades. They've rejected every opportunity to renounce their nuclear ambitions, and we can't take it anymore. Instead, they attempted to rebuild their nuclear program and to continue developing long-range missiles that can now threaten our very good friends and allies in Europe, our troops stationed overseas, and could soon reach the American homeland. Just imagine how emboldened this regime would be if they ever had and actually were armed with nuclear weapons as a means to deliver their message. For these reasons, the United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. We're going to annihilate their Navy. We're going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack our forces and no longer use their IEDs or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called, to so gravely wound and kill thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans. And we will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. It's a very simple message. They will never have a nuclear weapon. This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces. I built and rebuilt our military in my first administration, and there is no military on earth even close to its power, strength, or sophistication. My administration has taken every possible step to minimize the risk to U.S. personnel in the region. Even so, and I do not make this statement lightly, the Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future, and it is a noble mission. We pray for every service member as they selflessly risk their lives to ensure that Americans and our children will never be threatened by a nuclear-armed Iran. We ask God to protect all of our heroes in harm's way, and we trust that with his help, the men and women of the armed forces will prevail. We have the greatest in the world, and they will prevail. To the members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, the armed forces, and all of the police, I say tonight that you must lay down your weapons and have complete immunity, or in the alternative, face certain death. So lay down your arms. You will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight. Now you have a president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how you respond. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass. May God bless the brave men and women of America's armed forces. May God bless the United States of America. May God bless you all. Thank you.
Wow. Hey, y'all. Let me first address the super chats. Shout out to Elite Belzo. Thank you so much. And also thank you for the other super sticker on the offline situation as well. Thank you, Elite Belzo 1. Always showing me love. Thank you so much holding me down. Shout out to America's Tradesman holding me down as well with the $9.99. Support the stream and please smack the like button. Share the stream. Thank you so much, ATM. So, AR.
What's up?
What you thought about your Yo Daddy speech? That's what they calling it. They call it a Yo Daddy.
Hey, man, they paid you to play it.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I think. I mean, you know, I think it's almost a rehash of some of the reasons that we went into, or it seems like almost a rehash of some of the reasons we went into Iraq.
Oh, come on, AR. Come on.
And I just, you know, I don't need to look at someone to form an opinion about a certain topic. Like, I just know that our adversaries and enemies aid and abet each other. They support each other. They would happily do harm to us. And I'm pro taking them out, given the chance before they do it. I mean, I don't understand. Someone said, I think someone on here was like, you think because they chant death to America, that means that we should take them out? Like, yeah, bro. If I actually think that if in real life, this is a serious thing, my girl doesn't agree with me, but I agree with it. And I will stand by it if I'm on a jury. If someone says, I will kill you, or if they make a threat to your life, I think you should be able to kill them before they do it to you. And so someone asking me, oh, this country talking about death to America, and not only chanting that, but actually working towards that goal by supporting terrorist organizations to bomb our military assets and troops. If I think that we should retaliate or take them out before they can do further damage, like, yeah, I do.
Yeah, but our leader is promising them certain death. Did you
I
hear when
hope
he
that,
said that?
I heard the end. I heard the end of him saying, you know, come, take back your glorious country and whatever. I think it's kind of tough to do that when
What's wrong
Islam
with him
has taken
saying
over.
that? What's wrong with him saying that?
Okay, all right. I wasn't speaking. My bad. I see you done eating.
What's wrong with him saying that he's promising them certain death?
Yes.
There should be an expectation of leadership to at least present a message in a form that's palatable, right?
Yeah,
And
it's called get down and lay down.
Like, but I'm saying I'm promising you certain death, like he might as well have sent King Von up there to do the speech. Like, it's literally like an O-block speech. Like, that is not what I think is acceptable for someone that is responsible for diplomacy. We forget that diplomacy needs to play a role in all of this, right?
Well, what was the
don't
first
just
part of
want
that
to have a
sentence?
shootout. It's like
Wait,
for
what
me,
was the
right?
first part of that sentence, though?
I've got family on the General Ford though, Shadow. Like I am not comfortable with U.S. troops just being out there in the line of fire for something that I can't see a tangible benefit coming from.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, hold up, bet. Wait, who was that talking? That was Willie, right?
Hmm.
Yeah.
All right, Bill. Let me break this down. First and foremost, you only talking about half the sentence. He said, "If you put down your weapons, I will peacefully let you go with full immunity. And if you don't, get down or lay down." End of
Yeah, that's
story.
crazy.
Fight
That's
me.
I
not
could
Hey,
have.
crazy.
fight me, and I will. Or if you fight me, I will fight you back, and I will win. That's exactly what he said in our speed. Two,
Right. And so, that my fault.
uh, two. So if we're gonna be real about it and put it in actual perspective, right? You have to get it. We've given the options. There's been 40 years of effing up, and they chose to keep doing it. And he broke down every reason why they are still a tangible threat. So you want something that's a tangible positive to it, right? Here's the positive. We take an enemy off the board that has a pistol to our head. We
So,
stop that fight before it gets any further.
but
That
now we
is
have
a
to.
benefit.
But now we have to deal with the other side of it because then you create a vacuum, right? We did the same thing in Iraq, and you know what you got? You got ISIL. That was way more, cohesive. They were way more strategic in the way they were moving, and it ended up creating more damage, right? They started sparking things off in the region that were way more problematic than anything Saddam Hussein was doing. So we got to be careful about creating a vacuum that will allow people to, mobilize.
Well, hold on. Let's talk about that vacuum then. Because why was that vacuum created? That vacuum ended up happening because once we did it, the people did not then take over. They didn't do
Correct.
what they were being taught to do. So the people who America trained said, you know what? Let's be about that life there. And then we ended up having that issue because they had the power to take over. So
And so what
again, if
was
we're going to be realistic about it, if there becomes an alliance with the new Iraqi regime that works with the Americas, which is where we would actually have tangible assets then we actually gain physical benefits that are fiscal. Because now we have a partnership with the country that refuses to want to work with us because now you don't have a choice. We got them out, we put you in power. Let's talk money.
and the end
So
result was
those are
we
two
have
different
no power in
benefits.
the region.
Peace.
The end result was we have no power in the region now, right? Like ISIL, these real, radical groups ended up taking over that whole region and they control everything. That was the end result, right? Like I get the point you were making, but what I'm saying is that was not the end of the equation. What became the end of the equation was a dead zone where we really have virtually no influence. And now we don't even have an appetite to go back over there and enforce anything because we see the pattern. You create this vacuum, someone else comes in and takes over once we turn our head, and the state becomes even worse.
But here's what would have fixed that problem. Had we kept standing on business, and then whenever ISIS did take over, and then we were like, nah, y'all are acting up. Keep in mind, ISIS didn't act insane in the beginning. They acted as if they were going to be American allies. And whenever we turned around, they were like, oh, yeah, let's get it now. Because Big Brother turned around.
Mm.
When you start showing signs of aggression, guess what we do? Hey, this is what just happened to your predecessor.
Mm.
Keep playing. I
But who
guarantee you
created
shit
ISIS?
stops.
But who funded
What?
ISIS? Who created
We
ISIS?
did. But why
Exactly.
why did we
So
create ISIS? Why did we
so
create
we
ISIS? Again, I'm
We
an
didn't
AR user.
create ISIS.
Don't
We created
no
we created the
we
environment where they
created the
could create
military that
themselves.
created ISIS.
and we
We
funded
created
them.
the military that hold on. We created the military that created ISIS. We created the power structure behind ISIS. So we are still responsible in its face. So
See, when
like
we
just because If I'm the
is
plug,
when
I'm still
we
responsible for everybody you take down.
But Shadow, that's not true though. Well, ISIS, which became ISIL, they're a caliphate. They're way bigger than just Iraq, right? So what created their impact and their influence? It wasn't strictly, okay, we set up a government over there, it failed, and they took it over, so now we're using those resources. No, it was like we created an opportunity for a foreign group, right? These aren't Iraqis, right? That came in and they took over.
Okay.
Hold
Let
on,
me also
we're missing him. Oh, sorry.
let me also welcome in K2 to go. Do you want to join in on this part of the conversation? And what is your thoughts? Do you support the U.S. strike on Iran?
KT, what up?
What up, brothers? Salute to all y'all. First thing, yeah, no, I don't support it at all. The second thing would be, like when we talking about like setting up ISIS, you right, Willie, but like we did, like it's literally what Trump just said. You know, we're going to do this bomb, and whoever presents themselves in the position of power will support them. And this also going to what you're saying, Josh, and why it won't work. This is why Iran and Iraq and all those countries are constantly destabilized. We've been doing that for the 40 years you're talking about. They've been wilding. It's us that's been there saying, all right, this regime don't work. Get rid of them. Let some new power people come in power, and then we support them. But that's, again, we're forgetting, regardless of who we support, that's their home country. These people don't like us. They're going to work with us in order to survive and then even get in that position where they can fight us, right? But these acts don't work. Like, we just got to accept that, y'all. It's all right for us to say, like, maybe we should just, I thought America First too was about like leaving shit the fuck alone so we
I
can
wanted to
focus on
get to
America.
that. Good point.
Yeah,
Good
if
like
we
point.
this.
have been in the Middle East
Okay,
the last
okay.
40, 50 years, none of this would have happened. Iran wouldn't be shot death to America the last 40 years. All of the so-called killings that Trump stated wouldn't have happened if we would have just stayed our asses out of the Middle East 50 some years
What?
ago.
Absolute cap. No, we're not gonna do that, bro. So first and foremost, everything America believes in is counterproductive to everything that they believe in. They are actually not just anti-American; they're anti-Western. Just anti-American has the biggest stick. You're not
Well,
understanding.
Shadow.
They're looking at the biggest bully.
So, Shadow,
So
let's look
But they
at
have a
point
right
of
to be,
entry,
though.
right? Hold on. So, this is for me a pattern that we've seen, right? So, if you just deal with Afghanistan, right, like the original Afghanistan beef, it was between Afghanistan and Russia. We supported the Mujahideen, right, who were fighting
Mujahideen.
against the Russians, and that is what gives you Bin Laden, right? This is the pattern. Yeah, we support you, bring you in, but you don't like us either. And the second you get an opportunity, you're shooting at us as well. That's the pattern here. You get what I'm saying? Same thing with Iraq and ISIL, right? You move out one government, which at one point we were supporting Iraq, right? Then Saddam became Saddam. So now we have to remove him. Then what takes place of that? ISIL. It's like a pattern that just continuously gets
But
worse.
why do you? Well, it doesn't continuously get worse because Iraq right now, their leadership is friendly to the U.S. Definitely more friendly than prior. And when you talk about the Mujahideen, Afghanistan had colonized Russia had colonized Afghanistan, and this was
Correct.
during the Cold War. And every single foreign policy move we made during the Cold War was to go against Russia,
Correct.
was to get people on our side, or to,
Proxy war.
regime. Didn't even have to necessarily be proxy war. We started the payments to Israel and Egypt to stop them, to keep them at peace during the Cold War. And that wasn't a proxy war. That was us paying them to stop fighting because it helped our national security interests. It helped us in our Cold War against Russia. And so that same thing happened with the Mujahideen. Russia's colonizing Afghanistan. Afghanistan wants to separate from Russia. Russia don't want that to happen. They fight. We support the Mujahideen. That's where the Taliban came from, though, not Bin Laden.
Bin Laden was one of the major, like generals in the
he was Bin Laden before that. Like, we didn't, like, the Taliban came out of the Mujahideen. The Mujahideen literally just became the Taliban, and Bin Laden was a different type of extremist than the Taliban. That's why Al Qaeda is where Bin Laden situation comes, but it doesn't matter. That's just the geopolitical game. You have friends. It's no different than if you meet someone and you're cool with them, you're friends with them, and then they do some foul shit or they just do something you don't like, or whatever it may be, and you just aren't friends with them anymore. Well, you were friends with them before. Maybe you lent them $500 because they was on hard times or whatever the case may be. Now they're not fucking with you because of whatever the reason is, and so you stop messing with them. And that's the same way that geopolitics works. Like, you're working with someone because maybe they're against your enemy, or maybe they have well, it's actually a lot more transactional in geopolitics, but you know, they have something you like, so you try to make a deal with them to maybe get natural resources or whatever the case may be, and then they turn against you, and so you start working against them. That's just geopolitics. So the way that people talk about it as if like it's just some foreign concept or something like that is just weird to me, because it's very rational in my eyes. Like, you have an
But I'm
enemy,
saying
that's the number one enemy, so
hold on,
you work,
I'm saying if we
Hold on,
against them.
All right, hold on one shit. Let me also welcome into the show Brownsville, New York. Since it's a serious conversation, we're also gonna bring you in. Good day to you, sir. How you doing? What's your thoughts?
Yo, peace and love, man. You know, my thoughts are, first of all, you know, gotta, you know, show love to the queens, man. Peace and love to all the kings and queens out there. My thoughts are, these are calculated airstrikes, right? So if the goal is to take out any strategic advantage that Iran may have to develop a weapon of mass destruction, then it's fine. As long as there's no ground invasion, there's no boots on the ground, right? And we're putting U.S. servicemen in harm's way, then I think it's par for the course. I will say this though: we have military bases around the surrounding area. We have military bases in Qatar, in Bahrain, Jordan, Turkey, Kuwait, and the United Arab Emirates, UAE, right? And those bases are currently on high alert right now, because, you know, you got to be prepared for retaliatory strikes and things of that nature. There is unconfirmed rumors that the supreme leader was taken out. So if that you know, if that comes to fruition as being true, then I guess they've accomplished their goal. But I don't believe that that I can consider this really war, because it's, as long as it stays calculated airstrikes, Iran does not have the capacity to you know, attack us in the mainland, in the homeland, right? They don't have any weapons with that level of capability. So we're fine here. My concern would be those military bases that they do have access to, you know, reaching in a retaliatory fashion. I am also concerned that we are puppets of Israel. That's concerning to me as well, because I don't think we should be moving for their best interests. We should be America first, right? And moving for what's best for us. So, you know, I'm concerned about that. But AR, you know, he's correct when he says that you know, the leadership, the current leadership in Iran, you know, they're not trying to partner up with our government in any capacity to promote peace, right? So if you're not a friend, then, you know, you talked about this yesterday, Cuzzo, that makes you an enemy, right? So yeah, you know, anytime you got a chance to weaken an enemy, and you can do so by mitigating your risk, then, you know, you got to do it. But peace and love, man. I don't want to monopolize the conversation.
No doubt. And
Nah,
before we go to Bomb Cherry, so I just want to have a straight answer. So, do you support the U.S. strike on Iran? Because it sounds like. That's for you, cuz.
Do I support the strikes in Iran?
Yeah.
If it's just stays as calculated airstrikes to weaken their ability to develop weapons of mass destruction, then yes. If it's a precursor to prolonged ground invasion by U.S. troops in Iran, I say wholeheartedly no, right? Because I was a part of the initial invasion into Iraq in March of 2003. It was called the Iraq Survey Group, right? And we had a mission to find weapons of mass destruction, right? Which we didn't find any. And we lost a lot of troops as a result. And I think, for the most part, the mission failed. So
Trump heard him. All right. Welcome to the show. Cherry Juice. Good day. What is your thoughts? Do you support the U.S. strike on Iran?
No.
And give you a reason.
I don't support nothing that Trump does because he's trying to deflect from them Epstein files, that they found, and what's going on in our country. So, yeah, he looking for anything to deflect and have us talking about something else, and that's plain and simple.
So you think the airstrikes is just something for us to talk about other than getting more the other 3 million files to get out there?
Yes, and what they found, and yeah.
Wow. So they did airstrikes to distract the U.S. nation on what he's involved in with the 3 million files.
Is that so amazing? Hard to believe when it comes to Trump?
It's not hard to believe, but it's just hard to believe that the people that's supposed to advise him will allow that to happen.
Right, but he don't have nobody advising him. He's advising them. He's telling them what to do, and they're doing it.
Damn.
I also think the hardest thing to believe here would be that we're actually acting like this isn't just being like, let's be very frank, we're just being Israel's Israel's our handlers in this case. We have no dog in this fight. Like to say, oh, Iran can't get weapons. Well, they've been like they don't have it. They're probably never going to get it. They just don't have the support because we are enemy. We've been so we limit in what they can get. You know what I'm saying? Like this doesn't make sense on any end for us to really be in this war personally, in my opinion.
And what bothers me about this whole situation, I'm not there. There you go.
I don't know if people don't listen or if they hear things and it goes in one ear out the other, but to say we have no dog in this fight after we know that Iran supplies Russia, for example, we know that they will supply China. They're talking to China about, making military deals. It's just weird to me. Do you think that, like, I don't know if these people think like they can just live in isolation or that there aren't other powers working against the U.S. and by virtue their interests. It's weird to me when they talk like this. But some people's it is what it is. Brownsville, I don't know. You didn't get to finish because you cut off. I don't know if you got a call or something, but you were talking about Iraq and like other people have brought up. I brought up Iraq too, about like the success story there or the lack thereof. And what is your opinion on the fact that Iran supported like the insurgency that was in Iraq? A lot of them were foreigners, from other parts of the Muslim world and whatnot. What is your opinion on both during the whole 20-year stint or however long it was and after Iran supplying the terrorist organizations that were harming the troops as well, and how that impacted what we would see as a success story? I personally think Iraq should have been divvied up. I have no clue why we kept it as one country. The Kurds don't rock with, didn't rock with Saddam. The Shiites didn't rock with Saddam. No clue why we didn't just split it, all three Sunni Shiite Kurds. Well, Turkey would have had issues with that. But anyway, what is your opinion on that?
Yeah, so when you go in and you destabilize a country that is embedded with a lot of different terrorist organizations, you create a vacuum to where the terrorists now have a strategic advantage to take over a country, right? And I also believe we went into Iraq under false pretenses, because they were saying that there were some WMDs there, and if we didn't go in when we did, then Iraq would gain more power and more strategic advantage, and that just wasn't true. So, and we lost a lot of troops, right? And when we're losing lives of our people, that's problematic to me, right? Because no one wants to get the phone call or have military members come to your house and tell you that you're never gonna see your son or daughter again. And then you want to know why did I lose my loved one, for what purpose, for what reason? So that's why I think it was just a failed operation, because we went in under false pretenses, and we really didn't gain a strategic advantage by destabilizing that country. And I kind of feel the same way about Iran in regards to if we are considering or will potentially consider a ground invasion. That would be a big mistake to me.
Yeah.
As long as it remains calculated airstrikes to weaken their ability to develop any type of nuclear capacity or any advancements in enriching uranium.
Well,
then,
if I can real quick, Trump
you
did
can't,
say
JT.
like people
JT,
are going to die. He said American soldiers are going to die. So I mean, like,
can you finish?
Why would we hope for the best instead of thinking like that? Because he's probably going to use this as a moment to fully enact war. That's all I'm saying. Like sometimes we can't wait to say like, well, let's see what happens. Because if you're giving all signs of what your intentions are, shouldn't we like accept it on what you're saying?
What's your question, KT? Because I really didn't understand what you were saying.
Because he's saying he said like in that speech he was saying American.
Who said
some American Trump.
The Donald.
He said, yes, some American troops will die. That's what happened in war. But you know what I'm saying? So,
say that.
Yeah, so when you're saying like, oh, as long as I'm not saying that that's what's at hand yet, but he's definitely showing that his intentions are to fully go at war, not just aerial strikes.
So now here's the question that I have.
Hold on, Wall Street, Willie. I'm sorry, Wall Street, because I keep interrupting you. I apologize, Willie. Also, welcome into the show, the Supreme Goddess, Supreme Vaginal Vessel. Good day, Supreme Vaginal Vessel. What is your thoughts? Do you support the U.S. strike on Iran? You got to unmute yourself, beautiful. Okay, while Diva get together, go ahead, Willie.
You could always interrupt me for the queen. Don't feel no issue about that.
Oh, I'm here. Hey, y'all.
Good day,
what up,
beautiful.
sis?
Peace and love.
Hey, Diva.
Hey, Diva.
You have a thought? Do you have a thought on the U.S. strike on Iran, PhD Diva?
No, I'm just, learning about this, when I heard you say it. So not currently.
Okay.
Trying to learn.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Willie.
So my question, mainly for Brownsville and AR, because I feel like I'll get different opinions from both of you guys. So just in terms of our relations in the area, right? We got to look at the fact that Iran did respond. Like, how in a battle rap, you got 24 hours to respond. Iran put shots in the air. They blew up some place in Bahrain. They blew up portions of the UAE, Doha, right? These are U.S. allies. So my question would be, what do you think their response is going to be? Because they are somewhat getting thrown in a zero-sum game that they didn't sign up for. Now they're being attacked because of U.S. strategic strikes. What do you think their response is going to be? Our allies in the region.
Oh, what do I think the response from Iran? I'm sorry, I missed like a lot of what you said. But I think the response of
Our
Iran.
allies in the region, right? Like before daybreak, right? Iran was already shooting back, but they're obviously not shooting at us. So they shot
Yeah,
at
they are.
our allies. They
They
shot
were
at
shooting at us.
Doha. They blew up places in Doha, Bahrain, and the UAE. But what I'm saying is those are our allies who aren't gonna just blindly co-sign these strikes. They're gonna have an opinion. They're now kind of thrown into the fire, and they didn't sign up for this. So in terms of our allies alone, right? Because I think that's more of an issue than boots on the ground in Iraq. I mean, in Iran. I don't think we're gonna see that. But how are our allies going to respond to us and deal with us when we want to push initiatives in the
Yeah,
future?
gotcha. So Saudi Arabia, those countries that you named are really part of the Saudi Arabia bloc, which is the Sunni bloc.
Correct.
Iran is Shiite, obviously, and Saudi Arabia and Iran have had a long-standing beef.
You got
So those,
Iran and Yemen, and you have Saudi Arabia and
Yemen's not really
everyone
worth
with
even
money.
mentioning. But
Yeah.
the point was, well, you don't have. It's just I'm just
You're
saying,
right.
so
You're
you're
right.
talking about like these countries that were kind of hit in retaliation. They already don't rock with Iran. You can't say like they don't stand by the strikes. We don't know what was said behind closed doors, and I'm not gonna, guesstimate what was said. I just know that the Saudi Arabia bloc, has been against Iran for a very long time, and if they were really against the strikes on Iran, they would have tried to adjust the relations with the U.S. And we don't see that. We see some words being uttered in public for PR, but we don't see them actually doing anything action wise. So to me, it seems like you really don't necessarily, whether you're for or against a strike, you are at least neutral or willing to take the consequences that come from the strikes, knowing that you are going to be hit. Now, when it comes to Iran not targeting the U.S. Forces, they did. A lot of the stuff was shot down, but there's stuff out there. I'm not going to bring it up, but there's stuff out there showing that they did target U.S. Assets and personnel.
So the UAE has already come out and denounced the strike. And the UAE is one of our major allies in the region, right? Like to say that they didn't try to get involved and quell some of these issues in their own best interests, right? They want to sell all the oil they can. They want stability in the region. They were, when you talk about that, nuclear deal, it had to do with a lot of investigators and
Well, just real quick,
inspectors.
the UA Ministry of Defense, this is a quote. The Iranian attacks are a blatant violation of our national sovereignty and international law, and we reserve the full right to take all necessary measures to protect the country's territory and citizens. So again, it doesn't seem like this idea of them being pulled into something that they didn't want to deal with in the first place. It doesn't really line up with what historically the geopolitics shows, is what I'm saying.
I don't know. I kind of got to disagree with that.
But nah, but this ain't the same either. Like even how you talk, we Americans are playing. Everyone knows this is all on the actions of Israel, and that's
no,
why
they don't, because I don't agree with that.
Yes. You don't, but majority of the world who isn't foolish, and majority of the world. I'm talking about majority of the world. I said that. Like I don't understand.
Yeah,
absolute. We know nothing's absolute.
If you look at Israel,
and I said we as Americans,
and everything they do is going to be the fault, then you're always going to say that. It doesn't matter what happens. Iran is Israel's fault. If we do this, it's Israel's fault. We've had beef with Iran since well before Israel was a power player in the world. We've had beef with them since.
But we see that
we're really
that's not true.
It is true. Israel was not a power player. Israel was not a power player in the world.
People are trying to take over that region area.
Hold on. We have very good relations with the Shah before Ayatollah Khomeini came back to Iran and took over. Right, the Shah.
But what happened in the 50s? What happened in the 50s? No, we're on the same page. What happened in the 50s?
I know, but hold on. But this ties into. Wait.
Willie,
Let me finish the point of just let me finish the point of where it ties in now, right?
I know where
When
it
we're
ties in.
talking
So just
about
real
this,
quick before you
when we're
get there,
talking
before we even get here, when was Israel as a country? When did they declare independence?
40s.
Yeah, 48. First Israelis, 48 or 47, one of the two.
Right.
When
And
did
during that
we
time, the Shah was in office.
when did we do the first when did the CIA and M16 M6 whatever British organization intel organization, when did they reportedly allegedly do this overthrowing of the dude's name that starts with the M that I can't remember? When was that?
To put the Shah in power, I want to
Well, the Shah,
say that's what you're talking about when they put the Shah in power.
Well, he was in power, and then, but yeah, that era, that era though, yes.
I want to say the 50s.
Yes, it was the 50s. So it was like 55, I think. It's 54, 55, somewhere around there. So it was a couple years after Israel became a power. So we've had beef. We've been intertwined in Iran. I mean, this is even talking about the oil contracts that the UK had with one of the Shahs of Iran, and when it started in like 1912 or 1910, whenever it was, 1890, whenever it was. We've been intertwined with Iran well before Israel was a major power. We've had beef with Iran, or at least a segment of Iran, for a very long time. So to blame it on Israel, it doesn't take into account the actual historical accuracies, the historical history, or the historical whatever it is I'm looking for, that relationship we've had with Iran. And so when people just
though, it wasn't up until Ayatollah Khomeini. That's when it was up. Prior to that, we actually had pretty good relations with Iran through the Shah, which is why the Iranian people.
Hold up, nah. Listen, this does match what's going on, because correct me if I'm wrong. Israel bombed Iran first. That's the first thing that happened. Then he made this announcement. And before that, they were already talking about Greater Israel has extends into Iraq, Iran, all these regions. Bro, come on, like it'd be foolish to sit there and say, oh, because historically it ain't, man. We talking about what's going on now, AR.
But hold on,
what's going on?
I'm saying this,
you didn't have to say that you don't know
it,
history
right?
for us to know that you don't know history. You could
but history is, what are we talking about? History when we're talking about a war that they're talking about having right now. You want to talk about history?
Exactly.
We're talking about why is this war happening now?
If we talk about Israel and
wanted
Palestine,
to get that point out,
well, think about what happened in the past, not just right now. If we talk about October 7th, KT is gonna be like, well, think about what Israel did to the Palestinians in the 40s and 50s and 60s and all this stuff. But now he's, you see how he flips the script.
Let's not talk about history. Let's just talk about right now.
That's not talking about when the war started.
This is why I wanted to get that point out, AR, because this is where it connects to what's going on now. With the revolution they're having in Iran right now, they're trying to put the Shah's son back in power, right? They want to go with a king and go back to when times were good between America and Iran, right? You got to realize a lot of Iran isn't Muslim. Most of them are Persian, right?
Well, that's not separate things.
Well, I'm saying when you're looking at the revolution, that in my opinion, these strikes were kind of trying to line them up to have a better chance at victory, right? These are alliances we have. We are trying to reinitiate what was before Ayatollah Khomeini. That's pretty much, it's literally the same bloodline of leader. It's the Shah, right? The Shah's son.
Yeah, but I don't necessarily think that's what I don't know what I've never seen a poll. I think like the thing that I feel like I remember, I saw a headline that said, the Shah said this, do the Iranian people really want the Shah back? I don't know. I don't remember reading into it. I don't know what the polls show. I don't know anything about the interests of the people in Iran to have the Shah in power again. So what you're saying about this revolution, that they want to put them back in power, if I'm not mistaken, this previous revolution started in the conservative regions, which were the base support of the Ayatollah, historically speaking. So it was something completely different than in the past, where it was people starting these protests and stuff in regions that already didn't like the Ayatollah. And this one started in the conservative regions where they used to support the Ayatollah. They used to support their regime. And so to say like those people want the Shah in power, I don't know how true that is. I don't know if it's true at all, to be honest, respectfully, because the Shah's been away for decades.
It's coming back when I look at third-party sources outside of America. Like if you're talking about Al Jazeera and these other networks they have, it is pretty clear that the people do want to overthrow what's going on in Iran now. It's been
they want to overthrow it, but overthrowing and putting the Shah in power is two separate things.
Hold on. It's been a very hard regime, right? So if they're going to
All right, so
replace
hold
it,
on, y'all. So it seems like it's just been reported that Iran retaliated. Let's listen in and see what's going on. How about we do that? Let's see what's actually happening.
We just heard from White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt on X, and I wanted to read this. She just put out a post saying that President Trump monitored the situation overnight at Mar-a-Lago alongside members of his national security team. She also confirmed that President Trump spoke with Israel's Prime Minister Netanyahu, which we do have a photo of, if we can bring up, from Netanyahu's office as he spoke with President Trump this morning. Now, prior to the attacks, and this is what a State Department official has told me as well, Secretary Rubio called all members of the Gang of Eight to provide congressional notification. He was able to reach and brief 7 of the 8 members. She adds that the president and his national security team will continue to closely monitor the situation throughout the day. And we've also been texting with Caroline, asking to see whether or not we will hear from President Trump again today. We know that we saw his speech in the early morning hours announcing this operation, Epic Fury, but we don't know if we'll hear from him again, as he is in Mar-a-Lago today at his residence in Florida. He is not here at the White House, but I do know that Secretary of State Marco Rubio is there at Mar-a-Lago with him, a State Department official tells me, as well as the additional information about Rubio briefing members of Congress. Remember, earlier this week, he was on Capitol Hill. Members were coming out saying they were concerned about this. Later that night, it was President Trump's State of the Union. He only touched on Iran very briefly.
Not much information. Okay.
Yeah, they've been launching quote unquote retaliatory strikes. They just really haven't been coordinated, and hasn't been a lot of them. They've been very singular, one-offs, and a lot of them getting shot down and stuff. So I don't know. I thought there was going to be something more important.
Me too.
No, I think the most important thing was what I'm saying, and y'all keep going. It's about Israel. This is why they showing Netanyahu on our American news like he's some fucking body. Like this shit is not about, like, y'all trying to make it seem like, nah, we just really doing it because it's about what this motherfucker want. We watching ourselves be the proxy in the proxy war. Like, that's what I'm saying.
By the way, that was 2 F-bombs.
That was. He shouldn't be able to speak again until he pay up.
I got you.
It's to add to your point, KT, Netanyahu, in just the first year of Trump's second term, has visited Donald Trump 7 times. More than any other foreign leader, I think, in the history.
that's why we have to be careful about simplifying it. Because the honest truth is, Israel probably gets dictated more than we do, right? Like under Obama, the gloves were kind of on, right? Israel couldn't just go do what they wanted to do. Under the Donald, it's more of a, all right, the gloves are off, just crash out kind of approach. So depending on how our government is moving and what we decide does determine what Israel can and can't do.
So it seems like they struck Dubai, Iran.
Look, civilian infrastructure isn't that beautiful.
They're just hitting anybody affiliated with the West. They're just shooting.
Yeah.
And that's why I asked
that
the
would
question
still be
about our
incorrect, just because-
allies and how our allies would feel about it, because now they're literally in the line of fire. They may have not agreed with everything that Iran was doing, but they don't want missiles in the center of their cities. They don't want that.
So, I forgot what I was going to say.
Yeah, it'd be facetious.
Oh
to
yeah,
say it's
right.
not about
So
Israel
if
just 'cause
if the foreign
Oh,
policy
God.
objectives are please. So if the
Please,
foreign
I
policy
know.
objectives right now of the U.S., let's just say this is what they are. We don't know what they are, but let's just say they are. Hey, we recognize that the assessment was that China is going to try to take Taiwan potentially in 2027. That was the assessment that came out a while back. And so let's say, the U.S. foreign policy looks at that, like the apparatus looks at it and says, you know what, that might happen in 2027 or soon after 2027. We can either be in a hot conflict with China and suffer a lot of losses, or we can try to push that back some years or whatever the case may be, cut off some of their support before that happens. That way, maybe it'll make them second guess also on taking, because then they have to suffer China. Speaking about China, they have to suffer the casualties that Taiwan is going to inflict. And they also have to suffer the fact that they're going to be more isolated, because those allies or those countries that would have supported them through resources or whatever, munitions, whatever it may be, no longer exist. If that was the foreign policy objective, would taking Iran out make sense?
No.
It's just a yes or no.
Who,
All right, thank you. All right, Casey, that's cool. I was actually asking the people that are a little bit more
Iran
educated.
and back that? Who is
For
Iran and
America,
backing
yes,
somebody
All right,
in
so
war?
Willie, and Kulu, and anybody else
For
that's
America,
here.
yes,
Yes.
it would make
Okay.
sense
Yes.
for
All right.
our
So
strategic
Kulu, would that make
Question.
sense?
That's only if China doesn't try to take
Kulu,
control
would
over
that
Iran.
Kulu, would that make sense? Yes or no?
Man, I would say no.
Okay. So,
And the
for
reason
those that,
why
all
is
right,
because
Yes, we're gonna
just
say no.
because China,
all right.
yeah, like China or Russia could, like
We don't have to get
we
into that. We know that there's other nuances and all this other stuff. The point I'm
okay.
making is, if that was a goal, if that is a goal, whether it makes sense to you or not, I'd rather ask, could that be a goal of the U.S. Foreign policy apparatus, that they believe that this could help us in a potential hot conflict with China? Could that be a goal of theirs? To take
I would agree the same way that Ukraine could help us, right?
Okay,
But
cool. So
the
all
thing
right. So if that is a goal of the U.S. foreign policy apparatus, who would be the country most willing and most capable to help us in taking out Iran?
well, obviously Israel.
It's going to be
Okay,
Israel.
So
hands
if
down.
Israel is the country that's most capable and most
Saudi Arabia
logically
as well.
no, not really, because Saudi Arabia, they have a very different, support. The leaders there have a very different support. It's Muslim. It might be looked at as Muslim on Muslim violence. There's a whole bunch of different things that they have to consider.
But to that
the
point,
point being
the
is that
reality
if that is the case,
they're
then it would make
more
sense.
so.
All right, Willie, shut up. It would make sense
Jesus Christ,
that
be nice,
Bibi and
Nah,
Trump
this
are
nigga
meeting a
AR
lot
gotta
more
speak
than
his
typical.
agent
That's
ass
all I'm trying to
mind,
say.
bro.
Well, the reason I would agree with
agent
AR.
shit.
Man, I would agree with JR if they just came out and said Israel is our proxy in the Middle East to destabilize for resources and for whatever purpose, right? I would agree with you. But my issue is that the same administration that is okay with Israel doing what they did to Palestine, is okay with what we're doing to Iran, is the same administration that doesn't want to help Ukraine when it comes to Russia. So I would agree with you if they were supportive of Ukraine to help take out Russia, because we're slowly breaking down our enemies' support and allies, right? But that's not the case.
Well, so with that, and I'll say one thing that I feel like I've been wrong about, and I'll get to that in a second. But with Russia, they want Russia to work against China, and so they see us keeping Russia bogged down in Ukraine as a negative for our foreign policy objectives in the future. Russia borders China. They have a lot of natural resources there, especially with the climate melting, or with the North Pole and the ice and all that melting. So there's a lot of stuff there that there's a huge block of U.S. foreign policy experts and all that stuff, specifically obviously on the Republican side, that believe that Russia can be a very great ally and helping contain China. And so that's why you see that difference in what Biden was doing versus Trump, because Trump's side don't want to see Russia constantly taking casualties and stuff, because it's going to turn them more against us and more towards China. And so there's that. The other half, which I feel like I've been wrong.
Too many things.
Isn't Russia working with China against the Ukraine?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the point.
That's what I'm
is that
saying. You're
if we
conflating
keep,
a lot of things.
I'm not
like
conflating.
China,
This is just a longer. You guys thinking short term.
Talking
hey,
that
y'all,
Asian
shut up.
shit.
You've been
That's all
talking the whole
no.
time.
Kulu asked me the question.
I'm just saying you're conflating like China's involvement in this conflict at all. When it comes to something like Saudi Arabia, you got to understand Saudi Arabia's arch enemy is Iran. So they don't care what you do to Iran. In fact, they want you to blow them up, right? It gets bigger than just people hear Islam or Muslim and think it's just one coalition.
So you went from Bahrain, Qatar, all and these other countries in the Gulf area, not wanting the U.S.
Correct.
to do this, to now turning it back to Saudi Arabia and their bloc are arch nemesis of Iran, and probably support it. You have to pick a side here. Second, them supporting it is different than them willing to use their own fighter jets, their own personnel, their own assets to strike Iran, which is what Israel is willing to do for obvious reasons. And that is the difference. Saudi Arabia can come out and say that, they might not come out and say anything, they can do whatever. They're not willing to use their personnel and assets to strike Iran, and Israel is. That was the difference between them.
it seems like the only country that is winning in this situation is China, man, because they're just seeing all of our methods. We're wasting our resources here back home. Shit ain't getting better, right? And we're just slowly just weakening ourselves over time while they're just getting stronger, building themselves up. Like is what it seems like.
I agree that, you know, it only time will tell about whether what we've done is beneficial or not, and the, you know, future conflict with potential future. I don't think this Trump administration would defend Taiwan, but and the containment strategy of China, I should say, and potential future conflict. But China, it's not like China's ally, or not China's ally. It's not like China's neighbors like China. They've made enemies and adversaries out of every neighbor they have, literally every neighbor. Even when the Philippines were moving outside of U.S. influence, this was, I think, during Trump's sometime between 2016 and 2022, they started moving outside of U.S. influence. And then what did China do? Well, they started flexing their muscle and spraying them with, you know, water hoses and stuff on boats and stuff, and it pushed the Philippines right back into our influence. Now they're integrating more with us than before. Vietnam, in the past 5 or so years under Biden administration, they made us a strategic. I don't remember what it was, but it was something. It was the highest designation we've had since before the Vietnam War. So India and China have constant border conflicts. That's the area where I think that the administration has done completely terrible. And I thought that they would be more willing to woo India and compromise with them and stuff like that, because they need India, especially on the manpower front, to counter and contain China. And they've just completely threw that out the window, it seems. So I feel like I was wrong about that. Or maybe I was still right, but Trump's ego got in the way.
So I would say that most of our allies in Europe, right, they, if not disavow what Israel's doing to Palestine, right? And just before the bombing happened, I think a couple of days ago, U.S. asked the UK to go in their airspace to strike Iran, and they declined. So, like, it seems like we're slowly pushing away allies more so than we're actually gaining allies. And it seems like over time, China's just observing everything, and then like wherever we're, like causing disdain, they're coming up right behind us, say, "Hey, man, we can help you out with this or that." Like, just for example, is China and Canada just almost had a trade deal with EV vehicles before Trump, said what he said and threatened Canada. So it's like it seems like we're slowly doing worse. But like I said, I could be wrong. But if this is about resources, I'm all for it. Just don't lie to us and say this is about nukes or this is about any other reason. Just say, hey, if we want what they have, and we got to do it this way. Cool, I'm on board. But just don't lie to us and say this is about nuclear weapons and what's going on with the citizens and all the different stuff that they try to put into it.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you to a certain extent regarding like pushing away our allies. That's been, I mean, I'm not a fan of Trump or most of his foreign policy decisions and stuff. If we didn't have him threatening to invade Canada and Greenland and isolating our allies, I don't think that anybody could argue that this is a good thing. But to your point, when you're looking at it, not necessarily in a vacuum, but in a wider picture, with us pushing away our allies and doing this, then it starts getting a little bit more muddy when he could just stop doing that other dumb shit. And this we'd be Gucci. We'd be,
Exactly.
We'd be looking at a new era of American dominance, but we can't get that because we have an idiot in power. So yeah, I mean, I agree with you to a certain extent, but again, only time will tell. Right now, people feel like that his branch. I feel like his branch feel like, hey, this is the time where we need to start bullying people because they don't really have anywhere else to turn. And if they try to turn to China, we'll bully them some more and make them stop. So I don't agree with the the path that's being taken.
But do you think that his base is going to be fractured now? Because I know a lot of his base, like the Dave Smiths, the Tucker Carlsons, and everything like that, Candace, they don't want to go with they don't want strikes on Iran or go to war with Iran. So do you think this helps him with his base, or this actually hurts him when it comes to midterms and the presidential election?
In a I don't know, objective world or something like that, you would think that would hurt him, and it does hurt him right now. But we will see what happens when midterms come. I don't think he has any issue with doing whatever he can to stay in power. And we're seeing that with what he's trying to do with the election. The executive order that says everybody has to re-register for the election, and then it's the government you have to use a passport or this, that, and the other, and it's the government being the one that issues it, and he's just gonna, and he controls the government. So it's like at that point he's deciding who gets to vote. And then he's constantly mentioned, oh, I'm gonna run for a third term, or that, oh, if we're at war, we can't really hold elections, even though that's never happened in the history of the U.S. War of 1812, the Civil War. Vietnam, Iraq, all these wars. We have never not had elections, but somehow he thinks that he's special, and his administration is special and should have the option to not hold elections. So I don't think that he necessarily cares so much about what his base thinks, because I think that if things go bad, he's just going to try to utilize his power to stay in power, and he put yes men and women around him that will help him do that. So yeah, it does hurt him. It does fracture him. I see a lot of people on Instagram that were supporting him coming out, speaking vehemently against him, and I'm happy for that. It's better late than never. Usually it's about the Epstein stuff, not the other, crazy shit and dumb shit he's done. But yeah, we'll see.
Okay. I got no more questions.
What's happened though here is irreparable damage, like in terms of what Trump's been doing. Like we aren't going to be able to mend some of these relationships, and even the things he's done to us as American people. Like that shit's not really gonna be easy to fix. Will it maybe get fixed one day? Surely, probably, hopefully. But like, nah, bro. And even the main point of this war shit, like y'all, I don't know why we acting like the Israel part really just not like that's not important, bro. They bombed them first. Listen, we don't tell them what to do. Do you know that Israel? No word. Do you know Israel, the only military in the world that got the exact same technology as us? They said something about the F-16. Like it wasn't the F-16. It was the latest plane they had made. Though. Yeah, 35. They had gave it to. They had gave Netanyahu and them like a different. He said no. I want the same shit, y'all, and they gave him that shit. They gave like 10 of them. So. You know, TikTok. They literally, man, come on, bro. Netanyahu went on the news the next day after Larry Ellison bought it and said, yes, this is going to be a major asset for America. I mean, for Israel. Like, this ain't, we not.
If Israel is America's proxy, like if we're their owners, then I'm cool with it. You know what I mean? But if they're running us, then I have a problem with it.
No, that's what I'm saying. We're not their owners. And that's why I'm trying to even point out. I don't think y'all get from the beginning, even how you're talking about like history in the 50s, right? The goal of Israel from the beginning was greater Israel. That's always been their objective. So like when it comes, bro, the main street in Israel is literally called Rockefeller. You get what I'm saying? It's not really. I want to say we may have been the proxy the whole time for real. Like we is really their arm.
So you think that Gaza and Palestine, or what we know as like the area in Palestine, would exist today if the U.S. was Israel's proxy? Why does it exist? Why doesn't Israel just take it over?
You said Palestine doesn't exist.
Okay. Well, it does.
But that's where they placed Israel.
So Gaza, okay, Gaza and all that exists. You said Israel's goal since the beginning has been greater Israel, which includes Lebanon, Syria, parts of Lebanon, sure. Syria, all these other countries. Mm-hmm. You're saying that the U.S.
You're saying called the Middle East.
You said that the Middle East is not. That's not just the only whatever.
What put me on the map? The Middle East. What continent name is the Middle East? What is the Middle East of? Britain, right? Because it ain't Middle East of the world. Like, even how we break things down, y'all forget, like whatever.
Yeah,
I get it. This is why sometimes we talk and y'all be mad, and because I do go too far, because I guess I understand a lot of these things that a person like you may get mad at on the server. I mean, it's just pointing out factually what we talking about.
Okay, you want to keep going?
Go ahead.
Okay, so the U.S. is Israel's proxy by your standard. The U.S. is the most powerful military to ever exist. They had an era when shut up, either man. They had an era in the Cold War.
Everybody got an introduction. Everybody got asked what their opinions was.
Nobody cares about your opinion right now.
He's listening. I just want to let him know.
So the Soviet Union falls. America is the greatest country on earth, the most powerful country. No country could even try to stand. China's not risen, any of that stuff. Why didn't Israel use its dog, since the U.S. is its dog, its proxy? Why didn't they use the U.S. to take over the rest of greater Israel, as you say that has been their goal since 48?
Yeah, because the goal is for them to do it. They don't want us to do it all for them. But as the U.S. been backing them and putting them in better position, what did they start doing? Moving on the region more, right?
Well, Because from the beginning, you heard of the clean memo, right?
What'd you say? What'd you say, Kulu?
You heard of the clean break memo, right? Back during the Bush era.
I don't.
It's a document that a bunch of you may have to fact check me, but it's a document that the Bush cabinet or generals, whatever, came up with. It's 7 countries that they wanted to destabilize in the Middle East, from like Libya, Syria, Iran, and whatnot. And it just so happened that almost 30 years later, all those countries are destabilized, and Iran's the last one, which was on the list.
Mhm.
So, I mean, I'm not saying that Israel had anything to do with it, but it seems like that's what America's been planning since the last 30 years.
Yeah,
has been to like.
that's kind of the point, is that it's not
And
just Israel.
let
Right?
me
It's
use this
three-
moment real
three
quick.
Israel.
Let me add the man Williams into the conversation. Do you support the U.S. strike on Iran? Why or why not?
Absolutely. I think that a lot of people talking about stuff they don't know. Like they're talking about the whole reason we have a president term every 4 years is because the new president can build relationships with relationships that was broken in the past. Like I don't know why people think that just because one president do this, the next president will be limited in their power. We seen this kind of in the example that they was talking about. When it's in our best interest and the right people are in power, guess what? The Americans negotiated with Iran. When the wrong people are in power, guess what? They did not
No, what's
negotiate.
negotiated, fam?
Bro, you had your whole time. I literally came 2 hours late so you can get
I'm
your
just
opinion
asking what
out.
was negotiated.
I've been here the whole time,
Let me
literally.
get it out. Go ahead.
Literally, so you can get it out. And you. So the point that I'm telling you is, when we actually can agree with the leadership in power, that's typically when we come to terms to negotiate. Right now, the current leadership, like and I think that's the problem is we look at one country and we try to say, oh well, we've been working with this country, and that's not how it works. Like somebody could have been working with Biden, but not working with Donald Trump. Just because it's the same country, it's not the same leadership. So the point that I was saying is, I love this. I love this speech. I like this speech. I like how he came out and said, "Hey, check this out." Uh, he's really trying to empower, motivate the people that's currently there. Hey, stand up, take your arms. You're back in America. Trying to, he really trying to almost provoke the civil war so that they can be able to kind of minimize the risk of America. And he told those people he got their back. And I know everybody wants war to be peaceful. I know everybody wants the war to be peaceful, nobody to die, it be this kumbaya, but that's not what war is.
Yeah, but you
War is
don't
a
have to have
very
war, right? And so
Go
we
ahead.
have a president who said he was going to get us out of wars while getting us in wars. Then, but you said that he told them we were going to have their back, which essentially saying he's saying we're going to go to war if we need to. If we need to come over there and help.
I ain't got no problem with war.
And,
Civilians got problem with war. That's what I'm saying.
Anyway, and also that bullcrap you said every 4 years we get a new president so they can make relations. These people end up having policies in place that surpass 4 years. So when we got into bed with Israel many years ago, right? Are you saying that Donald Trump could come in and change those things? Because he's actually giving them exactly what they want and letting them wild out, like somebody else said up here. He's letting them crash out and telling them we're going to have your back.
Yeah, I think, well, I look at it different, and I got a different space take on it. Everybody looks at America as being Israel dog, and I think Israel is America's dog. I see it vice versa. I think that America is the puppet master in this whole thing. I don't think Israel is moving without the agreement of America. I don't care. So I think America is very involved in most of these situations going on in the world than y'all think they are.
No, I agree with you. We have a handshake type of relationship. But what is America getting out of this deal right now? What will we get out of this war?
I feel like when you're the big dog on campus, you have a responsibility of security of the whole world. And I know some people might. I know
The
some
whole
people
world.
might
So
just.
are we having
Yes.
war in this world in which you think we supposed? So you said protection of the whole world. So
Yeah, like
why are we letting them go to war then?
No, what I'm saying is when you are the most powerful country in the world, you can't just let things happen throughout the whole world. You have an obligation. Now I get that some people might disagree and say, hey, we should just let people do whatever they want. We should let people enslave people. We should let people do whatever they want. That's just usually based on what Brownsville say. Brownsville say we got a moral obligation to make sure that we keep in certain levels of peace throughout the world.
Exactly. Without war. You saying peace while you saying I agree with war. I don't think they're the same thing, but okay. In your mind, they are.
No, sometimes you got to have war to make peace. That was the point that I made. So I turned over Brownsville. It looked like you got a lot to say.
You got to make war to have peace. We got to have war to have peace, y'all. That's why the ladies, we do need a matriarch, y'all, because this patriarchal crap is killing people.
Go ahead, cuz.
Yeah.
Damn. I think he just got a phone call.
You see how that works? You see, God is always on my side. He will always do it.
I don't know. Bob
So
cooking you up.
E, did you agree with the Ukraine war? Do you agree with U.S. helping out Ukraine?
I think I agree. U.S. is always going to side in what's best for their interests.
Okay.
I think this idea that y'all want the U.S. to stay out of stuff. Everybody be like, just stay out of it. It's none of your business. Guess what? Having Russia occupied in the war make them less threatful to us. And I know that sounds crazy to people, but if they're focused on Ukraine,
Bro, that
guess
only
what?
makes sense to you. That only makes sense to you. Like you said, this is what you believe in.
It actually does make sense.
It makes no sense.
No.
Come on,
No,
y'all.
No, Josh, because
if
you and
me and you,
Edelman have told
if me and you
stay
are
out of
scrapping, hold on.
fighting
If me and
ice.
you are fighting, and then E turns around and your brother jumps in, and I'm now fighting your brother, guess what? Your brother can't fight E now. Yeah, like y'all aren't putting this in real perspective. If Russia is too busy fighting
That don't even
Ukraine,
make
if
sense.
Russia is too busy fighting, if Russia
Who
is
do
too
you,
busy
bruh?
fighting Ukraine,
It's a difference
hold
between
up,
fighting somebody to
busy
take
fighting
over their
Ukraine,
land and
hold
trying
up,
to have war. The objective to take over your land is to
hold on.
have land that still got worth, right? But if we go into war and Russia jumps in, right? Their objective is to, just like you seen them videos earlier, them bombing people in cities. Yeah, we don't really care no more. So I'm saying you really come on now, Josh. You my brother. You my
Okay,
brother in
but
Christ.
get
You know
this:
you with
are
it.
they attacking? Are they attacking America?
They wasn't attacking America before. What do you mean?
That's what
Hold
I'm
on.
saying.
I'm making a
Russia
point.
haven't
I'm making a
attacked
point.
America.
Hold up,
I
I'm
know
just
you're
making a
making
point.
a point, and it's not a good point.
You would know. I never got through it.
Where
I love you, Mom, but I ain't got through it.
Okay, y'all got to
Just
get
saying.
through your dumb points. Go ahead.
Let me get through my dumb point. Hear me out.
Go ahead.
Here's what I'm saying. Because Russia went through the war that they said was going to take 10 days. They were going to be done in a week. 2 years later, they're the joke. They're the joke of major world powers. Because America's like, yeah, we're not going to take part in your war, but here's everything you need so you can take part in it. Keep in mind, Ukraine isn't actually an ally of ours officially. It's
They
not a
have been
NATO ally
allies of
specifically.
ours. But
they're not a NATO
wait a
ally.
minute. So this is the thing. So are you saying that we want them to be fighting somebody else when they said they were going to get over, they were going to do it in 2 weeks, right? But we made sure that it wasn't over in 2 weeks, right? So we started hitting Ukraine.
Yes, ma'am. So here's what I'm saying. Everything Russia wasted.
And so we help Ukrainians just so the big bad wolf Russia wouldn't come at us. Who wasn't coming at us already?
Hold on.
We had an agreement
not necessarily.
with Ukraine.
That's not necessarily what I'm saying. What I'm saying is Ukraine weakening Russia, which an extended war does no matter who you are. Ukraine doing it by themselves benefits American defense substantially, because every soldier, every weapon, everything that they use on Ukraine, when we start fighting, they don't have against us. That's my point.
Bro.
That
If you
don't make
think
I'm
they
saying
pulling out the
they're
big
losing.
guns
They're
because of
losing a war
Ukraine,
of attrition. They're losing a war of attrition in Ukraine.
bro,
They're
what do we
losing
see every
manpower.
time we see Ukrainian stuff like soldiers online? It's a AI, I mean a drone that's attacking them, right? Like a manless
Where's that
drone.
drone coming from?
They
Wait,
not really
where's the
even
drone coming
sending
from?
in people from Russia. Yeah, take that easy beasy technology. That's what I'm saying. Y'all really talking about war, like world war, because this what we this
Hold on.
y'all don't understand.
You
Nothing
have
unites
no
people
idea
like
what you're
hate in
talking
a
about.
common goal.
KT,
You have
Y'all,
no
KT,
idea what you're
we
talking about,
KT, before
KW.
we finish,
our U.S.
KT,
He
image
before
said
you
on the
finish that
global
fight,
stage
hold up,
is
he
messed
hello,
up.
he
KT,
said that it's
before you
not
finish
people
this
on the
fight, hold
ground
up,
fighting.
KT, right, KT,
No, I'm
before
not
you
saying
finish
that. I'm
that fight,
saying that they not saying that most of their major work
um,
isn't being done by people anymore. You right, at first they
bro,
did, and they lost
hold
a
on,
lot of people, right? And they realized like,
bro,
yeah,
they
it may
still
not be so
KT,
dying
I
out
want
smart.
there.
you, KT, before we finish this conversation, I want you to, I want you to actually look at the amount of Russian soldiers killed. I want you to understand. It's a very specific question. Russian soldiers killed versus Ukrainians killed, and you'll understand
Mm.
why I'm making the point that I'm making. Because I'm telling you, the statement you just made is not accurate, and I say that because you can actually look it up.
So they saying
And
they
with
sent
that
it. They
being
sent.
said,
Hold up. Did they not cut down sending as much troops? Because y'all know, like, come on, it's a war. They got to send some
yes,
troops.
they
I'm
did.
just saying
They cut
what
down.
and
They
that's
cut
what I'm
down on
pointing
sending
out. They
troops.
at first they did, and I said that already, right? At first they did send them in, then they realized like, oh, we maybe really can't. You know what I'm saying?
We're
They got the
taking
whole
L's.
interpret. Yeah, for sure. And they
We're
started
taking major
sending in
L's.
drones more than people now. At this point, damn near. That's all
Whoa,
I'm
whoa, whoa,
pointing
whoa!
out.
Wait a minute.
No,
Okay.
they
They're
got
All right,
still
hold on.
they're still
Let me see.
physically occupying places in Ukraine. They have
Hold on.
actual soldiers still making the fight. All right, my bad. Go.
Yeah, you good. Let me see if Cuz microphone is working. I see he was having some connection issues. Go ahead, Cuz.
Yeah, cause we
You
need to.
good.
Can you hear me? First of all,
You good.
yeah, we need to launch a formal investigation into the vice president, because I believe that he doesn't want me to be great, because he see that I'm cammed up, and somehow, some way, he's sending some malware to my devices to make it crash out. So, so we need to investigate the vice president of SBG, right? But here's
Keep on talking. He keep on talking. I'm gonna send more malware. I told him, listen, my money different. You keep on talking if you want to.
Hey, Either man. Speaking of, we at the 2.5 hour mark.
I can't believe we've been up here for 2 hours and I ain't seen no orange. Did you see any orange
We
today?
didn't get no super chats.
Not one super chat. See, this is why I'm believing you need to stop coming on Saturday. They don't appreciate the bonus day. You've been here for 2 hours. You know, Shadow, he ran out of money because, you know, he got paid yesterday. He ain't got no permission on weekends to spend money. He always spend money Monday through Friday. And in reality, just we understand that you had to pay them bills. It's the first. Send us $2. Send us a couple $2, $3, $5. If you really want to keep having this conversation, if you want me to pull back the malware so you can hear Brownsville, I can do that too. But you gotta first send the money. I'm just saying, if you send the money, we happy. And like I said, we not saying send 100. We just say drop a little 20. You know what I'm saying? Drop a little 5, a little 10, and 9, 10. You know what I'm saying? We just want to make sure that he cut off all these ads, but he can't cut off no ads unless we at least get to $150. So I'm just letting you know, it's Saturday. This ain't Friday. You got about 20 minutes to start sending some bread. Because if not, we about to hit the 3 hour mark. We gonna be gone. So if you want to keep having the conversation, let us know.
Show me the money. Show me the money.
Yeah, Cuz let's see if you back.
yeah, man. I know another attack is coming from Edelman Williams, so I gotta be quick on the draw. So this could be an overreaction, right? Because I believe that there's a possibility that this is a negotiating tactic to get everybody back to the negotiating table, right? Because we seen this happen last year in June. They call it the 12 days of war, where ballistic and cruise missiles was exchanged between Iran, the US, and Israel, right? And then next thing you know, they went back to
That was such a good take. I had to stop him right there because that's the only part I might agree with him today. Yes, I do agree that this is a form of negotiation.
Shout out to Shadow the Titan Wasp with the $5. Thank you so much. We only need $70 more to continue the show. How about that? 70 more. And we'll continue the show. If not, we're going to end it at the 3-hour mark.
And we need Vegas to stop calling it virtual betting.
So bombing and unaliving leaders of countries is now a negotiating tactic, Edelman?
Absolutely.
What?
That's see, most people don't understand war. That's what I'm saying. Like a lot of people trying to
war.
Okay, you're right. You understand.
Well, I've been to war. What the hell you talking about?
I'm telling you, Brownsville is right. That's what I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
Sound like he crazy right now. That's all.
It's okay. Listen, it's okay to be a little crazy, but I do think that this is negotiating 101. Hey, check this out. You don't want to answer my phone calls. I'm gonna send a couple rounds your way, and then guess what? For some reason, now the phone works.
That's crazy.
No, but it happened already, Kulu. Back in June, right? The 12 days of war, they was firing at each other, and everybody thought it was gonna lead to a full escalation of war. But then next thing you know, they went back to the negotiating table, right?
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is there's a good possibility that this is just a repeated effort to that end. At least that's my hope.
Okay, well, think about that. So they wasn't fighting, right?
Right.
So they start the fight so they can negotiate not to fight no more.
Right.
Right. And ladies, like I said, we need a matriarchy because these patriarchy men will kill us.
See, that's goofy logic, though. Like, y'all don't even... Go ahead.
I just think it's best that Black Americans just let these Habibis get cooked. These Middle Eastern, they come to the U.S. and they're so racist against Black Americans. Don't booty clap for the Habibis.
Oh my God.
You don't got to twerk for them. Let them twerk for themselves. Let them get cooked because they come to the U.S. and they cook you with tobacco, alcohol, different carcinogens, fried chicken that got what they call crack dust on it, diabetes. So let them get cooked, man. It's a beautiful thing to see. Matter of fact, I advocate for the U.S. to cook more of them, respectfully.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. But just real quick, right? We already had an agreement. Trump ripped it up. Okay?
If somebody responding to me, I can't hear you. I'm gonna drop down and come back. But thanks for having me.
Then fast forward to 6 months ago, like Brownsville was talking about, right? The 12-day war. They strike them and then bring it back to the negotiating table. Did a deal occur? Because to my knowledge, a deal didn't occur.
Right.
So it just seems like this negotiating tactic is just a strategy for them to bomb them because of the same thing that happened with Hamas. Right. They were supposed to meet in Qatar and get peace. And then what did Israel do? They bombed the upper ranks of Hamas. So I don't think that this is about getting a deal done because even 6 months ago, they were talking about regime change. That's what Bibi was talking about. That's what Trump was talking about 6 months, 8 months ago. So this has always been about changing the regime that's in the government power in Iran. Like it's not about negotiating.
So I just want to make sure I understand you, Kulu. That's Kulu, right? So Kulu,
yes, sir.
Do you think that America should stay out of foreign problems?
Yes. No new wars.
Okay.
Yes, I believe that we should. But if our government's going to be honest, but hey, man, we need the oil. Hey, man, we need these rare earth minerals. then we got to do this, then I'm for that because that's for the best interest for us, right? But for us to do it for other reasons, to help out other countries or whatever reason that they're stating, is to me isn't a good enough reason for us to potentially cause like American soldiers to be killed or
Well,
unalive.
hold on. Well, I want to understand because I'm trying to make sure you have the same level of train of thoughts. So if a woman's getting assaulted on the street in Brownsville, there, do you think he should get intervene?
What is that the same?
Wait, yeah. I don't do the same thing, but to answer,
So you saying
but to
Iran
answer,
is the woman in that hypothetical?
I asked the question to Kulu to see if his train of thought is the same. If a
yeah,
woman's getting assaulted on the street, and Brownsville walk by, or you, for example, walk by, should you
mhm.
intervene and mind your own business, or since you are a higher power, you should intervene? Kulu.
And let me, I answer that.
Hold
I
on, no,
would
I
protect.
want Kulu to answer.
Oh,
Hold on, one
I thought
second.
you said, "Oh, you."
Man.
My bad. You might not have been talking to me. Go ahead.
Or Brownsville will probably
I just
intervene.
want to know
Yes,
his train of thought, Kulu.
yes. I'm probably gonna intervene. Amir Brownsville will probably intervene in that.
So that's the point: is if America is the higher the power when things are going wrong in the world, why do you think they should not intervene? Like, why do your mindset change when it comes
Cause
to
we
countries?
ain't no higher power. We is
Man,
not
we've done
no.
our
That's
best
what I'm
already.
saying. What are you talking about?
But
Like, are you talking about superpower, or are you talking about like a morally ground higher power? Cause we're
yeah,
not
yeah.
like you're saying that like we're
No, I'm saying
exceptional
like
people and we care about the world, so we must save them from themselves. You sound crazy. Y'all out here sounding weird. Like y'all
So
be glazing
hold on. Let
words.
Edelman
Y'all
explain
be
it.
glazing on the highest levels I've
Ed-
ever seen. It's nasty work.
And
Edelman, are you
either
talking
man,
about
respectfully, I don't
low
even know
power?
why you asked Kulo this because he's going to twerk for
Oh,
the
okay.
Iranians. You already know that.
I'm not. I don't want no death, man, to happen. And I don't think that we should be intervening in what Iran is doing unless it's for resources. Like unless it's for like resource. But if it's for because they don't want a nuclear bomb, China's our biggest adversary and they got multiple nuclear bombs.
But
So why do we stop China from getting nuclear bombs?
Kulu.
Why
I
do we
don't
stop
think you
Russia?
understand what you're saying because it said, "Hey, you
Explain.
know what? I shouldn't intervene with a woman getting attacked on the street unless I can get some resources from her." I'm telling you, the take
No,
that you saying
no, you can't
is
compare
crazy
that.
talk. And by the way,
Nah,
hold on, Kulu, we got 15 minutes. I'm telling y'all think he playing tonight. I can see it in his eyebrows. Listen, I'm telling you, he got 14 minutes to send this money. What we need, $70, President?
We need $60.
$60. I'm telling y'all think y'all having a good conversation. You could be talking to yourself in
Between
15
100
minutes.
and that's between 120 people, by the way.
Hey, that's $2 a person.
Don't think the other person's gonna do it. Y'all gotta do it. Y'all gotta do it yourselves. You know what I'm saying? Like it's crazy. But it is what it is. What can I
yeah, man,
say?
you comparing a woman to Iran, that's just not comparable, bro. Like that's just not comparable. But I get your line of thinking.
Not only that, we
But
didn't even get to 100 likes, by the way. That's crazy as well.
We didn't even get 100 likes. Dang, if you ain't gonna pay, you at least can like the video and share it. That's the least you can do. Go
Yeah,
ahead,
now look,
Kulu.
before this end though, let me say real quick, y'all scared about whataboutisms, and it's really weird. Like y'all justifying any action that we take as America beyond basically like if we're American, we can do it. It's weird. Like it's okay to say like, nah, this right and this wrong. And in this case, y'all just keep. I'm not gonna let up on that joint. This is about Israel. This is not about us. I ain't even gonna get in the argument of who's the proxy to who, right? But this here personally, they made an action. Even when we talking about the 12-day war, that was between Israel and Iran. Like this isn't what the heck, bro. We ain't got nothing to do with this. We got listen. If y'all, I don't get how y'all, cause y'all, everybody up here who in agreement with this now is the same group saying America first, just weeks ago, and I thought that was about staying out of wars and stuff, cause it's supposed to be about America. Like, who cares about what y'all got going on? We gotta fix ourselves. Like y'all can't even stick to a proper logic here, and it's weird, man. Like, look, we ain't gotta justify it just cause it's American, bro. It's okay to say like, nah, this wilding. They wilding. This some bullshit right here. We can say that. It's okay, y'all. We can be adults.
So the only thing I'm saying, Katie Goat, you do believe a police should get involved with a man and woman affairs, right? Even though it ain't got nothing to do with the police.
Police ain't this. You be making terrible analogies,
I
bro.
just asked
Like the
questions and
the
you don't
places,
answer my
the
question.
places you be going be really bad to the
I just
actual
want why you
conversation.
don't
Like
answer my question. I answer your questions, Katie Goat.
because
So
is
why
the
you can't
police
answer mine?
are we the world's police?
Yes, we
No, we're
are.
not. That's what I'm saying. You're goofy.
We're definitely the world police.
It's even wild to try to argue that we're not the world's police. We've been very immoral in this world. It's crazy to now
I
say
never
we're
said I
supposed to
never
be.
said the
And if
police is
this is the
moral.
case, and even down to that, you know what? Why are we not stopping China and Russia since y'all want to blame everything on the possibility of, oh, well, China or Russia can get it, so why we
We
ain't
are
just
stop.
fighting them? Like, why
Out of your
not? Like,
self-admission,
y'all
we
so
are
okay with
stopping
us
Russia.
doing
No,
this.
no, no, no. According to what you self-admitted in here, you said we was getting involved in stopping Russia through Ukraine. We are.
Who said that?
You didn't
That
say
was
that, Katie?
Sulu.
Okay. All
Who
right.
said that?
So what I'm saying is like we are involved in
I mean,
Russia
he was
affairs
agreeing with
too.
y'all.
Like we I don't know why people bring up Russia like we off hands with Russia and we ain't got nothing to do with us getting it and
I'm
getting
saying if
involved.
we scared of China, don't just say leave it to Russia. Because I'm bringing up Russia really because they allies with China, and China's supposed to be the big bad end game boss boogeyman. So if everything about because of China, why we ain't just fighting them? Since y'all swear we like this and that, like
So
that's
hold
what I'm
on.
saying.
So
For me, it don't be
hold on,
making
I
sense.
got you. What problems you think we got with China? Let's start
Everything
there.
from what y'all be saying.
No, what
Oh,
we be saying. You see,
we
look,
took
you hear the
Venezuela because
windmill.
Russia and
You
China
hear
was
the
going.
windmill.
It's
He
not no wind. I'm
windmilling.
literally saying what you were up here saying a couple weeks ago.
What
We
I
took
said about
Venezuela
China a
with
couple of
good.
weeks ago.
We took Venezuela with good reason because Russia and China was over there. That was literally
Okay.
part of the
Oh, that's
justification you were
perfect. Hold
saying.
on. Hold on.
Exactly.
Perfect. Hold on. Perfect. So you said we attacked China through Venezuela.
That's not
Based on what
attacking
you said.
China. That's not attacking
No,
China.
listen.
I
If
never said
China,
that's attacking China.
listen, if China if China get their oil through Venezuela, and we went to go take Venezuela oil, that was indirectly attacking China through Venezuela. So
No,
again, that
it's
goes
not.
against your
That's
point.
cap.
Yeah, hold
That's
on.
cap.
That
That's
goes
cap.
against
Hey,
your.
bomb.
Now he
Bomb.
want to
You
listen.
here?
He
No,
calling
I
on a
gotta say this
friend.
real quick.
This
Let's
ain't
go
no
back to
talk
that
show.
episode. This
This
why
ain't no
niggas
talk
pussy.
show. He say, "Bomb, help me, Bomb. Bomb,
Nah,
please.
this
I'm
why
getting
niggas
beat up.
pussy.
I
But
can't
listen
fight
to
by
me.
myself, Bomb. Help me jump in the fight."
Listen.
I told
You
y'all they
just
need these black women. Don't let
how
them
we
lie to you.
attacking China by doing something with a country that they don't even got nothing to do with. We got more hands in Venezuela than China ever had. What are you talking about?
You see
You know
how
what I'm
he
saying?
jumping all over the place?
You'll pull a
Listen,
scary tactic and
he
justification because that's what
jumping
they
from
told
left
you
to
and you
right.
just agree with it.
I'm
Like y'all
literally
some real
breaking down
y'all will
his
beat a
All right, one
civilian
at a
argument.
time,
black.
y'all.
I'm
One at a
just doing
time.
my job.
Go ahead, KT. Finish up your thoughts so Edie Man can respond and we can read these super chats and keep the show going. Let's
I
keep it
agree.
going.
It just feel though.
We doing good.
Thanks.
I believe that people want to continue to hear the show. PhD, are you there?
She here in spirit. But
Oh,
listen,
okay.
I'm gonna
Go
keep
ahead,
it simple.
finish your thought, KT. Then we're gonna read the super chats.
All right, I'm gonna keep it super simple and quick. To me, it just seems like many of y'all are displaying they just doing their job logic and to an extreme point now. Because we're not the world's police. You were lying if you ever saying we was. We ain't got nothing to do with that. This is strictly about Israel, and we don't need to act like it isn't. So again, let's be grown here and just sometimes accept the truth on some things.
So the point is, he kept saying, "Oh, China, big bad boogeyman. Russia, the big bad boogeyman." And I use his own logic and words to show that, quote unquote, we're involved in their situations too. We are the only country that people look at to be able to come to their rescue, like a police analogy. So I get what he's talking about. What
That's
was
wrong,
start.
y'all.
Oh, go ahead, Bob.
No, I'm just saying you're wrong when you make it seem like those other countries don't go to war with us, right? They're our allies. The thing is, what made us strong is that we did have the military. They look forward to that when they need us, because we could be anywhere within a short period of time with boots on the ground. But
that sound like the police to me.
yes,
Shoot, why we depend on the police? Because when I call him in Atlanta, I call him.
We cannot do that without allies. The reason we can do that is because we have bases all over the globe with our allies. But Trump has since made those allies no longer allies. Because we said we was American first. We didn't care about them. And then now you saying, while the president said American first, no more wars, right? And then he goes into war. And all it takes is somebody to promise him some land, some money, hotels. Like, we know he's a criminal. And so I guess we happen to be just like these police criminals.
So let me ask the question: what allies have we lost?
The EU. Like, are you saying they support us? Because they actually what?
Absolutely.
Who supports us? In what's
all
going
of our
on?
allies.
They're actively saying they do not support this war.
All of the allies.
All of them are. So you right now going to show me where nobody else who are our allies are saying they do not support this war.
I'm telling you, if we go to war, they will back us.
Bro, we literally asked Britain to join us here, and they denied it. What are you talking about? This what I be saying. They be saying anything to accept some cap, like the mental BS you've already accepted. Like, it's crazy to me. It's brainwashed, bro. Y'all brainwashed to a clear level. Like,
and you're not brainwashed. So we hold on. Let's stop. So we all hold on. Let's stop. K to go. Hold on. Wait, Bob. K to go. You believe that we all should think like you?
Well, we definitely shouldn't think like you.
Everyone should think. Everybody should think as they can. But I think we should all pursue knowledge. Like, you don't have to just sit there and say because you believe that and then act like that's the truth. Like, we can understand.
But that's what you do. You tell us what you believe, and then you act like it's the truth.
That's if we talking about the opinions. For
See,
sure.
listen, I told you, if you hold them accountable,
we're talking about
war.
What we're talking about right now is war.
If you hold them to their standard,
we're talking about the things that are happening.
They literally sound crazy if you hold them to their own standard.
Some things we're talking about are opinion pieces, right? And what we're talking about right now is the war.
Right.
Now,
have you been giving your opinion today?
Saying that people
hold on, wait, hold on, Bob.
I want to know. They're actually saying they're not going to support it. They do not support it.
So the question that I'm asking, hold on, K to go. Have you been giving your opinion today?
Yeah, from the beginning, Sharon asked, "Do you support the war?" That's an opinion, and then I get into why, and these.
It's still your opinion. No, that's not.
Now, if we're talking about, but like I said, this right here is fact, bro. That our allies have not supported the decision that we made. That's not an opinion, and that's what I'm saying. It's facts there, but you sitting there acting like all allies have supported us, and if we go to war,
I did not see. Maybe you got a hearing problem.
Literally said
I said no. Let me tell you what I said again. I said if we go to war, they will back us. That's what I said.
What proof you got of that after they say they won't?
And we literally just said we're going to war.
Listen. We are not at war. Hello. Let's be clear. This was negotiation tactics to get people at the table. We're not at war right now. Let's be clear.
Well, tell that to Dubai or anybody who's dying right now with those warheads dropping down. Tell that
to your president who enacted them to go to whatever actions that they're doing.
So hold on. That's. I think people don't understand the power of the president.
I think Sharon was saying something. Is it over, Sharon? Or you come?
Shout out to American Tradesman with the 199. He says on GP. Thank you so much, ATM. Also, Elite Belzo with the $10 for the show. Stop playing with her. Thank you so much. Also, Cloudhouse ENT with the 10 ball. Some people should only be allowed to talk on DNP topics, KT. I mean, they didn't have that. I'm sorry. I overread it. All right. Most other panel can only talk on the surface level of things, and that's okay. Also, on the Cash App, it says Hold on. It says, why can't people support positivity instead of toxicity? Sheesh. Also on the Cash App, it says, for the show, in the clouds, dealing with this God damn it. And so we know when we get a certain amount over, since we've been so productive, let me give you a little bit of nonsense. So also shout out to Kulu Live. He says to continue the show. Shout out to y'all standing up and saying, hey, no, we enjoy productivity conversations.
I told you they was gonna stand on business. You thought you was going to the park? Nah, you stayed here, friend. You thought you was getting up out of here? You stayed here, friend.
Go ahead. Shout out to y'all. We extended the show. Appreciate y'all. I really do. It means a lot that we can have all types of conversations and get productivity out. It really means a lot, y'all. Thank y'all. Go ahead. I believe Brownsville has something to say. Let's see if the malware is still attacking. Go ahead, Brownsville.
All right, man. Either man, you can chill now, okay? Okay, I concede, my brother. You got some strong, powerful, stuff that you got going on that's attacking me, man. So I can't mess with you on that level. Also, cuzzo, there's a time and place for everything, right? Because when you played that song you just played, that brought me back to a memory of last night. You know what I'm saying? That's the song me and my wife was, doing our thing too last night. Right? That's a part of it. But Rock D wasn't coming. T-Rock was coming. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, man. Here's my question to Either Man though, because in all seriousness,
it's because he said my name. I told him to leave my name out. He could have made whatever statement he wanted to make sure of. And he said he had to say my name. I said, send him China. I had to send my China malware out. And I am going to say that China got better malware than America. I'm just saying. But no, the point that I'm saying is I think we all want this peace, kumbaya world. It just don't exist. Like,
and you only say that because you don't have children who are of age to have to go and fight those wars. But for
I just signed my niece up.
Well, yes, children, and it's crazy that you sign your niece up. But okay. Anyway, for those of us who care about our families and we realize, okay, we don't want to be at war. Because we just got out of a war. Remember, everybody was like, Trump gonna get everybody back. We gonna come back. Everything gonna get back. And now we like, okay, we're going to war.
Well, I think the military is a choice. Like that's the biggest thing is when we go sign on that dotted line, we know what we're signing. The military is definitely a choice.
Yeah, but it's not gonna always be a choice, and it's like there's not enough people joining the military these days. I'm not sure.
Yeah, our number's low.
I don't know.
Let's be clear.
We ain't even got a 1 million man army no more in real life.
How many we got, Katie? Go. Hello. How many people?
About 625,000.
How much?
And China got about 3 million.
Hello, no. How many we got? Because you got AI. I advise you to look before you say what you about to say.
625,000. Oh, you want me to look it up? I can look it up.
Look it up.
I thought you asked me to just say off my head. All right, I got you.
It doesn't matter what the number is when we know that the number is lower than in his, in the past.
Because we was at war then. No, I think people don't understand how it works. When we're at war, our numbers are high because there's a higher demand for numbers. When we're not at war, because we're not at war, our numbers are low.
No, that's not true. That's not true. You just making that up. It's okay though.
That's why they start kicking people out for listen, they kick people out for the littlest reasons when you're not at war. When you're at war, they be like, yeah, you ain't that bad, K to go.
No, y'all,
You know what
this
I'm
is
saying?
not,
They're
this
like,
is
hey,
not
we'll
true.
keep you. Listen, when we at war, we
This
keep
is
the
not
K
true
to
what
go.
he,
We
it's
tell
not
K to
true
go,
what
he
he's
can
saying.
stay.
You just really make up things. And you know you should know better, right? Right before we went to Iraq, they let a lot of people go. But those people was of rank, right? Like my husband, right? They gave them severance packages,
Bomb, hold
got
on. No,
them out so they
I
could
love
bring
you,
in
Bomb.
more.
Hold on, Bomb.
What?
You about to let K to go off. The
I am
current
talking. What are
military
you
staff
talking about?
is 1.3 million.
Is that the
Yeah, in
highest number?
total. No, that's in total. That's not
Yes, he's
active,
talking
is it?
about
Like
all
that's
of them,
not.
right?
What?
That's what I'm saying.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Listen, this is. Remember what he said? We less than a million. We ain't even
Well,
got
not
a
a million man.
million.
Like I'm talking about when we saying a million man army. I'm talking about like a million boots to put on the ground. We don't got that no
We
more.
have a million
We
boots to put
used
on the
to.
ground.
No, we don't. We have a
1.3.
million personnel. Army personnel don't count as boots on the ground, bro. Like I'm saying, like
We
if we
never.
talking about
Okay,
people
see,
to put
listen.
on the
This
ground,
is
this is
why
not the
people
same.
shouldn't talk about military stuff. We never was in a situation that we had a million people in infantry.
Nobody said infantry.
That's what he said. Boots on the ground.
No, listen. The number that you got. What number is that? Is that just Army? Is that all of them? National Guard and the what you call them force, which is the Space Force? Is that all of them?
Yes. Yes.
So you including the Space Force as well?
That's what I'm
So
saying.
hold
Like
on.
it's not all of that is.
Hold on, wait 1 second. You think the Space Force is not important to win a war in 2026?
I'm asking you, is that the number you put in? Is that what you include?
No, I asked
and yes, I'm saying the Space Force is not gonna be boots on the ground. Because I'm saying that we know the technology that you're trying to play with, right? Because we know what the Space Force deal with outer space, right?
No.
And and anything other than that, we already had the Air Force and the military, the U.S. Army, the Navy, and the Marines who was dealing with what we talking about now.
Bomb, why didn't Kayla go look it up then? He made a statement and we was patient.
I was trying to wait for y'all to get done talking. You
go
ain't
ahead,
hear
watch
me
this.
I even started. I said I was gonna say the same thing, but I was gonna break down how that's not
No, hold on. You was gonna say what? What was you gonna say? Say either man, you was right. Listen, either man say either man.
1.4 is including like
no, you gotta start it like this. No, either man, you was right. I'm talking about a subject I have no clue in, and I misspoke. Be accountable in this situation and say you misspoke.
I ain't even gonna lie. That's how you know it said a child. Like I guess I ain't gonna.
Now, child, like listen. No, you misspoke in real time, and you even. I let you fact check yourself.
Listen. That's
I let you fact check yourself.
All right,
be accountable, man. You can do it, bro. You can do it. Listen, you can do
hold on,
it.
y'all. Hold on. So this way we can just get it clear because we just all right. As mid of 2025, the U.S. military have approximately 1.3 to 1.4 million active duty personnel. When including the reserves, the total force strength is over 2.1 million. With the U.S. Army having the largest branch share at nearly 450K.
Right, 450. And do
hold on, but no, we got okay to go. Brownsville been working on me to help hold men accountable in this space. So I'm trying to listen to my senior. Hold on, no, Bomb Cherry. I want Kay to go. Hold on, no, because
y'all not the only two people up
I know,
here.
but it's okay. I promise you, I'm gonna let you get in there. K to go.
So I don't know
Bomb
what's going
Cherry,
on.
No, don't cape for him. Take off your cape for 1 second.
I'm not speaking for him. I'm speaking for myself.
But I just want to understand. K to go.
I asked you a question.
I misspoke. No, listen. We got to have this accountability, right? We got to have it in this space at this point because I strongly dislike when people speak on military stuff and ain't got no idea what they talking about. So K to go. Say, hey man, I was wrong. I misspoke. I was guessing. I should have did my research before I spoke. but I actually gonna learn from our ways. I'm gonna turn from our rim ways, and I'm gonna start making sure that I do my research correctly before I start speaking on stuff I don't know. Go ahead, Kayla. Go. You got the
This
flow.
man, first of all, it's weird that you just calling somebody the rim bros and stuff. You be looking wildly suspectual on camera every day. Like you got real feminine poses and actions. You know what I'm saying? You never mind. That's neither here nor there. My main thing is, sir, as I said from the beginning, I'm talking about boots on the ground. Before you even made that explanation, and guess what? When you said the 1.3 to 4, I literally said no. I agree. I looked that up and it's saying the same thing Bomb was saying. That's why she's not even. It's not even a defense thing. This is what you get. What I'm saying? Yeah, that's how many we have in total. But all of those people are not personnel that will be boots on the ground actually making decisions, and this doesn't mean infantry. Like I'm just saying, am I incorrect on that? No.
That have never been the case in the military. That the whole we never had. Hold on.
This is
We
the
have.
thing. This is
We
wait.
have, hold on. No, this is important.
I keep wanting. Listen, I don't
you're
know.
right, Bob.
Listen.
It's your turn. It's
Okay,
your turn,
so
Bob.
what
You're right. You're right.
you know, it originally, the statement was originally that there are less military personnel than before. That is down. Recruitment is down, and then y'all went into numbers. So can we get back on? So go look it up. Is the numbers down? So that means KT would be right. Now
I know he's not right. He said that
no,
our
I'm
current
asking
armed force. Hold on,
down.
no. Hold on, let me see what he said. He said our current armed force is 675,000. That's what he said.
Is it down?
No, you having a different argument, and I'm okay with having that
was
argument.
The original argument. Listen, since you want to change it, the original comment that I think I'm the one who made it. So you can't tell me what I said, that the military recruitment is down, the enlistment is down. Now KT did bring in a number less than 1 million, and he's right if he's referring to when we can say boots on the ground. We know that's usually for the most part gonna be the army. Right? They're the largest, that's the group that goes and put their boots on the ground in large numbers.
So not the Marines?
No, the Marines go, but they are small. And if they small, then we know that it's the Army, and we know that. Okay, what you mean it's not the Marines? The Navy is in the water doing their thing. The Marines go and do the special forces thing. They special.
Oh my God, this is crazy.
Let me say
this
real
is
quick.
crazy.
Our
This
peak
is
military.
crazy. You're right.
What do you
I'm gonna
mean
yell out this
crazy?
conversation. Thank you for having me. Listen, thank you for having me.
Now you want to play like
no, you just said the Marines do the special forces stuff. What are you talking about?
I did say that. What do you do you know
right.
that
Brownsville, now we're done. I'm gonna let you finish this conversation. You right, Bob. Cater go right that we only got a certain amount of people.
Feminine as he could be. Look at him, y'all.
That's cool. That's cool. Ooh, I'm glad you feel that way.
Yeah, you the one. You making insults, right? You like, oh look, oh my God, I can't believe it. Oh my God, look, I'm gotta go. Oh gee, and then when I make a comment back, so are you? So we do have military people up here. We have. Is not the Army. Aren't they the largest group that put their boots on the ground?
Yeah, the Army is the largest branch and that puts boots on the ground.
That's right.
The Marines puts boots on the ground as well. They're actually usually in a ground invasion, the Marines are first.
First in, last out.
Are they the largest group? I mean, like I said that, right? Remember when I said
no, they're not the largest group.
Okay, so that's what was stated. And then when I mentioned the Marines, I said yes, they the special forces. They go in and do the specialty things. And then he like, oh my God, so they really get their boots on the ground, but they're not the largest group, like what was stated. That's all.
But they're also not this.
Well, they so each branch. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. So each branch has their own special forces, right? So the Marines have their recon, right? The Navy have their SEALs, right? And the Army have their special forces,
Rangers,
Green Berets, Rangers,
Air Assault,
right?
Yeah, we know.
So So each branch has their own particular group of special forces, but both the Army and the Marines are usually putting boots on the ground. Now, that's the issue, and that's my concern going forward, right? Because if it's just going to be calculated strikes, then that's okay. But if these calculated strikes leads to a full on
Damn, he keep knocking off.
I swear he ain't shit.
How you doing,
Can
John?
y'all hear me? Am I back?
How you doing?
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
we
you
can
back.
hear you.
Yeah, you back. We can hear you.
Yeah, man, they don't want me to be great today. I don't know what's going on. I'm cammed up. I guess they don't want to see me. Anyway, what I was saying is, if these calculated strikes leads to a full-on ground invasion, that is when this is going to get extremely problematic, and it's going to be a big, big mistake, because any form of ground invasion into Iran is going to totally destabilize that region, right? Iran, their military is not to play with. Yes, we have air supremacy, right? Because their air force is limited. A lot of their air force is very, very outdated, like 40, 50 years technology. So their air force capabilities are not good, but they have a strong ballistic missile and cruise missile capacity, as well as great drone technology, and they have a lot of troops, right? And also, they have the ability to activate the members of the what are they called, the Houthis and the Yemen, and also the Hezbollah that's in Iraq, Syria, and Lebanon, right? So if they was to really go into a full-on war, that's going to completely destabilize the region, and that's going to put a lot of U.S. troops and Americans in that region in grave danger. So that is my cause for concern as far as this right here. If this is just another negotiating tactic like it was in June of last year, then it's okay. It's fine. It's par for the course. You weaken their ability to enrich uranium. You weaken some of their ballistic and cruise missile capacity. You weaken their ability to continue to stockpile weapons, right, with these targeted strikes. And then also, if you're successful in getting rid of members of their leadership, then that's also a good thing. But if this leads to boots on the ground, that's gonna be a big, big, big mistake, and I do not support that. And I hope most reasonable Americans will not support that, because probably all of us at least know people that's in the military right now, and some of us might have family members and close friends in the military, and we don't want to put them in danger where they don't really need to be for this type of situation here. So like I said, I was involved in the initial ground invasion in Iraq in 2003, and to this day, I believe that we went in under false pretenses, and we lost too many service members as a result, and the end didn't justify the means. And I believe that if we was to do the same type of operation in Iran, it's going to be much, much worse than even Iraq was. So my hope is that these exchange of ballistic missiles will lead to them all going back to the negotiating table and try to work out a diplomatic solution. I think that's where the timing that all of them are on, and a lot of these things are political theater, because no one really wants to push that button that's going to completely destabilize the Middle East, because you're talking even those that don't really have military interest in the region, they're going to be destabilized. People love going to Dubai. If there's a full-on ground invasion in Iran, you're not going to be able to go to Dubai anymore. People, a lot of people, contractors, things like that, work in Kuwait, work in Qatar, work in Bahrain. None of those areas are going to be safe. So I don't think that that's beneficial for the American people and for our American interests to completely destabilize that region. So I do not support that. But calculated missiles that weaken our enemy, yes, that's a good thing as long as we can get back to a diplomatic process. But peace and love. I'm glad I was able to get my full thought out. Now that either man's gone, thank you. Peace and love.
Dang, welcome back to. See, it's not just me.
Was I talking to myself? Was anybody ever able to hear me?
We heard you. We heard you. I guess you said it so gracefully that nobody had they didn't want to go after you.
No, what you said was right on point.
The queen bomb. I know she ready to to clip at my heels. You know what I'm saying? I kind of felt it. You know what I'm saying? So I was kind of waiting for her response, but I guess she let me off the hook this time.
Hey, who was shooting on the Space Force? I heard some of that when I was doing some stuff. Someone was shooting on the Space Force. I didn't appreciate that.
Someone was what?
Shitting on the Space Force.
That was bomb.
That's messed up, bomb share. Wherever you are.
So what is your thoughts, AR? If it leads to a full-on ground invasion, are you still going to support it?
I'm not really a big fan of boots on the ground, generally speaking. I don't know. It would depend on how it's all planned out and stuff.
Is you soft?
And like if there's gonna peddle this nuclear program stuff and that's the reason, then no, I probably wouldn't support it from that angle. But if they outright stated regime change is a goal or is like the end goal or whatever, I think I'd be more likely to support it. I would I'm not really in support of it generally speaking, but I'd probably fall on the fence of like a necessary evil if that were the case.
So you think a regime change, if that was the goal, that's worth thousands of U.S. lives being lost?
You realize I'm still in, right? Like you talk as if this is some abstract concept for me. I have people that are. I have friends that are defense contractors that are deployed right now.
No, that's why I asked that question.
Yeah, like I understand. Like I understand the world that we live in, or at least my understanding of the world we live in. And where we're at right now, we're at a crossroads, in my opinion. We're in a Cold War with China, potentially a hot war within the next year, 2 years. And in my view, if that hot war happens, would I rather them have a fully loaded Iran, Venezuela, and these other countries able to back them and attack us, or would I just want them to be isolated and by themselves? And I would rather them be isolated and by themselves.
But that still didn't answer the question.
It did. I said it's a necessary evil, so I would fall on this. I'm not a big fan of boots on the ground, but if it's a necessary evil, I think I would get behind it from that aspect.
No, what I said, my specific question was, if the necessary evil, if the end goal was just to undergo a regime change, right? And as a result of that, thousands of U.S. troops lose their lives, right? Mm-hmm. Would you support that?
At the end goal, did the regime change?
Yes.
Then I would look at it as probably a necessary evil. I'd probably look at it as a necessary evil.
So is that how you look at Iraq?
Were you not here earlier?
No, I wasn't.
Oh, more or less, yeah. I think that in the long run, I think a lot of these things it takes time to tell.
Did you deploy to Iraq?
No, I didn't go to Iraq.
Right. So that's why I think you
I wasn't
probably
a baby.
have that opinion.
I was a baby in 2003. I wasn't a baby in 2012 and 2014.
Right, but what I'm saying is, if you
brother,
went
you
to
asked a
war,
question. You want me to answer it, man? I've been deployed. You asked me if I deployed to Iraq. Iraq is not the only war zone in the world. I'm not saying I've deployed a war zone, but I'm not going to get into what I've done, but I've supported people, so I know what you're talking. I know people.
You ain't do nothing. You didn't do nothing.
Who let the bum on? I've supported people. I've talked to people that have been in these war zones. I have a friend. I remember this one. Just a short story. I remember I have a friend that joined the Marines straight out of high school, and I remember I met up with him when I was on leave, and we were somewhere, and he was like just talking because he deployed to Iraq, I think 2 times. And so he's like, I have this friend that, he loves music. He's like showing me pictures of him. He's like, and this friend right here, he loves this, blah, blah, blah. And he goes through like 4 of his friends. And at the end, he says, and they're all gone now. And like, that shit is not something that you can kind of, I personally won't ever forget it, because it was like crazy the way he was talking about them as if they were still here because of the loss that it impacted him. And I've supported programs that directly impact the mission. So those special force missions and stuff like that, I've been around people or supported them directly where they're boots on the ground, contact, stuff like that, and heard the sounds and stuff like that. So, you're talking about this stuff. Well, you never deployed Iraq, so you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know that feeling. Like, yeah, it's emotional and it has a thing. Just like if I can support something, but then if someone close to me dies, now I'm going to have an emotional attachment to it, and I might think differently. Like, yeah, everybody's going to have that. But if you're asking me from a standpoint of America as a whole and the future of America and the future of America's dominance in the world, will this be a necessary evil? Yes. I don't want to see anybody on our side pass away. Again, I have friends that are defense contractors that deploy to these areas regularly. And yeah, it's going to be upsetting if something happens to them, and I don't want anything to happen to them. But from a bigger picture standpoint, not just you or these few thousand, like we signed the dotted line voluntarily. We say the oath. We know what we're getting into. I knew what I was getting into when I deployed. I know what I'm still into, and I'm in the reserves. So like, yeah, it is what it is. Like, we have goals that we're trying to reach. Depending on how those goals are, how the execution of getting to those goals depends on whether I was supported or not.
So let me ask you this question, right? In terms of the Iraq war, so how did removing Saddam Hussein's regime, Hussein Qusay, Chemical Ali, and all those boys, how did removing that regime help us militarily? And did it give us a strategic advantage in the region, in your opinion?
It has given us I think it has given us a strategic advantage in the region. We have bases there now. We didn't have bases prior to the invasion of Iraq.
We have one base. We have right?
Okay. So sure. We have whatever it says online, we have that in Iraq.
But the problem is,
all right, do you want me to answer or no?
But it's still, Iraq is still destabilized, right? There's still a lot of terrorist organizations that maintain most of the control of the country.
Yeah.
Are you aware of that?
They contain most of the control of the Kurds, of the Kurdistan region?
Yes. I'm talking about.
You think terrorist organizations control Kurdistan?
I'm saying terrorist
that's a huge
control Iraq.
Okay. So you don't seem to understand Iraq, because Iraq is very divvied up, and terrorists can control.
I have a good understanding of Iraq.
Oh, well, maybe you should refresh your memory.
You're talking about the Shiites, the Kurds.
And that's in the south. The Kurds are in the north.
Right.
Completely different region. So the terrorist organizations and terrorists don't control the north. Terrorists don't control the north. No, you don't have to give me anything. You asked a question. I'm giving you an answer.
In Mosul, right? Mosul, that was Kurdish territory. I was also in the south, and I was also in the central region, right? So I was all through Iraq twice. I was deployed there twice. But what I'm telling you is, I don't believe that we gained any strategic advantage or military advantage that justifies that drastic loss of American life. I just don't think that gave us that type of a win. And most scholars, most veterans, most soldiers, most generals, if you ask them candidly, they would agree with that, right? So and I'm not attacking your service record, right? I'm not saying you're misunderstood or you don't know what's going on. What I'm saying is it's different when you've actually been there and you've seen people lose their lives, right? I end up having to have surgery based on something that happened to me in Iraq. So I think when you have a intimate interaction there, your opinion will change. And so when it comes to war, full-on war, ground invasion, boots on the ground, the end has to justify the means, right? And to me, if this escalates into that, that's going to be very problematic, and it's not going to go the way that people believe it's going to go, and lives are going to be lost that shouldn't have been lost, and it really was no need for it to be lost, right? And it will make us weaker, right? Because I think Kulu does have a good point when he says, hey, if we are engaged in these operations and we're losing equipment, we're losing bodies, we're losing financial resources just to implement this regime change that may or may not work, right? That's also going to facilitate China getting stronger, and things of that nature. So we got to think about that.
That's why I said execution matters.
Right. And what I'm saying is, if you don't have the right people, making these decisions and planning out these operations and considering all pros and cons, then the operation is not going to be implemented well. So let me ask you this question. Are
you going to ask me a question and then start talking again when I start answering it?
No, sir. And
okay,
I apologize. Right. I apologize if you felt I did that. Do you believe that we currently have the right administration and that has the right people in place when it comes to that war room that can implement a strategy to your liking that you would consider a success?
I put a lot of faith in Rubio, and that's the only person I have a lot of faith in.
So
I hope that he has the majority of control. Yeah, I have a lot of faith in Rubio.
And what makes you think that he's going to be the one making the decisions and pushing the buttons?
I think that I don't know if he is. That's why I'm saying faith. That's what faith is. You guys should know, right? You just have faith in something you can't prove. But anyway, I digress. No, I just have a lot of faith, and I hope that he's the one that's has the stronger ear, or the ear more than anybody else.
Yeah, and I don't think that's enough to put lives in danger that don't need to be in danger.
Yeah, if you're asking if I think they should put boots on the ground or just targeted airstrikes, like you said, yeah, I'm all for targeted airstrikes. I don't want boots on the ground, generally speaking. Now, you said, would I support it? It depends on the execution, the plan, and what they come out with. And you said that something about the ends don't justify the means or whatever. You'll never know if the ends justify the means until you get to the end.
Right. And you can look at what happened before, right? That's a good identifier to determine what could potentially happen in the end, right? So we don't have a good track record in that region that shows that we have the right strategies to execute our plans, because that's a pretty region that like I say, you got all these different terroristic groups all throughout that region: Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, Yemen, right? And they don't play fair. So when it's time for boots on the ground, those soldiers are not gonna fight with their uniforms on. They're gonna blend in with the population. They're going to do things that is not above board in what we do, right? And it's going to cause a lot of instability in that region. And to me, it has to be a perfect execution, a perfect strategy, and a perfect reason as to why it's necessary, right? And we haven't heard it to this point, and I don't think they're gonna tell us anything that's gonna suggest that it's a necessity.
Mm-hmm.
So therefore, it needs to stay with these targeted airstrikes, and hopefully, the result is they get back to the negotiating table and try to work something out.
So
to keep the region
can I ask a
stable.
question real quick?
Go ahead, sir.
Do we have a good track record in Latin and South America?
In Latin and South America, militarily?
Yeah.
I would say so.
Not necessarily regime change wise.
Yes.
I think most people would be on the opposite side of that. But the reason I bring it up is because I think most people would say the opposite. They say, look at this stabilization we've caused in Latin and South America, and that's why we have so many Latin and South American immigrants trying to come up here, X, Y, and Z. And if you held that view, and then Venezuela happens, and what happens? We suffer very, very minimal casualties. We take the leader, and it's a different position, right? And so I don't necessarily, past what is it? I can't remember the quote right now. It's past something doesn't necessarily dictate future results. And so if you had asked me, hey, do you think that Trump's administration would be able to execute this Venezuelan raid? I'd have been like, I believe in our military a lot, and I have a lot of faith in Rubio, but Trump's administration as a whole, no. But what did they do? They executed that. And they executed it better than you could have hoped, really, because nobody died. And I don't know what casualties were inflicted,
but that's a big difference, right?
I don't necessarily think. No, the point is that you're asking me, hey, do you think that this administration can do this? I don't know. I put a lot of faith in Rubio, and I put a lot of faith in our military leaders. When it comes to, they just did something in Venezuela that I would have said, no, I don't think they can. They're doing stuff.
There's a big difference militarily between Venezuela and Iran, right? It's not even comparable. Do you understand that?
You're asking me if I think, or what I'm getting from it, do I think that there can be regime change prior to the boots on the ground? Possibly. Do I think that if boots on the ground happened for regime change, would I be in support of it? Depending on how it's executed. I don't know how it would be executed, but I underestimated their ability to execute in the Venezuelan raid. Now, Rubio, again, I put a lot of faith in Rubio. I am not outright against boots on the ground for regime change, depending on how it's, who's doing the planning and whatnot.
So the difference is in Venezuela, right? That was largely a CIA operation, right? That was able to execute that regime change, right? Because Venezuela does not have the military capabilities of an Iran, right? They don't have any counterterrorism, any counter intelligence, that's significant as a regime like the Iranian regime, right? Which is why if it's going to be a regime change, I don't believe that we have, the capabilities to undergo a regime change without a significant military operation, right? Because Iran is set up completely differently than a Venezuela, right? Which is what happened in Iraq, right? It is a better comparison because they wanted the regime to change in Iraq, right? But they couldn't do it with the CIA, right? They couldn't say, okay, let's do it with the CIA and then we can get the Delta Force, a little small portion of the Delta Force in there and we can get it done. That wasn't possible, right? And it's not going to be possible in Iran to do it that way either. So, we can't look at Venezuela as and say, well, okay, we can do the same thing. No, that's why we have to look at it from a logical perspective in terms of a significant military invasion. Is that worth it just to execute a regime change that will or will not work?
But
right? We don't know if the regime change in Venezuela is going to work out yet, right? We know Maduro was a problem, right? So we got rid of him. But whoever we install there, we don't know if that's going to work out. We won't know that for years, right? But in Iran, that's, militarily, you're talking about a top 20, military power of the
That doesn't
world.
matter. That doesn't matter.
It does matter.
It doesn't matter.
It does matter because their counterintelligence is well beyond Venezuela.
Iraq was like number 4 during the first Gulf War. Iraq was like number 4 or something like that. That shit don't matter.
You're reading about it and you're talking to somebody who was actually there. So
you were in the first Gulf. You were there during the first Gulf War.
No.
Okay, so I'm talking about the first Gulf War. First Gulf War, they said the same stuff. They said the same stuff about Iraq. Iraq was like number 4, top 7, whatever it was, and they got demolished.
What did that lead to?
The first Gulf War didn't lead. It led to Iraq getting their asses whooped and a no-fly zone being issued.
And then what? And what did that lead to?
And not the first Gulf War. That's it. That was the end of it.
No, because we had Operation Iraqi Freedom and Operation.
That was the second.
Freedom.
That's the second one.
Right. Exactly. Right. So the hope is when you change your regime the first time, it don't lead to a second and third time. Right?
There was no regime change in the first Gulf War. That wasn't the goal of the first Gulf War.
Well, the first Gulf War was because they was attacking the allies in the region, right? They
invaded Kuwait.
They invaded Kuwait.
Yes,
right.
and so the goal of the first Gulf War was to expel them from Kuwait and no further. So they expelled them from Kuwait. Then Saddam was also bombing and gassing and using chemical weapons against his own people, the Shiites in the south, the Kurds in the north. So then a no-fly zone was issued, and there was a whole bunch of sanctions and stuff. So that stuff did work because Iraq, you're saying, oh, well, they're a top 20 military power. That stuff doesn't matter when the difference is Jordan versus a kindergartner.
It does. Because
historically speaking, when we look at military confrontations, specifically with the U.S., in a conventional warfare setting, which is what we're talking about, because you're saying military versus military, not guerrilla warfare. The U.S. military overwhelms the other military's capabilities within the first 30 days, and then it's a non-issue.
We did that in Iraq.
Then stop bringing up Iran's top 20 military because it doesn't matter.
But the reason why I bring it up, AR, because there was significant loss of American troops. So that's a problem for me, and I don't understand.
Okay, so what is significant? So I think our differences is that you have your opinion, it seems, is that military casualties or losses need to be 0 for it to be a success or a shining success, and mine is it can be a non-zero figure and it still be a shining success.
No, so mine's is it can be a non-zero figure if the end goal justified the means, and the end goal up to this point hasn't justified the means because Iraq is still a country that is very destabilized.
Okay, how old are you?
I am over 40.
Okay, so you wouldn't really be eligible for the draft. If China were to work against us, like if we were to get into a hot conflict with China, who right now this day, who is going to come to the support of China?
Probably Russia.
Is that it, or do you think Russia's sphere of influence is also going to back them?
I'm as significantly probably only Russia.
Okay, hard disagree, but my view is that Russia's sphere of influence, so that includes Iran, that includes Iran's proxies, what's left of them anyway, are also going to come in and create North Korea as well as another one. They'll probably start causing issues with South Korea. These areas are going to, that was nice timing. These places are going to cause issues. They're going to, North Korea is going to.
Obviously.
All right, Brownsville.
But you
do you want
a specific question?
All right, and I'm going to elaborate. So that's great. I'm going to elaborate so that we're on the same page.
It's not possible for Iran to come to China's aid. Right?
Okay. Did Iran come to Russia's? Did Iran come to Russia's aid?
No, not.
Yeah.
Not
okay. So where does Russia get their drones from?
They get their drones from Iran. Yes.
Okay, so they came to their aid.
But not well, if you're gonna count that, then yes.
Yes, I'm gonna count that. What do you mean?
Right.
That's aiding. That's aiding.
I'm thinking you're talking bodies.
No, I don't care about bodies because technology is a multiplier. So if you're getting drones from Iran, that one drone can take out 5 soldiers. It's a lot hard. Whatever. The point being is that when I look at the situation and I'm trying to do 20 years at minimum, another 8 years because I'm about to be at 12. In that 8 years, it seems like we're going to be in a hot conflict with China. Do I want China to have more allies that can help them or more adversaries of the U.S. that will help them? Or do I want them to have less? I want them to have less. So
you're assuming that we will come out of that Iran situation unscathed, right? And I don't think that that's going to be the case. I think a prolonged conflict in Iran is going to weaken us militarily for any operation in the near future with China. That's what I think you're not calculating.
No, I understand that, but I'm not going to calculate something that hasn't. So there's different ways to calculate it. I can say, hey, in this scenario, we in a prolonged conflict with Iran is going to cause issues with us confronting China. I 100% agree. Right now, what we're doing is targeted airstrikes, which is also not. If China were to pop off right now with Taiwan, we're in a weakened state on various reasons, and us using munitions is part of that. We need to recoup the losses of the munitions. I think the Defense Production Act should be invoked, but it doesn't matter. My opinion, again, we're going to be if we're in a hot conflict with China, I want them to have the least amount of people to help them
but
as
you're
possible.
Projecting again, right? So but what I'm saying is when I said that any prolonged military operation in Iran is going to weaken our ability to seriously confront China, you said, well, we can't use that logic because we can't foresee, like, when are we going to have to battle China or whatever, right? But then you're also utilizing that same logic to say, well, the reason why I would support an ongoing operation in Iran is to weaken their allies.
Yes.
All right. So let me just jump in with a couple of cash apps. They got a couple of questions. Okay. First question is America untouchable is the first question. And the second question is America really in danger or is it about greed? AR, would you be able to answer those two questions?
Yes. Just real quick before I forget. When we did the Venezuelan operation, you can go back and look at articles. China's delegation had went to Venezuela the Friday that weekend, the Friday or Thursday of that weekend. They were probably still there when the thing happened. Fast forward to Iran, this Iranian operation. Guess who's talking to Chinese delegates again about buying hypersonic anti-ship missiles? It's Iran. So yes, these things are connected. Don't say they aren't because they obviously are. And if you don't recognize that, that's something you need to go research. But I'm telling you they are, and you can see it you can read it in the media. It's very obvious. Now the first question is America untouchable? That, by the way, is America untouchable? Was the first question?
Yes.
I mean, as untouchable as Mike Tyson was in his prime, I think like there are certain things that we should speak out against, if it's not in the best interest of the U.S., and whatnot. This looks like AI.
I didn't mean to distract
anyway, I don't know if that's real or not. But
okay.
What was the second question?
Is America really in danger? Or is it about greed?
Why's it gotta be like
answer
in
it?
danger or greed?
No. Just answer the question.
I don't think Brownsville, who are you? My fucking caretaker?
That's an F-bomb, by the way.
I don't think it's about greed. I think it's about national interest.
Send your money, pay your money.
Send your $2.
I still got my 50 that, from a week ago. So I got $48 left, I guess.
Y'all good, guy? Y'all good? Oh, hold on. There we go. You want to answer the questions, cuz?
What was the questions again? Because I'm not like AR. I'll answer them directly.
The first one is America untouchable, and the second one is America really in danger, or is it about greed?
So to the first question, I agree with AR, and that was a brilliant answer. Yes, we're untouchable as Mike Tyson was in his prime. He's correct on that aspect. Is America in danger? The answer is no. Is it about greed? Probably so.
Well, wasn't it about greed? The wars that y'all was speaking about, we wasn't looking for weapons of mass destruction that was made up for greed. And now we know that we have a president who is greedy and don't care about America. So I don't.
So this video right here that they producing bomb, they are saying that this is the people are in praise of what's happening in Iran. How true it is, I don't know, but this is what they show.
They praying that they like that there's war going on, or they?
Yeah, that the regime change is happening, the bombs is going off, and because we did just get, I think they just confirmed that they did delete the leader. Oh, let me see. I think I figured this out.
I heard the leader was mean, right? Didn't he murder a lot of his people?
I think so. Hold on, I think we got some breaking news on it or something like that. Let's see.
Oh, there was something just got.
Yeah, I'm let's see what this is. They sent this to me. Let's see what this one is saying. Hopefully it's better than the first one they sent this.
Israel Channel 12, who are now reporting that Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is dead.
Oh, wow.
That the Iranian supreme leader has been killed in the airstrikes launched by the United States and Israel today. A determined effort by President Donald Trump to topple the Iranian regime. And if true, the reports coming to us now from Israeli Channel 12 that Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is dead, then they have indeed toppled the very head of that regime. And the consequences and ramifications of that can only be guessed at, because we have also been reporting just in the last few minutes that the Iranian Defense Minister, Amir Nasirazdeh, and also the Iranian, I should say, commander of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, Commander Mohammed Pakpour, is also dead. These two top officials, one a military official, the other a civilian official in charge, of course, of the military, the Iranian Defense Minister, and the head of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, according to Reuters, quoting 3 Iranian sources, have been killed.
Wow. So that's really interesting. Diva, you here? Let's see if Diva here. I'm not
If
sure.
ends justify the means, then the end was reached.
Damn. Shout out to Cloudhouse ENT. Drop KT. This man just talking the talk. It is $20 to drop somebody, so you need another 10. How much to ban AR for the day? Just the day. This dude is tripping. Let the civilians speak about it.
He's basically a civilian
I don't think I am a civilian right now. I'm a reservist. I'm not in the military right now. And everything I say is my personal opinion. It has nothing. It has no connection to the military at all.
So Queen, he's basically a civilian.
How much to kick AR for the day?
I don't think it should be possible. I think I should get that treatment that Mr. Four Corners. What was his name? Damn, Four Circle. What was his name? Full Circle. There we go. I think I should get the treatment that he got. I'm a VIP right now.
I don't know. I never actually. Let me see what my old school stuff used to say. I did have a banner for how much was for the day.
Yo, you be upsetting the queens too much, AR. You gotta adjust.
It seems like some days I am, some days I'm not. I don't get it.
So I used to have it 100. I used to have it 150 for the week. So I guess for the day we gotta go half price 75. That's what it used.
That's crazy. That's messed up.
I thought it was 500 for the week.
That's
no,
it's 500 forever.
Yeah. So I guess I used to have it 150 for the week. So I guess 75 would be good for the day. Half price.
I don't know why you just answered that. You should have said nothing.
That's crazy word.
Yeah.
You should still make them do 150.
What?
Inflation,
But
sir.
if it is confirmed that the supreme leader was taken out in these airstrikes, then I guess it was a success. You have to say that it was a success. And hopefully, like I said, it doesn't have to advance further than those targeted, calculated airstrikes.
Hey, block conversations with MJ before she can donate.
Hey, Brownsville.
Yeah.
You still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
So question, and this is a civilian asking. As of right now, from what you see, have the ends justified the means?
If that's true, if it's true and it's confirmed that they was able to take out the supreme leader with those airstrikes, then yes, they were a success.
All right. Bet, thank you.
That's crazy. I told you to block her. You don't listen. That's your problem.
What you
That's
say?
your problem.
I didn't hear you, Al. What you said?
Whatever, man.
Huh?
Nah.
Well, I didn't hear you.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta say more than one
Yo,
word.
you gotta listen. Yo, AR, man.
Just slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see you try it.
Damn.
It's something about his personality that the queens don't like, cuz he gotta figure that out.
She's on the chain. Conversation with MJ with the 75 boss said done. He's doing too much. And he knows the rules. I'm out of here. God damn it. I added the goddamn. Yeah.
Now he got to choose whether he want to fight back. See, and the last time he went against the queen, she was like she wasn't having it. He couldn't win. So I don't know what he gonna do now, man. But he taking a lot of L's.
Oh man, I love crazy. So this is the British Prime Minister. He just spoke up and he said something. Let's see what he had to say about all this.
Earlier this morning, the United States and Israel struck targets in Iran. Iran has since launched indiscriminate strikes across the region. I know the British people and communities across our country will be deeply concerned about what this means for security and stability and for the fate of innocent people across the region, which for so many of us includes friends and family members. So whilst the situation is evolving very quickly, I want to set out our response. The United Kingdom played no role in these strikes, but we have long been clear. The regime in Iran is utterly abhorrent. They have murdered thousands of their own people, brutally crushed dissent, and sought to destabilize the region. Even in the United Kingdom, the Iranian regime poses a direct threat to dissidents and to the Jewish community. Over the last year alone, they have backed more than 20 potentially lethal attacks on UK soil. So it is clear they must never be allowed to develop a nuclear weapon. That remains the primary aim of the United Kingdom and our allies, including the US. I condemn Iran's attacks today on partners across the region, many of which are not parties to this conflict. We extend our support and solidarity to them as part of our commitments to the security of our allies in the Middle East. We have a range of defensive capabilities in the region, which we've recently strengthened. Our forces are active, and British planes are in the sky today as part of coordinated regional defensive operations to protect our people, our interests, and our allies, as Britain has done before, in line with international law. We've stepped up protections for British bases and personnel to their highest level. We are also reaching out to UK nationals in the region and doing everything we can to support them. I've been speaking with leaders today from the E3 and across the region. It is vital that we prevent further escalation and return to a diplomatic process. We want to see peace and security and the protection of civilian life. Iran can end this now. They should refrain from further strikes, give up their weapons programs, and cease the appalling violence and repression against the Iranian people, who deserve the right to determine their own future in line with our long-standing position. This is the route to de-escalation and back to the negotiating table. Thank you.
That was pretty good. That sounds like a real politician, goddamn. What's your thoughts on that, Bomb? That was pretty good. While Bomb get it together, KT the GOAT, you still there? KT smoking.
Was I muted?
There you go.
Oh, okay. Which was my thoughts?
Yeah, on the British Prime Minister.
Oh, I didn't hear shit he said. I heard some talking. It sounded like gibberish to me. I don't know. I'm sorry. I was working, you know.
What did he say? You muted, Sharon.
I said, let me go find some 50 Cent cursing out T.I. and Tiny real quick so y'all could pay attention.
Hey.
Pretty much he said he's with the US and Israel because Iran be doing a lot of criminal activities. They've been killing a lot of people. They beefed up security around all United Kingdom on all their different bases around the world, and they're gonna do whatever they need to do to protect their allies. They got airplanes up in the sky, and they're gonna do what they got to do.
Okay.
Standing
10 toes down.
Okay. They kick your asses. Oh damn! I do find it. Hey, Iran. I don't know what's gonna happen with them right this. Oh boy, you still didn't pay your $2. You still didn't pay your $2 for saying the F-bomb. Yes, $2 per F-bomb per N-word. Why are you looking like you confused? Like you didn't know that?
Pay your money. Pay your money.
Yeah, we want to see your $2.
No, $2. I got $2. I got $2.
Send it. Send the $2. We wait. We'll wait for you. 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 We'll wait for
Yeah, Bomb, what you over there sewing?
They say he only had pesos.
No speaking in Spanish.
They're hair two bags where you could put your hair roller, curling iron, hair blow dry, and all those in. I'm making them long. It's like, it's like a makeup bag, but long for those
You can
things.
put your curling iron in it.
Yeah.
Okay, very nice.
Me no $0 $2. Me no $0 $2. Send it in super chat or cash app, homie. Hey, Holmes, I don't know.
Somebody say it's 5,000 pesos.
I need a $1 No, we can't let you clout chase for free. And you came here cursing and everything. No. You came just trying to derail the show. You gotta pay your $2. You said you got it.
Okay.
And anybody that feels like they need AR back is just $75. Y'all could pay to bring them back. Y'all don't gotta complain about it. Do something about it.
Drop AR for $75.
They said they tired of hand his ass. They said we done with your ass. We tired of your shit.
That's hilarious.
They dropped it for the day.
Uh-huh. But it definitely goes to show how difficult it is for people to have different types of conversations. Welcome back to the show. Kulu, what is your thoughts? You might as well cook him up while he's in the back. Oh, Kulu.
Oh, nah. If I want to say, if I'm not mistaken, it's Israel's media that's saying that, right? It's not like there's no body, there's no actual confirmation from like a third party. So like, I take what Israel says. With a grain of salt, because they've lied about the numbers that came out of Gaza. They've lied about a bunch of things.
Okay,
so I believe it whenever like a third party says it. But to me, even if the leader is assassinated, the supreme leader is another person could just step up and take the role and still have access to all the resources, right? So like the regime change, has not been completed or is not done until they get the people that they want in there, right?
Yeah, that's true.
I'm not military, so I don't know. So, but
as long as part two. No, but they got three. But they saying they got 3 of the leaders though. They got the supreme leader and 3 of the other head house girls.
Is that what it's called, the supreme leader?
Yeah, that's what it was called. That's what he was called, the supreme leader.
Oh, well, they should have just brought me in, like from one supreme to another. Like that's what diplomacy is for, right? So the supreme vaginal vessel and the supreme leader really should have just been in talks.
Diva, you want to read this? I don't know if you can read this language, but you want to read this super chat?
Vital Complex 7. 5 pesos. KLK Kentucky, Tether Bracy. It's supposed to be KK Kentucky. KK.
Yo, that's funny. That's KK Kentucky. That's funny. KK Kentucky. All right. Yeah, I got this gift card for Asian Bristow. I'll send it to you, Sharon. It got like $40 on it.
What? This nigga got gift cards he trying to give?
That's $2, ball.
Oh, damn. What I say? Okay, let me see.
Fighter, what's your thoughts on this whole Iran war?
I don't know about this one. I'm going at war in my own life right now, so I don't know about foreign wars. You know what I'm saying? But hey, I whatever happens, I hope we win and F them. You know what I mean?
But why you going to war?
I'm at war with life every day, man. I'm fighting these ICE agents. I'm trying to prove to them I'm American. You know, it's hard out here for me.
Just show them your braces.
Nah, I'm gonna just show them. I was gonna go left. I was gonna go left, boy. I'm practicing impulse control. So,
yeah. All right now.
Okay.
But yeah, I think this is a interesting. Also, what's up, No Chaser? There's a lot of misinformation being pushed out there. Like they saying that it was an attack on Dubai, and one of them showing that it was not an attack on Dubai. Actually, it was a lot of videos showing that this last attack, this day attack, because that's another crazy part. They are attacking in the daytime. It wasn't actually in Dubai. So they confirmed that it wasn't in Dubai. They're not evacuating the Burj Khalifa or nothing like that.
So Sharon, can you inform me just a little bit, real quick, why they're doing this? Why is the U.S. striking Iran? Can you elaborate for me or explain?
Because the regime at hand. Thank you so much, beautiful. I appreciate that. And word payment.
I pay my bills, baby.
Thank you. I appreciate you, Bob. And so Donald Trump said he was trying to get deals with Iran to not build nuclear weapons. They kept on trying to build nuclear weapons. It's going back and forth. They doing it, they're not doing it. They got a deal, they don't have a deal. And so the last we don't have a deal was the last time. And then so Israel and US put some airplanes up in the sky. And instead of BOB, it's BOY, bombs over Iran instead of bombs over Baghdad.
Okay, got you. All right.
Out there song.
Yeah. Okay, got you. I mean, we can have the Blix. Y'all can have Blix too. So I get it. I understand. It's a threat. Okay.
So you support the U.S. strike on Iran?
Yeah, because I live here.
They say we going to Dominican Republic next because we gonna put a stop to what they doing on that island.
Oh yeah, the FBAs is getting deleted randomly.
Really?
By me. I'm gonna become a terrorist.
No, but seriously, they having some issues over there with Americans?
No.
Oh, okay. What up, Ralph? Good day to you, beautiful. How you doing?
Hey, Sherelle.
Okay. I was just checking.
What the hell she sewing over there? She trying to pay her bills? Okay. Nah, she get Social Security. You get Social Security. I know you get Social Security.
You're trying to rank on people.
Right.
I mean, you the one who needed to pay with a gift card.
It went through. Yeah, I sent the gift card money. It went through. You saw that, right?
Oh man,
you crying. You was holding on to that gift card money.
Hell yeah.
Nothing wrong with
these last $2. I'm gonna lose.
If it was $10, he wouldn't be up here right now.
Dang.
Be able to pay.
Damn, Coach Bird said we haven't declared war since 1942. If you scared, go and hide in the closet. Hey, PAZ, but you somebody that travels, like this situation right here, would that affect the way how you think about traveling?
Not really, just because I travel to like black places.
Okay. So if you travel to places like Thailand, Japan.
I have been to Asia. But I probably won't be back in Asia unless somebody like invites me out there. That's the only reason I've been to the Asian countries I've been to.
No, okay.
Okay.
Because they also bombed. I seen somebody sent me something about they bombed an airport as well. I couldn't find out what airport it actually was. So I was like, I don't know if I want to put that one out. Yeah. Yes.
Wait, not the U.S. government, right?
No, Iran.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah. Yeah. What you up to, Ida?
Me,
it's cold. I see you got the hoodie and the coat on.
It's warming up a little bit. It's warming up.
Nah, yeah. It's like 50 degrees today, Diva. People gonna be taking their clothes off today.
All right.
Yeah, it's nice out. 50
Well,
degrees is like summertime. We like, what? Finally, the weather broke, god damn it. Only YNs like, and YNs just like how fighter dress even in 70-degree weather. You see them dress just like that, Diva. That's how you could tell the YNs in New York. They still got their jackets and hoodies on. You like, damn, it's 90 degrees outside. And they steady.
I'm afraid of him.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the one you better be afraid of. When they just like fighter at 80 degrees with no teeth, you better watch out.
Nah, but hey, white women are not afraid of me.
Really? What you be saying to them? How you know they ain't afraid of you?
We're not talking about when you have your bow tie on and no shirt.
Uh-oh. All oiled up. All oiled up.
Bow tie Brazy. You, I got pictures with you in bow ties, nigga. Don't play with me.
Oh, that's another M word.
Take away $2.
Your microphone messing up too, by the way. You talking too strong. Mm-hmm. So you bow tie Boricua. All right. God damn. You all right?
KT coughing up alone. KT, you better leave that stuff alone.
You would have thought it was KT. But
that
was Shadow coughing up alone.
Shadow, leave that stuff alone.
No, that was me. I'm moving into a new apartment today because it's closer to the job. So, and yeah,
your wife put you out
all the week just traveling. No, we're both moving in, but I'm closer to the job.
And on the internet,
with you.
Yeah.
No. No, like I said, I'm down the street from the job. We're 15 minutes closer, and we were spending like $300 a week just me driving to work. So it's effective. It helps.
Let me.
And I got an air fryer. I bought a new air fryer, so I'm happy about that. She let me get a new air fryer. Yeah, I'm happy.
I use mine.
I've been trying to convince her to let me get a new air fryer since our other one broke. I love air fryers.
You know how air fryer ain't nothing but a small oven.
I'm fine with that. I still wanted an air fryer, sir. No, and we're supposed to go. So I was on Amazon when I was looking through them. Like I saw the Ninja. I like its design, but I don't. Shit, I was just like, whether we can get it or not. But this one looks like a little conventional oven, so it's got French doors, which was my preference.
That's how.
Yeah, like the drop-ins just are weird. I don't like the taste of it, but I like the way this one looks. But I've got to take her out to the One Piece season 2 is coming out, so she wants me to take her to the movies for it. I'm like, deal. Life lesson about marriage: know how to compromise. She gets her movie date, I get my air fryer.
That makes sense.
Okay, well, you could have just put it in the oven like Sharon told you, but you're not going to listen.
The oven is big. This is why I used mine so much. Because, the oven is big. You got to preheat it. Like the air fryer take like 20 seconds to preheat.
10 minutes, yeah.
And then I can make like individual size portions of whatever it is I'm doing.
Yeah, but if he got a family, a large family, they be needing them big air fryers.
Right.
Yeah, so my first air fryer still had that tiny little thing cost $200. Well, I can only put fries in it and maybe 2 pieces of chicken. And then they start getting bigger and bigger. I got one air fryer right here, never been opened.
Dying.
It's right here behind me in a big box.
A lot of people love that air fryer.
No,
I ain't gonna lie.
How to use air fryer? Yeah.
Welcome back to the show, Kulu. What's your thoughts, Kulu? You good?
Hey, Kulu.
Yo, what's up, PhD Diva? Yeah, I'm good. I'm just at the store right now with the wife and kid, so I'm just listening.
I think this was fun. I'm glad that we was able to get through we got through a whole 4 hours of political conversation. That's a lot.
It was a good conversation, too.
It was. That's a lot because you know that's not an easy feat. So clap it up for yourselves, goddamn.
Woo! You need a little clapping noise
Mhm.
thingy.
You know I'm lazy, so
You know what?
I hit my
I knew when I said that. I was like, oh my God. And you know what? That's actually not what I was saying. What I was trying to say is, so you know how like you were okay, so how you are able to compartmentalize and have time for all the things that you need to do because you're at a point in your career where you don't have to grind like that. You know what I'm saying? Like you overseeing things. Okay, so
Shine
what I
like
was
that.
saying
Shine like
is,
that.
shut your ass up. So what I was saying is that if you're going to pivot, you're gonna have to grind like when you first started doing construction. Think about how hard you had to work to get to where you had all that time to where you can be like, okay, this time squared away from my family. I need to do this. You get what I'm saying? So if you're gonna pivot, you're not gonna be at that same point. That's what I was trying to get at. So you're gonna have to.
no, but when you said
Hold
to me the
on, but
first time,
I
Diva,
came up here to talk about the
okay,
air
my bad.
fryer, man. Y'all niggas need to buy a stove with an air fryer, yo. That like a stove.
A stove with an air fryer is an oven.
Isaiah, go get your
No, it's
backpack.
not. Oh, this is hello.
I
It's
don't
not.
know how you got
We
tricked
all
to
have one of
believe.
those.
No,
Yeah, I don't know how you
no.
got tricked to believe that they
You don't have to
a
preheat it.
different version of
They
the.
do.
Bro,
You don't have
Listen,
to
It's not the
read
same,
it. Let
Sharon.
me see.
it's not the same. Listen, it
not
is
the
I'm
same.
gonna look it
Sharon.
up.
I'm telling you, you can get it where you don't have to preheat it, and you literally,
Zay, go get your backpack, bro.
you literally
Oh,
can have an air
Chloe, go get
fryer
your
built
bag.
into your stove.
I see it. Yeah, they do have a built-in air fryer.
Yeah,
It's
I
like
Yeah,
know.
Sharon act like he talking about what
I
he know
know
what he
boiling.
what.
talking about. He don't know
No,
what he
what I'm
talking
saying is
about.
this: I
Nigga,
know what it says, but that ain't
Right.
nothing but an oven.
But
it's
I
That's
like
not.
it.
it
I'm telling you, you
because
ain't got
on
one.
the
See, that's the
bottom.
problem. Now you sound like K to go speaking on stuff you ain't got. I don't know. Listen, I'm telling you, you don't have to preheat it. It literally turns on like air fryer mode.
But isn't it on the bottom, like where the broiler is?
No, it's inside. So inside of your oven, all you have to do is
Oh,
put
okay,
air
okay.
fryer mode, and it turns on just like an air fryer. It's just built into your stove.
And when you do
Wait
that,
a
you gotta
minute.
get a little
Hey,
closer. Hold
That
on, hold on.
sounds
So
like
look,
an
look,
oven.
look, Diva, this is how we gonna kill him. Hey, so I just got one question. When you put it in, is it closer to the top?
No, it's on the back. The air fryer is built on the back wall.
Yeah, but is it closer to the top?
No, this
It's not built in the back wall. Stop.
okay. Hold on, this nigga act like I ain't at home. Hold on.
I
That's
want
$2.
my $2. And
That's
I want my
$2.
$2 too. Go ahead and show the back of the walls. Yeah, he gonna go show me the back of the wall. Of his
That's $2, BB.
I
Y'all
give
should
him
have told me
$2.
this like
Let me go see the
about
back of
4
the
years
wall.
ago when I had to get a new stove.
The hell is that?
Say you sorry. Yeah, say you sorry. Say you sorry.
I ain't
Send
said
my
I'm sorry. I don't
$2.
know what that is. That look like a damn fan to me.
Exactly. So it is an oven. It
What
is an oven, and it has a fan in it, and he thinks
That's
that makes
all.
it something special.
This a damn fan. Boy, if you don't sit your
No,
fat ass down, who you think
I
you
bet
is?
you won't show
brand
me
is
your
it?
fan. Show me the fan you got. See, this you gotta watch it. Listen, I'm
If
telling
you
you.
don't sit your ass down, who you think you is?
I'm telling you,
Nigga, you still
Sharon is
hating because he
talking.
ain't got no fan in his oven?
Yeah, he ain't got no fan. He still got to preheat this oven to warm up his chicken. And he gonna
Well,
talk about
a microwave with a fan in it is called a convection oven, because that's what a air fryer also is, a convection oven. So
I
they
get
trick
it, but
you
I'm
by
saying
putting
hello.
that fan in there so they can hurry up and get the heat to travel quicker. But it's still an oven.
No, it even
Yes,
tastes different. Hold on, okay, I
the
get
food
what
does
you
not
said.
taste
How it
different.
tastes different.
It does taste
Mother,
different if it's in the air fryer versus the oven.
Yes, if you don't
baby,
use
go get your stuff in the
what?
room. Now you're good.
All right, you right.
Yeah,
You
it
right. I
definitely
forgot.
tastes. It
He said
definitely
you
tastes
got an
better
easy
in
bake
the. It
oven.
tastes better in the oven. Stop.
That ain't
He
nothing but
said
an
it.
easy bake oven, they said.
It's okay.
That's all he did.
I bet you my oven costs more than they whole appliance in their kitchens.
Hey, them easy bake
Goddamn.
ovens made
I
some good
bet
ass
you don't.
brownies.
Hey, you know they do got some crazy. You know they do have goddamn stovetop ovens that's like 200,000 to 300,000.
To do what?
Yeah, they do.
Get
They do.
food.
They,
Hey,
okay,
hey,
so
Sharon.
the
Hey,
stove cooking
Sharon.
your food for you, right? You don't have to do nothing but just put the food
Hey,
in there.
look, hey,
Oh,
Diva,
Hold on,
not only
Sharon. Hey,
hold on,
Sharon.
not only that it don't cook for you, probably in the first month you're gonna be burning all your food because that's how effective it is.
You
Like
know the funny
it
part about it.
cooks food so much fast. Sorry, E. It cooks food so much faster. It is the closest thing you get to a professional oven in your household for family cooking.
wow.
And
Hey,
it's
the funny,
healthier,
hold on one
right?
second. The funny part about it, my wife that heard me talk to you, Lee's over last year. She said, "Show him the picture." She said, "Show him the button." She never took these conversations. She haven't commented on nothing. When you start talking about her oven, she said, "Show him."
Yo,
Just throw that
That's
pan in
so
the back of
funny.
that oven. Nope.
She said,
yo,
I got air fryer in my stove, baby. Play with
Bracy,
somebody else.
Bracy, would you say that the air fryer is healthier too?
No.
Nope.
It's healthier if you
It's
don't
not.
use grease.
It's not neither. It's not better or worse.
So
It
why you
is.
can fry with it with no
Well, I mean, if you get
oil?
let me take that back. If you get the cheap one with the plastics that's not made for that kind of degree of heat, then yeah, it's unhealthy.
Well, no, but it's cheaper than actual grease frying. I think if you compare apples to apples, if you go
I mean,
fried,
healthier, not cheaper.
healthier.
Okay. So
I
wait a
think
minute, because I'm not sure if you know though, but people still fry their chicken in the oven.
Yeah, I've done that.
You don't need grease to fry chicken. So if you're talking about is it healthier than frying chicken in oil?
Isn't that
Yeah.
baking?
No, you use
No,
You got to use
Yeah,
a little
you
bit of
got
oil.
you
you
got
still
to
got
understand.
to
Hey,
cook in
Bob,
oil.
he grew
Hold
up
on,
on shake and
look. This
bake.
is how crazy. Hold on, you know how
Yeah,
crazy
shake
it
and bake.
is. Hold on, Either man. He literally got an air fryer that he don't put oil in, and he's talking about isn't that bacon?
Hold up. Actually, you know what? I'll
Put two
take
and two
that.
together. He said,
That's
"Goddamn."
Hey, so
I
this
didn't
air
even
fryer.
put two and two together. You got that.
No, I'm just saying, y'all understand that. Like, man, if you get an air fryer stove, it's a game changer. Shadow, you should try
How
it.
much was the air fryer stove? And what's the make? What company
What's the
makes
brand?
the one
What's
you
the
have?
mate, baby? Was it? I know
Air
she
fryer
wanted to
stove?
match. She
I never heard of
yes,
that.
she
What
wanted.
is it?
She wanted to match the microwave.
Okay.
Frigidaire. Frigidaire.
Okay,
Frigidaire one.
Frigidaire. All right, y'all. So go get you a Frigidaire air fryer, and y'all like it?
Yeah, we love it.
Works well. You like that brand? Okay.
Yeah, she said the biggest thing she like is it cut cooking time, so you don't have to.
I thought you was the biggest thing she liked.
Oh damn,
Uh-oh.
damn.
It is. That was a good one.
That's a big one.
That's a
Hey,
big
that's one
flex.
thing.
Hey, you heard my wife
That's one thing
say?
I like about this complex. We got all wood floors now, so now the dogs
Hello.
won't start tearing up the carpet.
You ain't
Yes.
supposed to have no damn dogs in the house, no way.
Yeah, you don't. She
Wait,
said
what?
that's a big
Hold up.
flex.
Whoa.
Wait,
We're not gonna skip
yeah.
over that. We're not gonna skip over that. What do you mean?
Well,
Would you keep? Would you keep them
That's what
outside?
that's what
Unless
white
it's a
We
people
have
do.
toy
house
poodle,
dogs.
you ain't supposed to have it in the house. It's supposed to be outside. What's wrong with y'all black people? It's supposed to be in the backyard, eating what you eat. Come on now, we raise black dogs around here.
And
No,
look, Diva,
I got a
up
husky
here,
and a blue
you go to
heron.
jail for that.
Really? That's
Hell
what my
yeah.
niece
You
was telling me.
sure
You
will.
can't leave a dog out because it was like a storm coming. I was like, it's a dog. She was like, oh no, you'll get in trouble for that. I was like,
Yeah,
what?
Oh yeah.
yeah,
Up,
You
because
can't
of
be
the
out in
winter.
the sun
Hell
neither.
yeah.
You can't be
It's
out in
an
the
look,
animal.
hey, up here, Diva, your ass will go straight to jail.
Yeah, that's animal cruelty. They'll lock you up for a year or two for that. That's crazy.
People gonna be like, but I'm black. Well, take your black ass to these hills.
That's
Like,
all the
damn.
more reason for them to take my ass to jail.
Diva, in the sun, down south, we have our dogs outside. Up here, if it's hot, that dog better have access to indoors, okay?
Are
It
you
cannot be
serious?
outside.
Oh yeah, you'll go to jail. The only time you
And
can
so
let
now
the
I'm
dog
looking down at
outside,
all these.
Diva, is springtime and the fall. Like you won't really get in trouble. But that summer and that winter, your ass going to jail.
So y'all be having them dogs in y'all house. Now I'm judging all y'all.
That's
Because
why I won't.
That's why I had to get a dog with
I'm not
that
eating
they
at
have
your
no.
house.
Right,
That's why I got a dog that don't have no fur because I can't deal with no shedding or no hair. None of
Because
that.
the real issue is Karens will call. That's the real issue. They will call on you.
That's what
We'll be playing
I
random
think
stuff.
we can increase our net worth by all the black people get rid of dogs. We can increase our net worth by at least $500 million.
Hey, look, y'all can say whatever you want about the dogs, but look, all I gotta do, let the dog outside, let the kids run around, somebody strange come, that dog come, they be out. They see my dog, they walk across the street, all that.
Oh, I got it. Listen to what Sharon is saying. He said he ain't to provide. I meant protect his dog to protect it. You gotta watch him. You gotta watch
Hey,
him.
look, he done there one time. I was saying, because my dog is like jet black, you cannot see it at nighttime at all. And so I'm sitting on the porch where the dog could just run down the stairs because I got 2 sections, right? Anyway, so this drunk dude came and trying to walk up the stairs. I mean, he was lit. My dog went flying. But I tell you, he says I sobered up so quick and started running down a block.
Yo, hold on. That's interesting, Sharon.
Dog owners who think shit like that is cute and funny.
Absolutely. And Diva, look, whenever I walk my dog, I never put it on the leash neither.
And you'll be the one I'll be cussing the fuck out.
Yep.
Sharon, that's very interesting, yo.
I don't see dogs get shot for that.
Second fighter. Look, not only that, people like, oh, can I pet your dog? Do it bite? I say, ain't never bite me.
And that's right answer, right?
I don't know if it's gonna bite your ass,
Yeah,
but
no.
it ain't never bite me. So I don't know. Just like if you touch me, I don't know, I might hit you. So you pet my dog, it might bite you. I don't know.
Sharon, yo, bro, that's so interesting, right? That you only choose black when it comes to dogs. That's interesting as fuck.
Yeah.
Okay.
How much is that?
Yeah, he horrible at jokes. He be.
I didn't say anything. What?
I know you thought,
I didn't say anything.
Hey, he thought that was gonna land.
I didn't say anything. What?
He thought
I didn't curse.
You did.
I didn't curse.
Nah, he didn't curse.
Absolutely, you did.
I didn't curse.
He said that
What?
word.
You said the F word.
What?
You said the F word.
He said. Natasha Vincent, member for 1 month. Welcome back. Proof men in this space don't support each other. The Rims have let Fighter walk around with a mustache that doesn't connect on one side. For shame.
They ain't correct him up.
Yeah, you said another F bomb, Coco Loco. So.
But yeah, dog, put the dogs out the damn door.
Hey, listen. After a couple years, your dog is family. That goddamn, know what you talking about? People gonna be crying. Ooh. I bought a little dog for my oldest daughter. When that dog died, everybody's boohooing. Oh, I remember when I walked up and he died.
Have you seen those videos of the black people saying like they got a black dog? They raise the dog know it's in a black household.
Oh, yeah.
Certain things that the dog know not to do.
Absolutely.
You saw that woman. That woman.
I could be this close to my dog's face. It no better. I'm like,
Right.
hey.
That one where the woman said, "You don't know why you got the attitude." And that dog went and closed that door behind himself.
My dog is a female too. She be having an attitude. I tell her do something. She be complaining. Anytime I tell her to do something, she complain. Always talking back. She always talking back to me. I'm like, God damn.
Yeah, no. I would get like a little like a toy poodle, because those are really cute. Yeah. But you know the thing.
That's why I got the golden doodle, because they got hair, so they don't shed. That's why I got that kind of.
Yeah, but you know they just always want your attention. Like I would have a dog like maybe 1 day out of a week.
Yeah, a doodle. I mean, if you guys, it'll follow you wherever you want to go.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't. I want you out of my face.
Bed with you and sleep with you.
Yeah, no,
they don't be in your face like no. The dog doesn't. She would jump on the couch, but she won't jump on the bed or not like that. She know better. She got her ass. Well, you know what I mean. I watch what I say on the line, but she don't.
Oh snap! Mike, get this hoe.
Raising it in a black household.
she know where to go, where not to go, right? So, but like if like she just your best friend. Like she don't be in my face. Like wherever I go, as long as I open the door, she rocking with me. She'll go anywhere with me. I don't even gotta tell her nothing. I don't gotta pay her no attention. She just go.
Hey,
So
I only
like,
pulled up to tell Diva, hey, we losing recipes. You sound just like my grandma. Like when you start talking about these dogs ain't supposed to be in the house. Keep them in the backyard or in the basement. Yeah, we lose the recipes.
Right. Hey, look, no. It's not supposed to be in
Don't
the house.
climb your tail up on my furniture. None of that.
Now we got to fight.
we don't got the same dogs like I used to have back in the days. Back in the days, dogs was they was uncouth. Our dogs is couth now. Okay.
Shout out to you. You bougie Negroes.
Yes, we give them bad.
Demon talking about you want a whole poodle. That's expensive.
Hey, my wife been begging for like I don't know, whatever them little dogs is.
Yes.
Like, that's a no-go.
Or like a Maltese or
yeah,
dogs
that's a
are
no-go.
adorable.
And look, the poodle, they super dope, but those are really high maintenance. Like that haircut is like $300.
Yeah, I ain't doing none of that, man.
My dog haircut is like close to $2.
And then I would want my dog dyed purple.
But a poodle hella bougie though. Those are some bougie ass dogs. God damn.
Well, I like them because I heard they're a little more standoffish than the typical dog. You know, dogs always want to be your face. You know, cats are they could do them. They kind of standoffish, even though I hate cats too. So yeah.
But you know, they all have their own personality. Like to me, like my dog, like she when it's just me and her, she be chilling. She don't bother me. She never go on my face and none of that. Only thing I gotta do is feed her.
Cats are super low maintenance.
I barely even do that, Diva. I'm like, hey, we going for a walk. She be pissed as hell. She's like, oh man, we going for
Nah, if I get a dog, it's got to be a pit, and I don't want them issues no more.
Yeah, I don't know why y'all be wanting them things.
Them pits.
Diva, when she see me put on my Diva, when she see me put on my running shoes, she try to go hide in the room and all that. She's like, nah, I ain't going. I know what this is.
They don't want to go walk 15 minutes that way.
Right. Not a rim dog. He got a rim dog.
Rim dog, God dog.
What's up, next level moving forward? What's good with you?
What's up, man? I want to ask, like, why do y'all feel it's such a difference between like how people treat their dogs between like the South and the North? Like Diva was like headed toward that way. Like in the South, you know, dogs be outside on the chain. You know, I was just trying to figure out like what's the difference?
I think weather got a lot to do with it.
Yeah.
Right. Because I think they was talking about that before I pulled up. That's the first thing I noticed. Like the weather plays a huge part in that. And then I also think, especially when you're talking about Black people, just how we were raised. Like if I think about, go ahead.
No, I was just saying cleanliness.
Yeah. I'm thinking about like that's why I said, Diva, you sound like my grandma. My grandma was big on that. Like we had Ringo and Rex, right? And
those are some Black dog names for sure.
Facts. Hey, Rex was cool, but Ringo was mean in the month. Like he only really listened to my granddad, so even the kids, we didn't come around him like that, right? But Ringo was not allowed in the house. Ringo and Rex stayed in the basement, and they stayed in the backyard, and that's in Chicago where it gets similarly, the weather is similar to New York, you know what I'm saying? But my people's from Arkansas, so they carried those same ideologies, you know what I'm saying?
Yo, can I tell you my Tether story?
No, that was coming up.
Let me tell you my Tether story.
They told us like
Diva, he said, "This is my story. This is my song."
I want to share my Tether story.
All right, hold on. We got you in a second. Hold on. We know you hard about storytelling anyway. Go ahead, Diva.
Oh shit, I don't even remember what I was about to say now.
Oh Lord. This is my ghetto.
She want to hear. She want to hear it.
But I want to mention why up north, because I'm from the South and we had dogs up north as well. It's not just the weather. You just cannot have your dog cannot just be outside all day. Like you really have. It's not allowed.
So, Mom, in New Orleans, y'all don't don't adhere to the same tenets of like the rest of the South in terms of the dog is not necessarily allowed in the house, so on and so forth.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. In the South,
Mhm.
the dogs was outside dogs.
Yeah.
The dogs never came in the house actually.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But I don't live in New Orleans. I live in Delaware.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So in Delaware, I had to learn the hard way. When I got a ticket, I got a big ass. In fact, I got a ticket where we had to go to court because that dog was outside.
But look at how, like, you know, that's an example of how, you know, the law can be used to basically change your culture.
Yeah.
Agreed. Yes.
Oh yeah, it changed my culture big time because I was like, dogs are going outside, and they was like, the dog got to go inside, and I was like, for what? Like it's fed? You got a dog house in the back?
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's what I was gonna say. So even when I was growing up in Miami, when hurricanes were coming, they just told you like open your fence. Don't like trap the dog in there, but they never said like, oh, you need to bring these dogs in the house. They were like, they're dogs. They're going to figure out how to survive. It's an animal.
Man, I paid for a ticket for my dog to fly to New Orleans with us. He had a ticket, and he was on the plane with us.
How did he act on the plane?
I ain't gonna lie, that's the only bad thing I say is about a dog is either you better have enough money to have an extra $1,000 to fly that dog, or you gotta find somebody that's gonna sit with your dog.
You gotta put them in a cage, right? Or no?
It depends how big your dog is. So if you have a dog that you could carry on, my dog is almost 100 pounds, so I can't.
But Sharon, that's why that whole other niche, that business opened up where you take your dog to like a daycare or whatever. Like if you traveling, you take your dog to the daycare.
It's onboarding.
They won't allow this size dog to just sit on the plane. You still have to put it in his own kennel, his own cage. Most likely you gotta sedate it as well.
And you put them you put them in the seat or something? Like how does that work?
Yes, like for me to fly my dog is like $3,000 to fly locally and $7,000 to fly internationally.
That's wild.
Yeah.
Oh,
my dog didn't cost that much. It was just a couple of $100 for the ticket.
So if you get one of those poodles that we were talking about, those little toy poodles, then you good. It sit on your lap and it's like a carry-on.
I used to take him in the Walmart and everything. My dog went everywhere with us. That's when when I went to Louisiana, they were looking at me like I was crazy.
Yeah. Over here in New York, you could take your dog pretty much everywhere, except for because a lot of the restaurants it got outside seating as well, so you could take it everywhere. All the malls allow dogs. You just can't really go inside every restaurant, but most places you could take your dog everywhere.
What about infant? Like an infant, right? You ever flew with your baby? Like at what age do you have to buy their own ticket?
2.
I believe that's after 75 pounds.
Yeah, when they're able to get in their own seat.
Yeah. So you can't take your 12-year-old and say, no, my baby gonna sit on my lap. Yeah.
At 12.
That's crazy.
My kids used to eat for free, up until they was like 16. I'll be like, they just 12.
Absolutely. Hey, look, that's another tradition that's still passed down in my house too. I'm like, hey, I know I told you we don't lie, but your ass is 8 years old today, all right?
Hey, I gotta send you this. What's the name? I was thinking about I don't know why this popped on my timeline about the small hats that are using the system. You and MJ have talked about it extensively.
I know exactly what you're talking about. Upstate New York.
Expose. Old boy did and he did the one in New Jersey. I said, now I usually say SAL. Sharon always lying, right? I had to switch that one to SNL.
Yeah, man. Like they don't. It's crazy. Like especially when I did the work in a community, I really seen how they was moving. I was like,
hey, no. I don't want to go into it here. I'm gonna just send you the video, Sharon, because they demonetized it. They took his Patreon from him. The dude that's doing the video, They took
Oh,
his
wow.
Patreon. Yeah, they demonetized the video and took his Patreon from him.
Yeah, you can't do no like really public speaking on those type of people, like from a negative point of view.
But he wasn't even doing it from a negative. He was really just laying out what is. And he was talking about like, how can you afford a family? These people are proud to say, like, I got 7 to 8 kids, right?
Yeah,
How can you
it's
Oh, I
real
saw
big.
that.
It's real big. And they are real big on not getting jobs and really
Mhm.
correct? Because they
And when
taking
somebody
advantage.
do work, it's the woman.
yes.
They be sending
Yeah.
the women out to work.
Yeah, they said that too.
Because
I saw what you
the
talking about.
men are real big in our religious practice. They really doing that.
Damn,
That's what,
Hey man.
Now would y'all call that smart or would you call that lazy?
Right, we can answer that question, but Diva, how do I how do I get accept? What I gotta do to
You have to grow out your beard, number one. Okay,
right.
but then you're gonna have to perm the beard.
And I gotta
When it do grow out,
Right.
right? And then you're gonna have to get a little small barrel curling iron so you can get your temples together.
Okay, and then after that, you won't call me lazy.
Yeah, no, you're gonna definitely be lazy because you're gonna start sending Anya out to work. You're gonna pump up with a bunch of damn kids like they do. You're gonna be one of them.
Sheesh.
And you know what's crazy in that that segment, Diva? All I saw was them talking. They ain't talk to no females. All I saw was him talking to men.
Mm-hmm.
And they was standing on business, like, yeah, we're steadying, and we send the women to work. Yeah, we getting that Section 8. Yeah, we getting that because the government said. God, dog.
Hold on, Shicey being messy. Is this true, Fighter?
Uh-oh.
Did you make a song about me?
Fighter? Nah.
He
Don't
denying it,
even stab
Shicey.
it in the back.
Yeah, he's definitely a backstabber.
Yeah, nigga, I'm Spanish. You know we play with knobs and shit.
Well, you see, I saved you from saying the N-word, you stupid self.
Machete.
And knife.
Oh, she said she literally just seen the song.
Is that PhD Diva behind that profile?
Why you lie? Why you making songs about me? What'd I do to you?
You ain't do nothing to me, brother. You a good brother.
So why you making songs about me? About whether that's a projection? That's on.
No, I didn't make a song. I don't know what they talking about.
Sharon, what if it's an uplifting song? You know.
But we know what Quavo Dolces like to uplift. So.
Ay.
We love you, Sharon. I love you.
Like Bonnie, I love you, like that.
They sent the link and all that. If it wasn't a song, I'll play it. That's a damn shame.
I don't know why these people lying on me.
But I do like that lady Chicago that is doing the recipe thing. I think that's pretty dope.
Sonia Norwood.
Yeah. Is that her name?
I follow her.
Brandy mama name. But we losing the recipes and she bringing all that back?
Yeah, the lost recipes.
Losing
recipes.
And the production behind it, damn, like she looked good.
For sure.
The camera, everything was great.
Yeah.
Hey Diva, you know what pissed me off? My grandma is 86, so we making plans for her transition at this point, right? Honestly, right? And majority, my sister, I argue with my sister all the time. Like, we ain't get the goulash recipes. We ain't get, my grandma had the last recipe to be my cheesecake, right? That's important to me. My great grandmother made like the most amazing cheesecake, and my grandma had the recipe, and her memory is not there, so she can't translate that. A lot of the stuff she can't. The hot water cornbread, they don't know none of this stuff, David.
Yeah, you got to get it before the people leave.
Yeah,
we lost. Our grandma died, and we lost our sweet potato pie recipe.
Right.
Dang it.
And people don't even know, like, that's essential. Like, well, not essential, but it's specific to our. No. I'm saying it's specific to our families, right? Because your grandma
Right.
say, no, put a pinch of that.
Mhm.
She'll say, put a pinch of that, or a pinch of that, or a dash of that. And it's like, wait, is it a cup? Is it a half? You don't know because you wasn't with her in the gym while she was
Exactly.
cooking. You know? So yeah, I love that series, Sharon. I'm probably I'm saving them in a file, and then I'm gonna repost that all year for baby.
Chicago Rilla, I love how you're part of the community. You always outreach to your community and everything. Out here in
I don't trust it. I don't trust it.
golly, God, what? Why you? Come on, man. Nah, I'm not going anywhere left. I'm not going anywhere left.
God, dog.
So, so out here, in Hartford, Connecticut, is the
Yeah.
insurance capital, insurance capital of the
No,
world.
was it Hartford? What?
Hartford, Connecticut.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. I was so Hartford, Connecticut, right, is the insurance capital of the world. That's what it's known for.
Mhm.
And but they also have a dark side. It has the inner city was a black and brown, community. Is really dangerous. A lot of gangs and stuff, a lot of drugs. And there was a man, well, he's dealing with mental illness, and he had a knife in his hand, and a police officer clapped him down. He's still in critical condition, but there's protest. So I'm about to go over there with my camera and everything. I got a Sony A7 IV, and I'm about to, do that for the content. You know what I mean? See what the people talking about. So I care
It
about
was,
my community.
it was two students recently, right? In Connecticut.
Yeah. That was yep. That was yep.
Funny, right?
Yep.
So what was
Yep.
what was the other one? The other one was a mental health person as well, correct?
That's I think that's what people are saying. It was in a home actually in the apartment complex.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, I was because sometimes I'll be seeing I seen the stories that you talk about. So that's good. You gonna go and actually do some in real life.
Content. Yeah, I'm gonna ask the people. What do they think? Was that right? Was that wrong? Like it was the. What would you do if a man welding
I see
a
why you
web?
have such a difficult time in real life content.
Why?
Because you can't get a full sentence out. That's why they be walking away
You
from it.
interrupted me. What would you do if a man welding a knife approached you? What would you do? I'm gonna ask certain questions like that, difficult questions.
Well,
Mm.
of a fighter, do you think it's the same as asking a civilian what they would do versus what a trained professional is supposed to do?
Exactly.
I mean, so that's where it becomes arbitrary.
Yeah.
There's a lot of gray area there, and
That
and, and
part I
that's
don't think is gray
Hey,
area.
hey, Fighter
Uh,
Complex, I got a question for you. How did your bootleg of the stand-up comedy of Corey Holcomb do? How did that do? Because you pretty good at that. I liked when you was sneaking and bootlegging people's
Mm.
it went viral, and I got paid for it.
nice.
Oh, good.
But they snatched
It
the
went-
video though, yeah?
No, no, but guess what?
You got it back?
YouTube, no, YouTube still paid me for it though.
Oh, okay, got you. Salute.
but
Yeah,
but
they took
but
the
but
video
fight.
down, but I still got the payment.
Oh,
Okay.
they took it down there.
But fighter,
Yeah,
I
they
think
did.
I think you should be more so asking like far as the training,
Mhm.
not like what would you do for us the training, because from in my opinion, I think when it comes to mental illness, a lot of cops aren't equipped with that, type of training. You know what I'm saying? To handle, like, you can even go to like the Sonya Massey's and things
Mm.
like that. So you know what I'm saying? I would go for as that angle. If you're able to, like, say talk to a cop or something like that, I would ask them for as like should there be more training involved?
Yeah, but
And
MF,
speaking of,
MF, but you
and
know what they're
before,
gonna respond?
hold on, Fighter. And speaking of mental health, how do you fight your mental health issues?
Oh yeah, me dealing with like CTE.
Oh shit.
Okay, so because I'm a boxer, so I deal with CTE. So and then I try to compare myself with others. Okay, let me compare myself with the average American. When it comes to vernacular comprehension skills, vernacular, all that good stuff, right? And then when I compare myself to you, I'm more articulate. So I'm like, oh, I'm doing good. I'm doing good because if
Wait,
I'm
fighter, are you dealing with CTE in real life? Like, I know you box, but I'm saying, are you
yeah,
saying you deal with that in real life?
No. That's the
Okay.
accusation. No, 'cause when you're a fighter, that's the accusation they throw to try to belittle your opinions and your statements. I understand there's a tactic. So I'm like, okay, so I'm gonna make sure I'm very well versed and well read. And Sharon,
Cut
remember
it
that
out,
you wrote a
Sharon.
book? Sharon, didn't remember you wrote a book? And there was someone who, yeah, you know what? Forget it. We ain't even gonna go deep into that because that would be gossiping, right, Sharon?
If it's not true, then yes.
No, because that's not the definition of gossiping.
It is when you talk about rumors that is not factual.
That's not the definition of gossiping, bro.
Okay, so tell me the definition, Mr. Well Read.
The definition of gossiping is speaking about something that doesn't pertain to you.
No, that's
It,
not.
it could be true or not true. When you're speaking about someone who's not there, it could be true or false. It doesn't matter if it's verified or not. You
Okay.
still, it doesn't matter if it's positive or negative or neutral. It's still gossipy. You're an informant. You're a YouTube informant. But it's okay because you're doing it for entertainment, views, and dollars. I'm not mad at you. That's the business mind. I'm not mad at you. You got to do what you got to do to get that.
Okay.
You got a You got a family to feed.
Okay. I'm gonna prove you wrong in real time because you that. Yeah.
All right.
That's crazy.
My perspective is wider than your fucking forehead, bro.
You cursed again, by the way.
I'll send you $2, nigga.
That's another one. That's $4.
I'll send you $4 because you need it.
Okay, thank you. So let's read it. Gossip, casual or constrained conversations or reports about other people, typically involving details that are not confirmed as being true. So yes, it does have an effect if it's true or not.
All right. What do you know? What typically means?
Damn, you dumb as hell.
Do you know what typically means?
What that means?
Típico in
Right,
Spanish.
so that
It
means
comes from,
that's usual. That means it's usual.
right.
Okay.
So it doesn't. So it's still, even if something is true, you can still be gossiping. Even if something is true, you can still be gossiping. You're talking about them. You're giving your opinion, your 2 cents. You're dropping the link for other people to come up and give their ideas on it.
So when we're talking about Donald Trump, that's gossip.
It doesn't matter just because he's popular or celebrity. If you're going into his
You have to
personal,
answer the question. If I'm talking about Donald Trump, truthfully or not truthfully, is that gossip?
it can be.
You are dumb as hell.
You're dumb.
I can't even. Okay. Hopefully, you got enough clout chase for the day. Maybe you could make another song about it. No, I don't get it.
But since this, oh yeah, he got it. That's $4. That's $4. But since this the last day of Black History, I want to I want I just want to give I want to big up you really from for your post, day in and day out, you know what I'm saying, enlighten the people on things that people may not know. I just want to, big salute you for that,
Oh, that's
and you begin some dope numbers off of that too.
And you know what's in? Dang, I gotta have this conversation with you on the other side, Sharon, because I'm nervous on that because I heard something about the numbers increasing off the back of shorts, and I'm really, I ain't no content creator, bro. I'm really only trying to advance the conversation, right? And I'm just looking where I get traction. That's why I'm gonna post because I see like. Say like that freestyle between James Brown, Bobby Blue Bland, and BB King. That one got crazy numbers, but people don't even know they was on the same stage together. And James Brown was sitting up there like a little kid, but he was he was cold as hell. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, nobody care about what Rick
I think the problem
is they gonna eat a man. We ain't talking about food right now. All I'm saying is I'm not finna stop. I'm posting all this is Black History Year. And to tie it back into your original conversation, Sharon, when I look at what's happening in the world, right? When I look at the transition of, say, a Jesse Jackson, and then you juxtapose that against, and people may not make the immediate connection, but you juxtapose that against our position in the world where it's supposed to be America first, right? But we have an interest in South America and the Middle East at the same time with a president who said no new wars. Then we get somebody up here. Hold on. I'm going to land the plane real quick. We get somebody up here who said, that's a preemptive strike. That's not a new war. Like, we ain't at war. Like, yo, fam. Then you get, hey, look. Then you get the GDs and the BDs clicking up with Britain coming in saying, hey, man, yeah. And they just said it eloquently, right? That's what they really did, Sharon. But fam said, hey, man, we ride 10 toes down with the red, white, and blue. And them cats over there.
They said what? Say it again. Play it again, because the people who don't know about this said the Allies they ain't riding for America. They ain't riding for
I'm not in that
America.
conversation. I already know that.
Now you want to change the conversation because he got
Why
to
am I
agree with
saying
either man. I like when he don't watch, because when he don't watch, he agree.
Wait, which one of us has regularly jumped up here and said, I just came in on the last 5 minutes of the conversation, but I'm giving my opinion like I'm the authority, but you got to excuse me because I ain't seen all what y'all been talking about.
Well, answer my question. Why in the world did y'all make Black History Month Anti-Month?
Who? Who is y'all? When you say y'all.
Shit.
Wait. Nah. Hey, next level. Let me have that conversation with E, my brother. E, who is y'all?
Everybody in this space. The majority.
Okay, so that would include you.
I see the majority.
So
hold on.
No, that would include you.
Listen, the point.
So why did you make Black History Month? Now
I'm not a content creator.
No, but I'm not either. You're literally coming in on the tail end.
No. Let me ask the question. I want you to blackity black.
Yeah.
I want you to know why you ain't stand on the line and make sure everybody was talking about Black History Month. Because it sounds like y'all make this anti-month.
It sound and it's the thing, right? It sounds like you don't listen or follow my content, whatever I'm posting, right? Because you literally just heard Next Level say, hey, really, I want to salute you for posting every day this month about Black history or some stuff I didn't know, right? So I appreciate that. And then I was saying, hey, I'm posting all year, right? Sharon even said, yo, that's solid, dude. Like, yeah, Rilla been and Sharon been commenting on, and Next Level been commenting on my post too, right? So you come in and say, why y'all? And I'm asking you, who is y'all? I haven't posted about the Hammerhead from Detroit. I don't fuck with him. You do.
You done commented on it. You done commented on every
I'm gonna
stage.
continue to comment on it.
I done see you go from page to page to go.
Which page
go
to
talk
page?
about it. So this will really come down there.
No,
why
don't
you
do
get
that.
scared? No, this is my time to ask you questions. I'm asking you questions.
Yeah, go ahead.
Here.
You're right.
Your Honor.
Shout out to the VT.
My question that I want to ask you is, why you so scared of war?
War with who?
War with anybody.
Oh,
why
so
you
when
scared?
you say, that's fair. I want you to clarify war with who. Are you talking about Iran or are you talking about anti? Because it sounds like you bouncing.
No, I'm talking about the U.S. going to war. Sound like a whole bunch of scared people who need to go back to church. The question is, why y'all scared of war?
Yeah, because that's not what our government sold us on, right? Our government sold us on a time of peace and no new wars, right? But it's interesting that, you MAGA supporters and you Republicans who love the gangbang, you conservative Christians who love the gangbang will get in here and tell us about how we're supposed to be, we make the exception here, right? So this dude that said no new wars and, already understanding our perception in the world as being bullies, this dude go over here and bully Venezuela for oil that we can't use, right? And y'all say, well, it was in our best interest in this, that, and the third. You same people had a problem with Bad Bunny and his performance in the Super Bowl. You same people, right? Then y'all sit up here and say, then Brownsville get up here and say, hey, man, let's look at the past in terms of, Iraq, Afghanistan, so on and so forth. Listen, man, we've been losing wars that we have picked with people since the Vietnam War. And y'all will get up here and say, Well, no, this is in protection of our best interest, fam. Right?
So
And I'm
hold
just
on,
trying to
let's
figure
be
out.
clear.
I'm gonna say one more
Hold on,
sentence.
hurry
E.
up and land your
Yo,
plane.
E,
Y'all niggas
yeah,
from
that's
Chicago
fair.
stay forever. Y'all
No,
got an
because
airport that can't land
no,
planes over
yeah, that's
there.
correct. I'm at Midway right now. So my point, my point is, not damn, you made me forget my point, G.
That's
I
the
hate when you
point.
do.
The point that I was
That is not
saying,
the point.
the point that I'm trying to say is I like it sounds like so you think that Venezuela was not pushing drugs into this country. Are you
What drugs
standing
were
on that?
yeah, what drugs were they pushing? Tell me what drugs they pushing.
Okay.
No, it's not okay. Do I think they were pushing? Because I'm waiting for you to say cocaine or fentanyl. I'm waiting for you to say that.
No, listen, you waiting on the
What
wrong thing. You
drugs?
asked me a question and I answered your question. Was they pushing drugs into our country?
Sure.
Is that good
Let
enough
me.
reason for hold on? Is that good enough reason for us to be able to go get their dictator and
No.
stop them from pushing
No.
drugs into our country?
No. 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 No.
This nigga don't
No.
care about the black community. He keep talking about he
No.
care about the black community, and then he say let the drugs keep flowing. He the same one that get
Sharon,
on
I hope
his
you let this
soapbox.
play out. This crazy.
Listen. This the same dude who get on
Yeah.
his soapbox and be
Yeah.
like, "What's best for the black community?" You know what really took us out? The crack
Yeah.
era. You know when
Yeah.
they was bringing this crack in, this
Yeah.
what put us in a bad situation. And then as
Yeah.
soon as somebody step up and say, "You know what? We gonna go ahead and make sure we start getting these drugs out the street." Nah, I don't like when he did it. If Biden would have did this, we wouldn't have heard from Chicago really. He was like, look at his
This is
president.
crazy. You know the crazy thing, Eda man, and I'm gonna invoke this right now, and I'm gonna say as a believer, like your takes are wild. As a believer, as somebody that say they are born again Christian, your takes are wild, G.
You
I have
see
no.
that? He gotta attack me. Listen, he gotta attack my faith. He gotta say,
Yeah,
hey,
because
since
I
we
assume that's what
disagree,
leads. No. I'm not attacking your faith, brother. I'm assuming that's what leads your ideology, which will make you comment that way, right? Whatever would make you say, here go the blackity black, but he said since or the Venezuela, we wasn't attacking Venezuela for no doggone drugs. What are you talking about? They went in there and the people and Exxon and whoever else said we can't do nothing with the oil. What are you talking about?
so this is the point. Now he said he can't believe a
That's
believer pushing
crazy,
him, pushing
bro.
back.
You
Listen,
gotta
I'm gonna
stop this.
listen. Y'all got to listen. Y'all got to listen, Chicago Rilla.
Yeah,
He just said you talking about. I'm calling him blackity black, and he,
that's what
he
you
and
did.
he and he's attacking my spiritual walk.
Why?
Listen. Hello, if you really listen to what he
What did
said,
I say?
hey, you trying to do this blackity black conversation and say I'm blackity black, and you did the same exact
Now
thing
you know what's
with my
crazy.
spiritual walk.
Yeah, you know what's crazy? Now I'm a believer, right? I'm a believer. And what's crazy is you would duck the smoke on being a believer and try and flip and you did this like 3 or 4 times in this conversation.
When have I
I'm
ducked the
gonna
smoke
say
to
this,
being a
Eat man,
believer?
Eat
I just
man.
asked a question.
No,
When have
no.
I ever ducked the smoke to being a
Eat
believer?
man. No.
In your eyes, since you've been here, when have I ever? I want you to
Uh
answer this question.
you're ducking it now. Like
No, I'm not. We're here.
and
Listen, he
brother,
said
and
I am
and let me
ducking
tell you
a
what you do.
conversation that we're
What you
having in real time. Can you
we
make
are
this up,
having a
Sharon?
conversation. Yeah, please clip it up. Do whatever you got to do. This is what happens in real time with you, E. And it's crazy that I'm experiencing now. We start in one place because I've seen you do this with Brownsville. We start in one place and then you flip it and move the goalpost, and it's like, wait, how did we end out all the way in left
Hey,
field
Sharon,
when we
I'm
were just
undefeated.
here?
When they start calling other people names, listen, this is the
Now this
same thing
joker say
happened
I'm
with Katie
undefeated.
Ghost. When they
This
start
is the,
calling other
ladies
people
and gentlemen,
names,
this is the
that means that
entertainment
I
part of
got
the
him on
show.
the ropes. I got him on the ropes. He ain't ducking right. You got to get out the way,
I
Chicago.
love Eda, man. Yeah, you're right. Eda, man, you got it. You are the expert in all things. You know everything about nothing, and I concede to you, sir. I bow down.
That's all you had to do 30 minutes ago, and we could have went back to the
Yes,
conversation.
sir. You're right. My apologies.
Sharon, you can take back over.
It's a
But
Hey, Sharon Flabber is gassed it right now.
I think you've been doing a good job, and the numbers showing that you probably have a niche that you probably should entertain and actually be a creator of content.
Yeah, Sharon, I be on the fence so much. You're
Well,
right. You're
it's
right.
called, right?
You're right. You're right. It's a
You
couple of
talking
y'all
about
that
me?
told
I
me
should
that.
be a content creator.
Yeah, you should, E. And you're right, Sharon. I'm on the fence. I'll holler at you on the back end, fam, because I'm on the fence about that.
Yeah, you think I'd be a good content creator? You think I need a simulcast in the morning
No.
from live from Eat the Man Car, Sharon? Will we do members, Sharon?
Nimbus.
Listen,
Members.
Sharon. Hey,
Members in the
I got
patterns with the
Hey,
furniture.
listen, hey,
Sharon. You
E,
taught me the game,
When we
Sharon.
discriminating,
as long
I'm
as
gonna
you
do,
don't
Sharon.
discriminate,
Listen,
as long as you said
Sharon.
that,
What I'm gonna do
bomb.
is I'm gonna do what you did. I'm gonna go and call my 8,000 contest and say I'm starting a YouTube page, and you gotta come over. And I'm gonna start my own group, and then we go simulcast. And then I gotta stay here for 6 hours. Nah, I changed my mind. I talked myself out of it. Never mind.
What? I don't want nobody in the audience to get it twisted. E, I love E, man. That's what I don't know if he ATL. He keeps saying Georgia, so I think he outside of ATL. That's my brother though.
He's Savannah. He definitely got to be Savannah.
Oh,
Yeah,
Savannah.
he deep Georgia somewhere.
Yeah, he deep. I don't know if he actually, but he deep.
Hey, E, you
ain't
Valdosta?
ATL Georgia. He deep Georgia.
Dang,
He
I didn't know that.
when they burn crosses on their house.
I didn't know that. Wait, Macon, Augusta?
Oh, Macon, damn, that's the hood right there.
Yeah, that's where Jeezy from.
not making the hood.
Yeah, making the hood, boy.
This shit, Valdosta, Diva. Maybe he from Valdosta. I don't know. Anyway,
I lost the once.
hey, anyway.
Yeah, either
Shout out
man
to
come off
Valdosta.
like somebody from like a little town in Georgia, not like a city like Atlanta.
Augusta. He do kind of seem like a little Augusta-ish too.
But he said he went to UGA too, so that's in Athens. That's all the way up north, right? So that's when you get, UGA is a research school, but it's also where them boys at. You know what I'm saying? Where they ride with the pickup trucks and the
I would say Kanye's, but he don't speak no English.
No,
so.
definitely not from Kanye's. No, Kanye's is still hood.
This is
still hood.
what you call. Listen, Sharon. This is what you call gossip in real time. Y'all literally gossiping right now.
No, you're right here.
No idea.
We have a conversation in front of you. How's that gossip?
Yeah, that's not gossip.
This is God. You can gossip in front of somebody. Listen,
I don't know why people think that. Like, that's really
gossip
weird.
in front of a person.
Crazy.
You absolutely can't gossip about somebody.
We're saying all the places that you
No, you cannot, Shadow. I got a question for Eda Man. Hey,
No,
Man.
Chicago Rilla was the one
Yes, sir.
gossiping. He said I went to UGA. He said I went to a research school.
Wait, please tell me you not finna say. Please tell me you finna recant that. So you didn't go to UGA.
He go say what else? He said,
man, please
Macon
tell
is
me this
by
man.
Augusta.
Wait.
You ain't got no evidence
from
of any of
Savannah,
these
right?
things.
That's what I said.
but this man said, listen, Eda Man.
What show I said I went to UGA?
Brother, I'm really not finna go dig that deep. When you was talking
do
about
your research. You want to talk
when
about
you talk
research
about
schools?
when you talked about, oh man, this is crazy. Eda Man, all you gotta do is say no. No, I didn't go to UGA. No, I didn't play football at UGA.
I said I played football at UGA too. Ooh,
No.
No.
All you gotta do is say no, I didn't go to UGA. That's all.
Peace and love.
Peace and love, Queen. Peace and love.
Yo,
Peace
what
and
up,
love.
Browns?
What's
Happy
going
Saturday
on,
to you, man.
What's going on? So since we talking about Black history, right? This war right now, not really a war. I guess this exchange of ballistic missile fire, and then drone strike attacks leads me to want to educate the people, right? So Chicago Really, you ever heard of a gentleman by the name of Willie Tech Man Jenkins?
Nah, he never heard of him.
No, I haven't heard of him.
So Willie Tech Man Jenkins, a lot of people believe is the founding father of drone technology. He was a black man from Los Angeles, right? Now, of course, a lot of people are gonna say, no, he's not it. That's been debunked, like they're trying to erase all of our black history. However, I do think that's an important piece to talk about because, part of Iran's significant capabilities is in their drone technology, right? I just seen a video in which Iran sent the drone to Bahrain and it detonated once it got to one of their significant buildings. It detonated and caused the building to explode. So that's one of their strong capabilities to cause a lot of destruction in their region, right? To destabilize the Middle East. And if you don't want to, verify Willie Tech Man Jenkins, you also have Stephanie Rivers, right? She's the first Black woman to patent a drone technology company. I believe she patented a drone technology company in Texas, if I'm not mistaken. You got Stephanie Rivers. And then you also got all African American owned drone company called RBS Drone Technologies, I believe. So yes, we got some pioneers in that particular industry. And right now, part of this exchange of ballistic missile, cruise missile, and drone strike attacks, right? Our people, we got to give our people a little bit of credit for the advancement of the technology.
Hey, this definitely would have been great information. I'm not familiar with any of these people, but it would have been great information on I don't know if Sharon allows other content creators to be mentioned, but there's another content creator who Sharon's familiar with who often has questions about who are the modern day Black scientists, creators, technologists, and so on and so forth, right? But Brownsville, my question to you is because you kind of stated earlier when you were having an exchange. I don't know if it was with AR or Edelman, but at what part of this Iran strike, which I would disagree that we're not at war. I feel this is the precipice of a war. Like as if we think Iran is not going to do anything in retaliation, right? Nonetheless, what part of this is America first? Because that's the part I need to be educated on.
So, one, I would disagree that we're in a war just yet. I just believe, targeted airstrikes and calculated airstrikes, it could lead to war. It could be a precursor to war, but I don't consider us into a war until we got boots on the ground, right? But America first, right? Now, if their targeted airstrikes are deemed successful, and for me, what it would make it successful is if they were able to take out the supreme leader in his cabinet, right? Which there's conflicting reports on whether or not they was able to accomplish that goal. But if they set a goal to say, hey, we're going to take their leader out and he's an enemy towards the United States of America, right? And if we can also weaken their ability to elevate their drone technologies and their ballistic and cruise missile capabilities, then I would consider that successful. However, if those reports aren't true, and if these calculated airstrikes escalate to a full-fledged ground invasion, then that's when I would say we've made a huge mistake, and the end is not going to justify the means. Or if Iran decides to, utilize their capabilities to destabilize the Middle East, because they can, right? They, a lot of people underestimate their power and influence over that region, right? They control the Strait of Hormuz, right? Which is a gateway to allowing oil to get to and from the Middle East, right? If they decide to close that, that's going to cause issues both here in the U.S. and in Europe. And also because they have such a large, capacity to strike in the Middle East with their ballistic and cruise missiles and drone technology, that could put our service members in harm's way who are located in those various bases, right? We got bases in Iraq, Bahrain, Kuwait, the UAE, Qatar, Turkey, Jordan. All of those bases could potentially be targets for Iran to retaliate against. So my hope to land it, Rilla, is this. I hope that these strikes will eventually lead to diplomacy, right? Will eventually lead them to get back to the negotiating table and work out some type of diplomatic arrangement that would, not lead us to escalating into ongoing ground invasion.
Indeed, but as you were saying earlier, which I listen, when you and AR, I think it was you and AR that were going back and forth about, the first Iraq war, so on and so on. A lot of that stuff I had totally forgot about. I was of age at that time, but I was not politically informed. I think around the first Iraq invasion and all that other stuff, when y'all was talking about it, like I was probably 18, 19, 20, I don't know. However old I was, I wasn't that engaged in it as I would be now, right? But if we use history to inform us about the future and knowing how those people are, right? When you talk about Iran in particular, how proud they are, what do you think the outcome of this is? And then also, just as a caveat also, because the other thing I'm looking at as, L7 squared taxpaying citizen, okay, I heard y'all talking about the thing with Maduro. I 1000% don't, whatever happened in Venezuela, I don't agree with that, right? But we're engaged in this situation with Venezuela. We have this, what's the other situation? Gosh, I know we got Iran now. There was another situation I can't even think of.
Greenland.
The Greenland is just crazy, right? So now we just bullies. Now we just reinforcing the idea that we're bullies on the world stage, right? Because Greenland anyway. What do you make all that when you mix it? Because to me it feels like gumbo. Wait, did Brownsville drop?
Yeah, he probably got a phone call.
God, dog. Because I really want to hear his. I wish either man hadn't dropped either, because I really want to hear their perspective. Because to me, if you reading scripture and they talk about wars and rumors of wars, and you got this president up here saying no more wars and I'm the peace president and this, that, and the third, and all this is going on. I understand the military perspective. Cool. Y'all got it, right? But from the civilian perspective, it looks like the precipice of war. And we see, and for those of us that have seen this with Iraq, and they was making the accusations about weapons of mass destruction. Then you go in there and you don't find nothing. Right. And we see this time and time again. Gaddafi, all of them, right? So
true.
So Villa,
yes, sir.
I'd like to comment.
Hey, congratulations on your new space too, fam. My bad.
Oh no, it's cool. Like we still got the other house until May, so we're gonna let them finish the score you out there. But yeah, I want to kind of get into you with the civilian aspect, right? But I guess the civilian aspect from the other end of it. To me, protecting our defenses is still putting America first. And I say that to say, yeah, if they just said, well, they're saying that the supreme leader's dead, right? if that is true, and right now I have no reason to believe it's not, then to me, we just got a dub. We ended a major tipping point in an area where we need to get it under control. If that's true, I understand. I understand. To me, people in the military sign up to fight if the situation arises. We don't have to agree with the situation. And I know it sounds kind of callous, but it's what we signed up for. And unfortunately, if it's to protect America's overall interest at the end of the day, I'm willing, I'm sorry, I'm okay with whatever has to go down to make sure that at the end of the day, the 3 kids I have will grow up to be adults, not in fear of being struck down from a foreign enemy.
Yeah, and that's the part what I would challenge, right? If we look at it in totality, right? And I had to ask my travel agent. I just went. I was stateside where I just vacation, right? And I had to ask her because I'm planning my next vacation. And I said, you know, what's our rating? Like, what does it look like for us to travel throughout the world, right? Shout out to PhD because she said, hey, listen, I travel where the black people are, so I'm good where I travel, right? I don't think we even understand, like, if you think is this business as normal or business as usual, like the rest of the world looks at us as the bully. And
True.
if you've been in high school, what happens to the bully at some point? At some point, when you look at empires, British was an empire. Guess what happened to Britain at some point, right? Roman was an empire. Rome, not Roman. Rome was an empire at some point. And what I'm saying is a lot of this stuff, and maybe I'm misinformed, or I don't know, and I'm okay with that part, right? But what a lot of this stuff looks like when we get to doing these, that's why I do the Blood Kings and Democrats, because that stuff sounds like gang banging to me. And what I'm seeing right now, this administration none of it looks like America first. What it looks like is protecting corporate interests and greed. That's what that looks like. So now I need to follow the money. And what I haven't heard anybody explain is where the money is. Because if we had followed the money in Iraq, right, then we would have figured Halliburton, right? But we don't learn that lesson, right? So now we say Iran is doing whatever. But are they not a sovereign people too? And are they not beholden to, not beholden per se, but do they not get to do what's in their purview, right? Why is, and I think somebody asked this earlier on this platform, why is it that America has to be the world police? Why isn't Britain standing up? Why isn't France standing up? Britain is coming in now based on the, wait, hold on, and I'm gonna land E. Based on the clip that Sharon played, Britain coming in now and say, hey man, we Sharif from Minister Society. We ain't had nothing to do with it, but we ride with our homies. Yeah. We ain't had nothing to do with it. We didn't play no part. We ain't sitting nothing, but we do got planes in the air and we watching y'all. Right?
So I just want to respond to that first part before I get to this appointment. The difference between every nation you brought up before, they share borders with enemies. America do not. So you talk about Britain falling, Rome falling, all of these places through history, they had enemies to their north and south, east and west. So they was in proxy for someone to retaliate. The United States is totally different, Chicago.
No. So man, let me push back on that real quick. So you think United States is infallible?
I think
you think so, just like by your lived experience. And I could take it from just like gang experience, right? I could tell you how gangs share borders with other people. But when you click up and bully enough people and they say, I done had enough, and they all break down whatever treaties, whatever differences, whatever disagreements they have and say, no, we going after this one. Because the also comment that was made earlier that Browns would agree with, that America is Mike Tyson in his prime. Right? Mike Tyson got bullied.
I think you're missing it though. So
I know
for
I'm
you
always
to
missing
get
it.
to
Everybody always missing it.
No, listen, for you to get to America is one of the hardest things to do. It's not like and it's not this imaginary line I can go through overnight.
I know.
So
I
what I'm
know.
saying is, if everybody clicked up in your world, everybody clicked up with us,
And you,
we still have an
mhm.
ocean to defend us. If they make it to
Eat a man.
America, we still got mountains
Eat a man.
that we
I'm
can
not
push back.
arguing.
Okay, you're right.
I
You're right.
got
You're
you.
right.
I'm
Let me
no,
go.
sir. No, listen. No, don't drop, please. I'm not arguing from the perspective of anybody attacking America. I'm not arguing from that perspective. I agree with you. We got Canada to the north of us. We got Mexico to the south. We got oceans. We're insulated, right? What I'm asking you, what I asked you, and I just need a yes or no. Do you think America is infallible?
I think he frozen.
Thank God.
I mean, the answer is no. I don't believe America's infallible, but I still believe we got the bigger stick. And if you want to, again, we're really good at the F around and find out game.
Yeah,
We're
and that's
really good.
that's the part that scares me, right? The fact that we would say we're really good at the F around and find, because most of us who are taxpaying citizens and just, middle class people, we're dependent on the government to protect us, fam. And them people are protecting their interests. And we sitting up here like like other countries ain't had enough of the bull ass that America does in other places. And our perception in the world, again, this is why I thought Diva's point was important, but this is why I asked my travel agent, like, yo, what is our standing in the world? Where can I travel to right now? And I told her my interest, it's the same as Diva. I said, I'm only interested in traveling to diaspora right now. She's like, no, we good there. We good. And for the most part, our money is still good. Diaspora. DIASPORA. I think I spelled that right. I think I spelled that right.
Not by the way how Diva started giggling. I don't think so.
No, I'm like that. Whoever else was laughing.
I don't know. Maybe I didn't. I thought I was the fifth grade spelling bee champ. Diaspora though is what I was saying. I know some of y'all pronounce it diaspora, whatever, right? But my point is the idea that America is infallible, while none of us have a vested interest. Some of us are retired military, some whatever, right? None of us have a vested interest in signing up and going on the front line to fight for anything, but we just think that
we really don't have to get on the front line though, really, if you think about it.
Who that? Ashton.
We got kids from China. Yeah, we got kids from China taking the Olympic test for Americans.
Yeah, Ashton, you're right. We ain't got to get on the front line. Hey, listen, Ashton, let me ask you this, because you from M-Town. What happens when one side of let's say Orange Mound click up against, I don't know, Cordova?
What makes you say Orange Mound, Ruler?
Because you're from Memphis.
Yeah, but how you know about Orange Mound? Because they don't even know about West Memphis. And somebody, really, hear me out, because they be playing. You know what I'm saying? A nigga said he mad at me because I don't say West Memphis, Arkansas. I just say West Memphis. He got a problem with it.
Hey, Shicey, you haven't been for a while, so we got $2 N-bomb fee and $2 F-bomb fees. Okay, you just said the N-word, so just be careful moving forward.
What can you take $2 off for the benefit of the assistance that I gave you when you first started the show, sir? Watch this, Ruler.
No,
it's tight. It's tight.
Do you know what the benefit
N-bombs
is?
and no F-bombs.
No.
Well, hold on, Ruler. I think I can get away with it. I want to see if he's gonna get my credit for what I did to help the show. Watch this, Ruler.
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
Mm-mm.
You remember we was behind the scenes. You were like, I just don't know what I'm gonna do to keep this show going.
Mm-hmm.
Damn it! Help me, please, somebody.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
And what you do?
You tell me what I say.
I don't remember. What did you say?
Oh, okay.
All right.
After with your message, man, get your message tail up out of here, man.
I just got a nigga keep it real. They don't remember shit when I do.
The only instance I remember with me and you, Ashton, when I was telling the men to not call you gay just because you got your booty played with by your girl.
That was before the.
Look at how brown.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Really, but you know the crazy part that I sat there and said why I said that, and
Oh,
they act like they don't
I
get
don't
it.
remember. That
I
part
know
I know.
you weren't
I'm
there, Rilla,
old.
but
Yeah.
PAD was definitely there.
When what happened now?
Oh, was you saying you was making a joke out of it or something?
Nah, I was proving the point. That
He's having a point
the
that, like,
next nigga can
as
say the
long
same
as
thing.
a woman eat the groceries, ain't nothing wrong with it. That's what his point was.
No, it wasn't. That was my point.
SAS.
That was my point.
That's what I try to help the brother out, and then I got caught up in the mix. They try to say, "Well, see, Sharon is the one."
Hey, did Eater Man drop off?
And look, and Asher let me take all those bullets too.
No, I didn't. I didn't know what you said. That they made it seem like you were throwing shots. So I waited till I see you the next time. Really, I'm in the comment. Here go Sharon. Everybody else asked me who said he got the booty ate. But I heard he took off from it. What the fuck is that?
Y'all tweaking, man.
Hey, it's like 9 bitches on the panel, Rilla.
That's what he did. I try to save him. That's what I get. That's what they said. Don't save him, right?
Ashton, should we be in Iran right now? Should we be in Iran? That's my question.
I think we should. That's where all the money at, ain't it? That's where PAD vacation at.
Gotcha. What money in Iran?
You try to keep it quiet, huh? You ain't heard PAD say she went nowhere. Your motherfucker been sneaking back across the border.
That's the second one.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, they
you
strict,
just said
Ashton. You
just
can't
said
use
the
the N word or the F bomb. It's strict. It's strict over here. Conversation is strict over here now.
Oh, Sharon, $10.
God damn it. Damn.
PAD was gonna pay it for me anyway, because I
no,
I gave her my ticket, my VIP pass.
Yogi Fish, $5. America is its own enemy. We're defeating ourselves.
Interesting. And that's Chicago Rilla's point, right? As well.
Yeah. I mean, the elite, like, I don't think we realize how much of a class war we in, right? And what you see is, even with this administration, the people that are appointed, you got a a Fox News commentator as the head of Secretary of Defense, which they have now said Secretary of War, right? So this is wild, man. That's why when I go talk to my grandma, man, I tell her all the time when after we get to talk, I say, "Yeah, grandma, you right. We in the end days, fam. We in the end days. Wars and rumors of wars, and we can see a thing straight for what it is and deny that that's what we looking at." That's why I wish Eater Man hadn't dropped down. I'm not
Do it all the
using your
time.
faith against you, but I'm not using your faith against you. I'm actually pressing on the fact that you say these are the things you believe in as a believer. So do these things line up? Yes or no? And you can say no, they don't line up. You can say no, I'm out of pocket, no, I'm out of line, or I'm misinterpreting the scripture. But if I'm using scripture, I'm not using your faith against you. I'm convicted the same way. When people tell me, "Hey, really, you say you a believer, but you do X, Y, Z, blase, skip, woo, woo." That's fair.
Yeah, I call real out all the time.
Ashton, you ain't man. Don't give me cussing.
A few times. Two times though, but I stood on it. Did I not realize? I didn't say no mind. I take it back.
I'm trying to reform, man. I'm trying to reform with you, Ashton. Yeah.
So, given how like pro-black you are, and you're a believer, like maybe last week we were having a conversation, and I was saying, I questioned the utility of being a believer for Black people, just because, when I asked most Black believers about how they're able to use their faith to improve their situation, it's like it's something that they never even thought about. So for you, how do you feel about that? What do you think? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, that's the part I'm navigating, D. One of my guys, I'm on a whole dissertation about who taught you that your indigenous belief was demonic, right? So when we talk about
there you go.
Vodun, but listen, when we talk about Vodun and how that's been demonized, we talk about hoodoo and all the things that traveled with us from West Africa to the Gullah Geechee, the Africa towns, the Congo Square in New Orleans, so on and so forth. I'll be honest with you, Diva, that's the part that I'm researching and wrestling with, right? I haven't arrived at a conclusion, but at the end of the day, the belief practice that I have in terms of being a believer, and just for anybody, like if I'm affiliated with anything, I'm affiliated with Trinity United here in Chicago, right? With Jeremiah Wright and Otis Moss III, right? That's the closest church I've been able to affiliate with. That is a ongoing struggle
You
for
said
me.
Thaddeus Matthews.
No, not Thaddeus. not the cussing pastor. No. Otis Moss III and Jeremiah Wright. I ride with them and identify with them more than anything else. I've been back at the crib almost a decade now. It's too much church gang banging
Hey,
up here. And
Chicago, you know what's crazy?
that's the challenge, Diva.
How you brought up Von Doom. Who the Avengers is going to be fighting in a new movie?
Who?
Oh, I don't know. I don't watch Marvel stuff like that. Who are they fighting?
The Legion of Doom.
Von Doom.
Von Doom.
Are you serious?
But who is Marvel based on though?
Right, because
when you talk about Professor X and Magneto,
Malcolm X, Malcolm
yeah,
X,
Martin Luther King. But Sharon,
I thought it was Blade or Black Man.
Dr. Von Doom.
No.
And
Blade revived
Chicago, Dr. Von Doom, he does magic.
Just hey, Sharon, this is what I'm saying, bro. When you really look at Vodun, right? When you really examine it, I have a hard time with why people would demonize that. If you understand it, like if you really understand what it, and I'm not saying I would practice it, or that's my belief. That's my point, Diva. So there was another conversation you was having up here about a week ago, maybe 2 weeks ago. Well, you was giving a little bit of insight to your belief and practice, and I just don't think we get it. So I've been at my man Dre. I've been asking him for a minute, like, who told us that our indigenous worship was demonic? I gotta examine that.
Yeah, who started making y'all buy crystals and rocks? What the
Are
fuck?
you a proponent, right? Are you of the belief that the white people utilize the Bible specifically to keep black people docile and obedient during slavery?
Yeah, 1000%.
Because then how do you explain Nat Turner's rebellion?
That's that part, right? Because when he came into the understanding, that's the part. Some of that is what I wrestle with, because I've read the Bible like front to back, right, 5 or 6 times, right? And it's only when you come into understanding. I think it's Proverbs that talks about, in all things get under. I think it's Proverbs 4:7. Get wisdom, get understanding.
You know that verse, Brownfield?
I think it's 4:7. But it talks about in all things get understanding, and I think that's the part that we lack, right? Because Scripture also records, "My people perish for lack of knowledge," right? And so I think what we've done over the years, even from our grandparents, Brownsville, great grandparents, we have amplified, the parts that make us feel good. But I think that's well documented in terms of what slave owners and dominant society have did with the Bible to subjugate our people. But when you look at Nat Turner, the question then becomes is, okay, cool. He came into enlightenment and understanding. And if that's true, then we should have had a number of Nat Turners who were enlightened by Scripture and exactly the same thing. And not that there weren't slave revolts.
Black people only want one leader.
But
I don't think that's the case.
retort to that, really,
I disagree, really.
The retort to it, right, is that everybody who claimed to be enlightened by the Scripture really isn't, right?
I agree with that. Yeah,
there's a small minority of people who actually study the Scripture and try their hardest to follow it, right?
Yeah,
and I think that's what muddies the waters, because we all get lumped in the same box, right?
Yeah.
As well, they'll say, well, if the brother over there is a Christian and he's saying and doing these things, then you know, that is a reflection of you as well. And that's the part that I don't you know, I don't rock with. You know what I'm saying? That's why I say it's an individual walk, right? And I think that's what Nat Turner showed, is that he was inspired, you know, through the scripture individually to rebel. He really believed God told him to do this through the scripture. And when he got that sign, he went and handled his business.
But why aren't more of y'all getting the sign though? That's the, you know, Rilla, you know, made that point. And so we know that there's something, you know, going on, right? Even in the sense of when Black people talk about the Bible and its prescription for mistreatment, what they will typically quote is the turn the other cheek scripture, right? But
Who, black women? Or servants be subjected to your,
I'm about to drop you. Chill out. So but there are scriptures in the Bible that tell you, hey, it's the time to go to war. You got to mount up, get your shit, and go over there. I don't care if you outnumbered. That's where your faith come in. You can do it, right? But that's not what we hear from Black Christians or Black believers. It's always the turn the other cheek and forgiveness, but it's a time for everything.
But that's not necessarily true, right, Diva? Because part of the people who spearheaded the civil rights movement and said, no, we're going to challenge this authority, was spearheaded by the Black church of that time, along with the Nation of Islam, right? They came together and said, you know what, we're no longer going to accept this, right? And if we have to sacrifice our freedom, if we have to sacrifice being sick, thrown by dogs, etc., we're going to do that, right? And our scripture is going to lead God and direct us to that end, right?
But their scripture led them to nonviolence.
My question to you, Diva, and you're you know, astute enough to answer this question, and I think you have enough experience to answer this question. You've been to a multitude of different countries in Africa, right? And that is where Black people are more populated, right? And some of them have different religions, right? Right. So why are they more subjugated in their own countries than Black Americans are?
Because of the same reason, right? Many of them are Christian.
And I'm talking about the ones who aren't Christian.
Right. Okay. So again, they have allowed somebody to come in with a doctrine that they prioritize over their own self-interest. Right.
But why couldn't they use the doctrine of their people, like the whatever scriptures that they follow from, you know, for 5,000 years or whatever? Why couldn't they utilize that doctrine to overcome being oppressed?
Right, because many of them don't subscribe to that doctrine any longer. Right. In some of the countries, you can't say that you're doing that type of stuff.
Because I would argue.
Well, you got Ibrahim Traore.
That as far as Black people in this country, we are more empowered than Black people anywhere else in the world.
I agree.
Right. So, you know.
So being the first loser is right.
Exactly.
So you take solace in being the first loser?
No, not necessarily, because our population here in this country is a small amount compared to all of those countries in Africa. Right? You go to Ghana, you go to, you know, Kenya, you go to South Africa, you go to all these other African countries. They have way more Black people than we do, right? But they are way more oppressed.
Yes.
right? So our black people in this country, our ancestors in this country was able to achieve more freedom and acquire more resources and more knowledge, wisdom, and understanding to elevate our people to a point that has surpassed what anybody has ever done in Africa. And that includes you know,
Hold up, are you saying because the
Ibrahim.
Bible, like we were like that's
No,
what
wait,
I'm
KT.
saying.
No, let him land. Please don't.
Go ahead, go.
Respectfully, don't interrupt. Let him land. Go ahead,
That
Brownsville.
includes you know, the current leader of Burkina Faso, Ibrahim Traore.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
You know, I'm waiting for, and that's my problem with Pan-Africanism, right? Because I'm waiting for an African country to say, you know what, we're going to be self-sufficient. We're not going to go to Putin. We're not going to go to France. We're not going to go to America to sustain us in any way, right? And once they do that, then we can say, okay, maybe they have found out how to elevate themselves to where they don't need any help. But that hasn't happened yet. But it is happened more in the United States of America than anywhere else in the world.
Right. But that, at least some of that is by virtue of you being in close proximity to the white man. Right? So you have been able to enjoy the benefit of his infrastructure and his systems. Whereas for the most part, hold on. For the most part, when those colonial powers left, they burned everything to the ground,
right,
and then dipped up out of there, right? So there's a difference. Like, you've been able to benefit from being in close proximity to the white man. Like a few weeks ago, we were talking about that city right outside of Dallas that ain't had no running water. It's a black community. Ain't had no running water for 40, 50, years. And so I don't think it's your Christianity that has, propelled you above, the rest of the black world. Because they Christian too. Many of them Christian too.
But I would argue that the rights and the privileges that we have in this country, they weren't given to us.
They were not.
Our ancestors fought hard for them.
Absolutely.
Right? And they were determined to have these rights and privileges. As a matter of fact, we talked about the drone technology. We talk about all these other development in industry. Black people contributed to it. Right?
Absolutely.
So I would argue that it's not Christianity that has held us back. To me, I think becoming more divisive, degenerate, and lackadaisical has held us back more than any other thing that you can name.
But let me ask you. My bad. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Next level.
No, I just want to ask Brownsville, like, you saying Christianity didn't hold black people back. Well, I understand what you're saying as far as degeneracy. Like, to Diva's point, like, what about like things outside of Christianity? Is that holding black people back?
Like what?
Like when he was speaking of the voodoo or like the hoodoo and the other different like traditional African like religions or traditions.
Well, see, that was my original question, right? Because if the argument is that part of the reason why we are not spearheaded or elevated as we want to be is because Christianity has got us in a stronghold, right? Then show me the black people anywhere else in the world that's able to utilize voodoo and hoodoo and whatever scriptures or whatever faith that they're following that has been able to utilize those things to elevate them to self-sufficiency.
But that's kind of a moot point because like Christianity hasn't done. That's what they point out. Like, okay, Martin Luther King was a Christian. He was still subjugated. Like, you're black and you're Christian, you still being subjugated. It doesn't really, like you saying it like because some people overpower some people of a different religion. That instantly means that God was real from that other religion. That don't make sense.
So the issue that I'm always raising is the inability to use the doctrine to solve your own problems. Okay, so now here we go. Black Christians are in poorer health than the general population, even the general Black population. More likely to be overweight. Yeah. To have metabolic syndrome. Yeah. Because there was a church initiative during 2020 when the infection was going around, because they were finding that Black Christians were more likely to die from the illness. And it's not funny, but like, just imagine that. But right. And so even in the scripture, it tell you, there's a part that tells you your body is not your own. You was bought with a price. Glorify God in your body. And now I'm paraphrasing it, right?
Yes.
But for these people to be in the poorest health, you get what I'm saying? And so how are you not able to do that when the contrast is a lot of people who practice those diasporic religions or whatever are much more likely to be vegan, just because one of the core values of that those type of belief systems is harmony with nature, right? And self-reliance and living off nature. And so in that way, you're gonna typically find that people who believe in the Black stuff would probably be healthier, all other things being equal.
But even in the Bible, Diva, it'll go back and it tells you don't eat meat with the hoof.
Mm-hmm.
It gives you different dietary advice. You know what I'm saying? Eat things that have
very few people follow it. And that's what I'm saying. It's about what people focus on.
Right. But what I'm saying is, that's what I'm saying. That's my whole issue, right? Is we are calling people Christians who really not following it.
Okay.
Right. So if you're not following it, to me, you're not really a Christian. Right. But we got people that wear the name, but they ain't following it. Right. So eating healthy is also a part of the Bible. But I would argue that that there's not really a correlation between the issues in health when it comes to Black people with Christianity, because I believe that more people are influenced by everything outside of Christianity, by social media, by what they're seeing and watching on TV, by just being lazy, not wanting to cook. They're eating fast food. It's a lot of bad habits, right, that really don't have anything to do with Christianity. It just has to do with the lack of knowledge, wisdom, and understanding to do things that are healthy. But healthy habits are also in the Bible, so that's the thing. If they read it and they study it and they understand it and they follow it, then they will be more healthy, not just mentally, not just spiritually, but also physically.
You wearing a
Hey.
Not today. Aron to Lucas, $5. Look up the Deacons for Defense and Justice. Far from nonviolent and very successful in what they did. Absolutely.
Maybe we have to carry this conversation on for another day, on another stream. You got any final words, Diva?
Bye, y'all. Enjoy your Saturday.
Nothing wrong with being.
Hype me up.
Let me